gotta work now. Make up my mind and it turns around. Say that I'm fine till I burn out. Thinking this money sounded so nice. Ambush here written in the strobe lights. Pay anything for the high price. This life feels like the sunny water. Wet my lips but the sauce is stronger. Pour it out if I'm being honest. It's just not everything you promise. Running out, drying out, what did you say? What did you say when I told you? Maybe this wrist wasn't gold-proof. Packing my bags like it's all true. Hard to make friends when I'm focused on all these bars that I'm holding. I like the cold, but it's lonely, yeah. This life feels like the sunny water. Wet my lips, but the sauce is stronger. Pour it out, if I'm being honest. It's just not everything you promise. Running out, drying out, what did you say? Throw it all away, we could find that time to block out all the bells now and make it right. No, wait, gotta take what's mine, gotta bleach my hair, shine my veins on fire. Wet my lips, but the sauce is stronger. Pour it out, if I'm being honest, yeah. It's just not everything you promise. Running out, drying out, what did you say? Sunny water. Sunny water. Sunny water.
Wave your hand. If you can hear me, wave your hand. Everybody who can hear me, wave your hand. Just having a cool Saturday discussion with the family real quick. Just want the folks to chime in, and I want to see if anybody disagrees. The question, hold on, I said does you. Hold on, let me revamp this. Hold on. Do you? Okay. I had to revamp the question there. All right. So we're talking about reparations. Right now, the political season is wrapping back up. A lot of foundational Black Americans are saying, hey, man, we got to have a reparations agenda. The Democrats, we've sat here and we supported them for so long, and they're giving money to all these other groups, and they're not doing anything specifically for foundational Black Americans. So we're telling them the agenda is going to have to be reparations. And there's this taboo thing where people seem afraid to talk about reparations for foundational Black Americans openly. So I would like to talk to some people who actually disagrees with foundational Black Americans getting reparations. Are there any people here who would disagree with that? There's a lot of people coming in the room right now. We've got a couple of hundred right now. Let me see some hands. Let me see some hands of some people who disagree with foundational Black Americans getting reparations. And let me see some of these folks in here. I'm going to let them speak in a second. Hold on. Let's get some of these folks in here. BG, turn your mic on. Saw you were one of the first people in here. BG, if you can turn your mic on, that would be great. I saw you requested.
Look, Baylor's got to win.
Okay, I don't know what he said. So he sounds like he was at a meth lab. So let's get some other people here. See, when it's time to talk about something real, we get people kind of trying to goof off and deflect. We're not going to have that. Let's have some real conversation in here. What's up, Roman? Roman's up. Let's get Roman in here. Roman, let's have you speak on it. What's up, Roman?
You talking to me? So, yeah. So, how do you decide who gets reparations? Is it like one drop rule, paper bag test, DNA? Like, is it like you get? Is it a sliding scale of how much reparations you get?
No, it's the same way you give them to Native Americans. The people who claim Native American ancestry, same way. It's not
Well,
rocket.
what happens if you don't know your ancestry? Like, what if you're like a bastard or something, or like you're a foster kid? How do you know?
Well, if you're a foster kid, you would kind of know who your birth parents were to a certain degree. You might know to a certain degree, but those are outliers. Generally, people know if they were descended from American slaves, and that's who the reparations would be for, people who descended from American slaves.
Well,
It's not
so how do you prove it? Like? What's the proof?
the proof is if you're on the 1870 census, you are most likely a foundational Black American who descended from slaves. It's that
But
simple.
not everybody's going to be able to prove that. So, like, is it is it like what is it like a 1/8 rule or a quarter or like
Well, if you can't prove that, you can't get reparations. It's that simple. Because a lot of people did come here after slavery, but if you can prove that you were on
right?
that,
But there's lots of black people that can only go back so many generations with their with their ancestry. So like they're not going to be able to prove that.
yeah, you can trace your ancestry back. You can trace your. What do you mean? Well, you think Black people can't trace their ancestry back to the 1870 census?
No, I mean some I'm sure can, but there's probably a lot that they can't. Right? There's a good amount of black people that don't know who their parents are.
That's rare. People know who their parents are. What are you talking about?
Or like their father, like so what if you're like mixed race or something and you have like a black father,
Great
that
question.
that
Great question, because there's some.
that abandoned you, right? That's
Oh,
pretty common.
okay. 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 So yeah, you're trolling low key, but that's fine because that means you don't really have a real constructive input to this. Because
I
now
mean, like so like
you're reducing.
there's the
But
reality is
sir,
that there's going to be
no,
plenty
no,
of
sir, are you trolling? If you're trolling, let's
no,
just
I mean I'll stop with that. I'll stop with that.
okay. Yeah, if you're trolling, just say that, because if you're not going to be constructive, what's the
I'll be constructive and stop with that. My
okay?
point
Well,
is that that all of you are not going to be able to prove. So there's going to be a
that's not
percentage that aren't going to be able to prove their ancestry. So what
which
is it
is very
like?
small, which
You
is
to do the paper bag test or the one drop rule. I mean, there's what if you like what about like the people that are maybe like 10% foundational Black American? Do they get reparations?
how do you know if they're 10% or not?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you.
I mean, what makes a person 10%
Well,
foundational Black?
most African Americans today are about like 10 to 20% white on average by DNA tests. So what if it's like the opposite? What if you're just 10% Black? You're mixed, right? You're 10% Black. Do you get reparations?
Well, the thing is, if you're classified as Black, see, you have to be classified as Black now. If you're
So
classified
what
as
classifies you as Black?
the white supremacists classify that. Your
So I
your
mean,
sir, your community made the classifications. You guys know who a Black person is. You know
just like you know
exactly
who a white person is, but
right. You guys know
but
who a Black person.
but what if
Wait,
they're just
sir. Wait,
10% Black? Do they?
hold on. When it comes to us getting tangibles, all of a sudden there's this feigned confusion. You know who's a Black person and who's not a Black person. That your community created those standards and rules. So if a Black person who's classified as Black now can trace their ancestry back to foundational Black Americans who descended from slaves, they are qualified for reparations. That makes sense?
Sure. So basically, your bottom line is if you can't trace it back, you don't get the money.
Right. You cannot.
Okay. Good enough. That's what answers my question. I mean, I think there's probably going to be some people that might be considered Black that disagree with that.
Well, no, if they can't trace it back, they just can't get it. It's just that simple. We have to make parameters like that. Just like with Native Americans, there's a lot of people who are Native American, but they don't have the right paperwork, so they can't get some of the earmarked funds for the tribes that they are supposed
Well,
to be associated with.
well, with Native Americans, they can actually probably take a DNA test, and that's going to be factual. But with Black Americans or foundational Black Americans, whatever you're calling it, like the DNA test might not prove that your ancestors came over as slaves, that
But the
they could
D,
have came over later.
But if a person who's a Native American, if they take a DNA test, they have to have certain markers associated with certain tribes. And with DNA, a lot of the markers for certain tribes aren't there. There were hundreds of tribes over here.
Right. I mean, that's getting better as sample sizes increase, though.
Right, because basically when you do a DNA test, they trace everybody either to Africa, Europe, and Asia. So the Native Americans, many of them came from Asia and Africa. Many of them were actually African people themselves. So even if we take DNA tests, it's all going to trace back to Africa anyway. So the DNA tests are kind of sketchy to a certain degree when it comes to tribal distinctions. So,
All
all
right.
right, but
I mean,
all right.
fair enough. Like, so you don't believe that if somebody's like, a certain percent black and can't prove it, that they don't get the money. All right, I understand.
Well, I don't know what a certain percent is because your community.
There's gonna be a certain a good percentage of foundational, what you call foundational black Americans that aren't going to be able to prove it, like with their paperwork, right? They're just not going to have it.
But most of them will.
Right. Maybe so. But like,
Yeah, if
how's
you have,
that fair to these people that just can't, that don't have the paperwork?
yeah, if you have a mother or you know who your parents are. You do know,
Right. But
somebody raised you, and you can trace their lineage back. It's not
if you not necessarily, there's going to be a good percentage of people that aren't going to be able to do that.
They just won't get.
Maybe not the majority, but still a
Right.
good percentage of people aren't going to be able to do that.
Yeah.
So I don't think, how's that fair to them?
Well, most black people can. Most black people can.
I understand that the majority probably can, but there's going to be that significant. It's going to be it's going to be thousands of people, right? Like if you look at the whole United States. So
Right.
how's that fair to them?
Well, is it fair to Native Americans who can't do it? Because there's some Native Americans who don't get any money because they can't trace their so-called lineage back, or they're not associated with a certain tribe because they don't have the federal paperwork. So is it fair to them? There's a lot of unfederally recognized tribes that.
Well, it's not usually with Native Americans. It's not necessarily like federal reparations per se. It's like if you get casino money, and that's kind of like if the tribe themselves decides that you're a member of the tribe to give you that casino money.
Then they get checks. Some of these tribes get monthly checks, so that's a form of reparations. And there are some tribes that are not federally recognized, and there are some tribes that just became federally recognized. The Shanticock out there in New York, they recently got federally recognized. So there are a lot of tribes out here who are still fighting for federal recognition.
Right.
So,
they get the Indian healthcare service, right? Like they get that free healthcare, which is kind of shitty, but they still get it. But I mean, the majority of their reparations are coming from casino payouts, and the tribes themselves decide if you get that.
No, they get federal funds. If you go look up federal money that's allocated,
Sure. I'm not saying that doesn't exist.
They get
I'm not saying I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying the majority of like what they did for Native Americans is casino payouts, and the tribes themselves decide who gets them. So that's where the majority of them their quote unquote reparations is coming from, is the casinos.
No, that's not true. That's not true. A lot of their money comes from the federal government, and
that exists, right? I'm not saying it doesn't. It exists, but like a lot of their money comes from the casinos, and the tribes decide if those people who is part of their tribe that gets that.
And another thing, if we're going to talk about fairness, most of the people now in America who claims Native American ancestry aren't even Native American. They're really
I agree with you.
They're really white people. They're
I agree with you. It's like this whole noble savage thing that they want to be a part of. Yeah, I agree.
Right. They paid money under the table to be labeled Native American. So that took away money that was supposed to be given to real Native Americans. So we're going to talk about fairness. We're going to have to knock out all of that first. But black people, we know pretty much our ancestry to a certain degree as it relates to our tracing our lineage back to plantations here in America. So we're pretty thorough as far as that.
Yeah, I still don't know about it. You're going to have thousands of people that aren't going to have the paperwork.
Well, some of those may not get the money, but the millions of us who do have the paperwork, and it's not that hard to trace your lineage back to those censuses, we will get our paper, and that's going to be the most important thing, is that we get that first step forward.
So how much money is this going to be? What do you think is you're going to get?
A little bit more than what the Native American tribes got. I'm looking at around 20 trillion for starters. It should start at 20 trillion. What would you suggest?
I don't know. I don't try to play victim.
Okay. Well, you play.
I mean, you were never a slave, so.
Well, you're
I
victimizing.
mean, you guys pretty much. I mean, in my opinion, like if you were a
Sir.
Black American, you pretty much hit the lottery by what slavery was horrible, right? But
Mhm.
the average income on the west coast of Africa is about like $2,000. That's where most of your ancestors came from.
Prove
So
it. Prove it.
slavery,
Prove it.
like you
Prove
can look
it.
it up. Look at
Prove it.
look at the. I
Sir,
mean,
you're throwing numbers out. Nobody in my family has lived in Africa for 500
no,
years.
I'm not
Prove it.
saying that. I'm not saying that. So,
Prove it.
well,
Oh,
like if you take the
why are you
majority
talking,
of,
sir? Why are you talking about Africa? I'm a foundational Black American. I
I
don't live.
understand that, but
But what does
basically,
Africa have to do with this?
I'll explain. So basically, because of slavery was horrible. I don't think that slavery should have happened. It was a horrible thing, but like Black people in America are the richest Black people in the world, not compared to like white people, but compared to other Black people the world over. So basically, but by what happened to your ancestors, you all basically hit the lottery, and now you are the richest Black people in the world.
No, hitting the lottery is when you sit up and money just falls in your lap. My family built this nation from the ground up. That's not hitting the lottery.
No,
That's
no,
called work.
your family picked
That's
cotton. It was actually about 5% of the economy during slavery. So U.S. would have been fine without it. It was literally
no,
about 5% of the U.S. economy.
no, it wasn't just cotton. It wasn't just cotton. We developed this land. We tilled the soil. We cleared the brush. We cleared the wooded areas. We
Yeah.
built this
So
nation from scratch.
you when somebody's like being a laborer isn't being the architect, right?
Okay. Yes, it is.
So
But
hanging drywall doesn't mean you built,
okay,
like you're
sir.
the architect.
Many of the Black people were the architects.
They
Okay.
weren't though. They
Yes, they
weren't though.
okay,
Like
well, let me ask you,
like a
sir, let me
tiny
ask you
small
this. Okay,
minority.
sir, let me ask you this. If we weren't the architects and we were just the laborers, how come your family didn't do it by themselves? Every white European colony that tried to start over here without Black Americans helping them, they all failed. Every single one. Why did they
I mean,
fail?
that's because why do it when you have free labor? The thing is
Okay, sir,
it
sir,
inhibited the industrial
sir, sir.
revolution, and
No, no,
slavery
no,
was
no, sir.
actually
You're deflecting, sir.
detrimental to the United
Sir,
States.
no, sir. Let's go back. You're deflecting. Your family, your community, the white supremacists who tried to start colonies in the Americas, every single one of them failed when they tried to do
That's
it
not
on
true.
their own. Okay, name one who didn't fail without Black people helping them. Name them.
Like Plymouth, there weren't even Black people then.
That was yeah. Are you insane?
They didn't have Black people there. There was like Native
They
Americans,
came
but
after.
there was
They
like
came.
the Virginia colonies. Like
What year? What year did they go to Plymouth?
I don't know off the top of my
Okay,
head. I mean,
you're
it's
just
like,
throwing, sir. After 1619, that's when Black people started helping them directly on these plantations and these
helping them,
colonies.
like you were
Yes,
like
help-
laborers.
yeah. Okay, but before Black labor, how come you couldn't do it on your own before 1619?
People did it. Like I mean,
No, they didn't. No,
yes, they
no,
did.
name a colony that succeeded without Black people before 1619. Name it.
I mean, I don't have like notes in front
Because
of me, but
it
I mean,
doesn't
it's like
exist.
patently untrue. Like,
Because
that's
okay, then
absolutely true.
disprove it.
So why?
Name
How
one.
come?
Name one. Sir,
then
sir,
how
stop,
come?
stop,
All right.
stop. Name one. I can name the
All
ones
right.
that failed. San Miguel de Agape, that failed. St. Augustine, that failed. All of them failed. Name one that didn't fail. That white people were doing by themselves. Name one.
I mean, I don't know off the top of my
Thank you
head.
very much. Thank you.
So
Thank you.
let me ask
Okay,
you.
thank you.
So let me ask
sir.
you. How
Thank
come
thank
everywhere
you.
white people?
Thank you. Okay, there we go. All right. All right, got rid of him, so he's trolling now. Okay. All right. Just yeah, if you can't name one, if you're gonna sit here babbling and deflecting, that means you can't, and the conversation is over. See, that's how you handle that. If we were just laborers and the white people were so great, well, how come you couldn't build this nation by yourself? And as we see, he could not name any colony that was successful without Black people. Let's get this game straight. We didn't win no lottery. Working and building from scratch ain't a damn lottery. That's foundational Black Americans building from scratch. Your community couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. Every single one of them failed. Every single colony that the white supremacists tried to start on their own, they failed. This is historic fact. Not only did they fail, they failed miserably. This is why we need to know history, ladies and gentlemen. So when you talk to suspected white supremacists like that, you know how to handle them and get them out of here. Let's get some more folks in here. And by the way, my new book, Foundational Black American Race Beta, is available right now. You go to Amazon, check out my book, Foundational Black American Race Beta. You can get a copy of it right now on Amazon. I see you, Dante. Let me see some more. We got a lot of folks in here. All right, let's get some more people in here. Let's get who do we have? Well, we got a lot of people, and they said he tried to play the troll route, and then he got embarrassed by the troll route, and then when he couldn't do it on an intellectual level, he went back to trolling. Let me get Dante. Dante, you were in here before the other day, right? Hop back on, Dante. What's up, Dante?
Not much. I'm actually at work right now, but
Oh, well, you were on here the other day, right? When I was live,
yeah,
right?
I
Okay.
was. I
Yeah.
was.
Okay. Yeah. You were
Can
bragging
I
about
ask
getting
for
some. You were bragging about getting some new followers. You liked the clout that you were getting, right?
the amount of people who agreed with me in your DMs was pretty crazy. I didn't actually know people like you genuinely believe that Obama was a plant by the white supremacist society. So I learned a new thing today, or then.
A plant. I
And I
didn't. But
also,
those are your words. I never said.
nah, man, you have it recorded that you think Obama was literally part of a plan,
Okay, I
and
didn't
he
say plant.
was.
Okay, let's stop. Okay, first, you're not going to reframe what I said.
Your
I
stuff is
didn't
still
say he was a
recorded,
plant.
man.
I
It's
know it's
still out there.
recorded, and I didn't say nothing about him being a plant. I said he was a tool of white supremacy,
All
not a
right. Well,
plant. A
that's the
plant. I
first.
don't know what that means. But don't frame my words. I said what I said. I'm not
All
afraid
right.
of.
So Obama was a
Let's
tool
be
of white
clear.
supremacy.
Hold on.
Fine.
Dante, I'm not afraid of any of you suspected white supremacists. I'll say what I say, and I mean what I say. I
Labels,
don't have to
labels,
you don't
labels.
have to reframe what I said. I'm not afraid of none of you. But go ahead. Now, what do you have to say?
And I'm not afraid of being
What,
called a suspected white supremacist because I'm not. And you just like to throw that around when people disagree with you.
oh no, if you disagree with producing justice, then I would suspect that you're a white supremacist.
All
So
right.
you are
So
correct.
how much
So you are
justice are you
correct.
going to produce with your new book sales? How much of your book sales will you
Okay,
be donating to black charities?
that is jealousy talk. How much of
I'm
your benefits?
curious.
How much of the benefits from white supremacy are you doing to produce justice?
Oh, I work minimum wage, man. There's nothing.
Okay,
I
but
don't know what I can
you
do.
have $1 million worth of whiteness, sir. That
I
your
do.
job
Can
don't
I
mean
sell my skin to you?
yeah. Hey, you get the Kyle Rittenhouse treatment. As we see, Kyle Rittenhouse got $1 million worth of
I
legal
work at
based on his
a
skin.
minimum wage
Well,
place, man.
yeah. Don't matter. You got $1 million worth of whiteness. So, how are you using your $1 million to help produce justice?
I don't know, man. I got like 20 in my bank account right now.
Okay, all right. Well,
I'm college student. Times are tough.
all right, Dante. So, thank you very much. Go back to work at the mayonnaise factory. You have a great day, sir. You
That's
have a
pretty
great day.
racist.
Okay, all right. Got Dante out of here. I don't want to hear mayonnaise explaining. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to hear whining. Me, boy, they hate to see a black man doing anything successful, don't they? Let's get some more people in here. We need to talk about this reparations, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about reparations. I want to see some people who disagree. Anybody who disagree, talk to me. Let me know what's on your mind. What time is it right now? Okay, let me get some more folks in here. Okay, some of these troll accounts in here are just so obvious. Okay, a lot of suspected white supremacist troll accounts in here. Okay, let's see who this guy is. Well, we got a lot of folks in here. What's up, Shop Fett? Okay, let's get Shop Fett in here. What's up, Shop Fett? Okay, he bounced. Okay, if you don't want to get in here, don't raise your hand. Okay, let me see who we got. Okay, let's see Festive. Okay, okay, I think I had you on before. That's the Irish dude. Podgy Elite. I think I had you in here before. Let me add him very quickly. I think I had him in here before. What's up? I'm turning your mic on, buddy. What's up, man? Didn't I have you in here before, Podgy?
On the other day, yeah.
Oh, okay, you're the Irish dude.
So I'm doing a more festive team starting today. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's on your mind?
I don't know. I don't think much about the reparations thing. You know, it's a foreign issue to me, really. But like, it's interesting. It's an interesting discussion to have anyway. That's for sure.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's more people in here. Okay, because you're just babbling. All right. Now this person right here. Okay. Let's see what they got to say. GH. Let me hear what you have to say, GH. All right. We got GH in here. All right, turn your mic on and let's hear what you have to say.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, GH?
Hello, what's up?
What's on your mind, GH?
About representation?
Yeah,
I should get it.
how old are you, GH? You sound very young.
I'm 18.
Okay, so you think we should get it, right?
Yeah, why not? I'm Jewish. I got my reputation.
Okay, all right, cool. All right. No, they're hold on. All right, so who else? Let's see who else we got in here. Let me get hold on. Let me get somebody else. Let me get what's it? AT in here. Let me get him to speak on it. Hold on. All right, AT, turn your mic on.
Yep.
What's up, AT?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
All right. Well, first and foremost, I just wanna say I appreciate everything you do for the community and for the family. I do agree. That we should get reparations, but I actually just have a question because I do have conversations uh with white people about reparations and why we should get it. And my question is really just what are some objections? Because a lot of people, like a lot of white people I talk to, when I say, yeah, we should get reparations, they say, well, this is one of the things they say. They say, well, if we give out reparations to people, they're gonna spend it on blah blah. They're not gonna spend it right. They just gonna blow the money. And I just want to say, well, first of all, it's not their, it's not up to them,
Yeah,
to
he's
what
not
they do with the
what
money.
we do with money, right?
Exactly. So my question is just, what are some other objections I can say to that to really break down, really, Friday. You feel me?
Yeah, you just say, hey, look, it doesn't matter what we do with the money. You don't question what Native Americans do with their money. A lot of them, they get their money. A lot of them drink and smoke or whatever. We don't question that. Some black people are going to be constructive. Some black people might trick it off, but that doesn't matter. How we spend it is inconsequential. The fact that we get it, that's the most important thing. So when they start trying to get off on these deflective tangents, just understand that they're getting into troll territory. So don't trip on that too hard. All
Okay.
right, let me get some more people in here. All right, let me get some more folks in here. All right, we got Bleached, Based, whatever his name is. Let me get him in here.
Hey, Tariq.
Hey, what's going on, Bleached?
I'm doing good. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm good. So, what's your opinion about the topic today, sir?
Yeah, I think that foundational black. I'm a white person myself, but I really do think that foundational black Americans have really suffered at the hand of like whiteness and those systems.
Mm-hmm.
So there really should be some form of reparations. I would have to agree.
Okay, perfect. Good. Okay, that's one person from the dominant society who's agreeing with it. That's good. Let's get some other people in here. Let's get some more folks in here because, yeah, this is something that we need to get into. We need to talk about this thing and we need to stop being afraid to talk about it. Foundational Black Americans, we need tangibles, we need reparations, and we need those reparations now. What's up, Dub? Let's get Dub in here. Okay, add a speaker. Okay, Dub, hop in, Dub. Put your speaker on. Put your mic on. What's up, Dub?
Oh, hello. Oh, it's Dwayne, by the way.
What's up, Dwayne?
Good.
Weren't you on the other day? Weren't you on the other day too?
I believe so.
Okay. So what's on
But
your mind?
yeah. Well, just to let everybody know, I am in full support of reparations for
Yeah.
foundational Black Americans and those who are the descendants of slavery. But my question is this, Tariq. What I've noticed in having conversations about reparations is that you know how do I try to word this properly? Sorry, I also have this vocal tremor in my voice, so it can be kind of tricky.
Right.
My question is, how can we help those who are in need of reparations, making sure that they are the direct descendants of slaves? Because people in society overall have been kind of skeptical or hesitant about the power of genetic ancestry because how corporatized it is. And obviously, there's a lot of historical hesitancy within African American communities, such as the Tuskegee Airman experimentations and all that. So, how do we as a society overcome that in order for reparations to happen for the direct descendants? Just out of plain curiosity.
Got it. Let me answer that. Thank you so much. Let me get y'all while I answer that. Great question, and I explained that to the gentleman earlier. There are two censuses that we can look at. We can trace back to the 1900 census and the 1870 census, and Black people, if we are on those censuses, if we can trace our lineage, if we can trace our relatives to those census stats from those years, we are 9 times out of 10 most likely to be a descendant of slaves in America, because Black people were not immigrating from anywhere in any significant numbers during that time. It was very, very rare for a Black person to immigrate over here from somewhere else. It would, some places on the East Coast they would, in New York, but very, very rarely, in very rare situations. So that's the main way we can tell. If you can trace that lineage back to those censuses, and most of us can, who are foundational Black Americans. If you talk to your grandmother, your mom, your granddad, or whatever parent you were raised by, they can trace their lineage back. And look, in some cases, if you cannot, hey, um, you just might not be eligible to get it. We're going to have paperwork and real eligibility for people to get these reparations checks, because if we just leave it all open-ended, we're going to have everybody and their mama coming in making false claims, and that's going to deplete the funds that are supposed to be allocated towards us. We cannot allow another $5 Indian situation where they had the dolls rolls in the 1900s, and you had white people paying the census takers $5 under the table so that they could be listed as Native Americans. This is why most of the people who are Native American now, who are claiming it, they have absolutely zero Native American ancestry. These are not Native Americans in any sense of the word. So we can't let a situation like that happen. We cannot let a finesse go down. Let me get some more folks in here. And by the way, the new book, Foundational Black American Race Baiter, it is available right now on Amazon. I hope everybody has their copy. If you do not have your copy, go to Amazon right now and get a copy of that book. This is one of the best books you will read about race relations. Let me get some more. Who else is in here? Raise your hand if you want to get on. Raise your hand if you want to get on, lady. I see Assad Khan in here. Assad Khan. Let me get Assad Khan in here. I see What's up, Assad?
All I want to say is, Tariq, that I really appreciate your words, your voice, and I'm in full support. And I've been hearing the debates, and I really appreciate that you're coming out, and I'm in full support. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Assad. All right. So yes, people are supporting it. That's good. Okay, let's get this guy. Ferret Liquor. Okay, this is going to be a piece of work. All right, Ferret Liquor. Boy, y'all got some names. Ferret, turn your mic on. What's up, Ferret? Okay, are you choking on some man meat? What are you doing in there, sir? Okay. Okay, so my dude, he overdosed on mayonnaise. Okay. I don't know about you guys. Okay, this is the crystal meth pipe. Okay, your crystal meth. Okay, he has the warmth of a man in his mouth. So let me get him out of here and let him enjoy himself. Okay. All right, you have a nice warm man over there. Okay, we got Errol Weber. Errol Weber. Let's get Errol Weber in here. He's a Black conservative from Jamaica who's a politician out here in Los Angeles. What's up, Errol?
Hey, how are you doing? I've been following your work and your posts for the past year. Thank you for sharing your opinion on that. I just want to get to some solutions that I think we can have a great discussion about.
Yes.
I do recognize where you're coming from with the importance of foundational Black Americans getting reparations. I recognize and I understand where you're coming from with that. One of the things I want to ask is, what are some other ways that reparations can be manifested? Can it only be manifested in cash payments, or can it be manifested in other ways that involve, like, for example, business longevity for building generational wealth?
We would prefer cash, because when they start talking about business longevity, what they do, they start trick bagging it up with minority business, disenfranchised business, people of color business, and then all of these other groups come in, swoop in, and then they benefit.
All right.
We're going to have to get direct checks. We're just going to have to go to
Okay.
so they're going to have to send us monthly checks, just like they do every other aggrieved group, and that's going to make things right for us.
Okay. Thanks for sharing that.
Hmm.
So some other things I noticed, generationally, of course, this didn't just affect foundational Black Americans, but many Black Americans in general. I was running in the 37th district, which is 25% Black, 25% white, 39% Latino, 9% Asian, and the median income was 46,000 a year. And when I looked at that district, I noticed that it had three historically redlined areas in it from the 1934 National Housing Act. You have Crenshaw, South LA, and Inglewood, three historically redlined areas that have seen the negative effects of not being able, of Black families not being able to get low interest federal housing loans. So, stretching back 80, 90 years, we have Black people in many Black communities across the US who have been economically locked out of their own community and unable to either renovate or sell their houses at great value because they were quite literally locked out of being able to get federal low interest loans and were relegated to subprime private loans. Now, one of the things that I think can be done, and it's multifaceted. There's no singular thing that can be done. There are multiple things that would need to be done. I believe that from a business standpoint, many of these neighborhoods have been locked out economically, especially when you look at the numbers of how the dollar has gone through the Black community. Just for example, and these numbers were from about a year and a half ago, but the Black community spends about $1.2 trillion every year, and only 2% of those Black dollars are spent in the Black community. And the Black dollar generally lasts about 6 hours in the Black community. I believe that's something that is problematic, and I want to find ways to keep the Black dollar circulating in the Black community. I recognize your need for reparations for foundational Black Americans, and also I believe it's important that we look at this greater image of how can we work to keep the Black dollar circulating more in the Black community. For context, the Asian community and the Jewish community, their dollar circulates in their community roughly 17 to 19 days. Why does it only last for 6 hours in our community? What can we do to build businesses in our Black communities
Okay.
and incentivize people to go, hey, this is something of incredible value that we can keep in our community and advertise, and hey, come to our Black community, come to our community. This is what we're offering. Look at all the amazing
Okay,
things we
let's
have.
break it down. Let's
Yeah,
break it
let's break
down.
it down. Please do.
Okay, so the reason why the money doesn't circulate in the Black community is because we don't technically have a community. We have a place where Black folks live, but communities are
Okay.
something where Black people own and control. The money bounces around the Asian community because they have Asian businesses that are not hindered by the dominant society. The money bounces around the Jewish community because they have businesses that are not hindered by the dominant society. Black people, we don't have our businesses because we are targeted racially by the dominant society, and almost all of our businesses are somehow hindered by the dominant society. For example, I just did a story the other day in Minnesota, a Black man who had a popcorn company. During the COVID thing, he started a simple popcorn company. He got some media attention. It started blowing up, and then all of a sudden, they sent the health inspectors to this brother's shop to shut it down. Good brother, my brother Nipsey, they had a whole task force on Nipsey Hussle's shop during surveillance on not just him, but they were shaking down customers. I'm trying to get a museum in the Crenshaw area. They've undermined me in so many different ways. And one of the buildings I wanted to get, they didn't allow me to get that, but they undersold the business to another person who wanted to start a weed shop, and the people ain't even Black. So we get undermined when it comes to Black people getting businesses going. So that's why we don't have nowhere to circulate our dollars other than the Asian and the Arab and the other communities. This is why when we get reparations, we also need to be listed as a protected class so that we won't be targeted. And there's going to be federal punishment for those who target us based on race, who do all of these little shakedown, shady things that they don't do to other groups. So this is why it's very important for foundational Black Americans to focus on our finances and our protection from the federal government. Now, does that make sense, brother?
I totally understand you. I got another question. When it comes
Yeah.
to representation on the state and federal level, you have Sidney Comlager, I believe it is, and you have Maria Elena Durazo, a state senator. You have Karen Bass, currently in Congress, running for LA mayor. When it comes to representation from many of these communities, what is the current representation doing? And are people in these Black communities satisfied with the representation that they're getting? And if they're not satisfied, are they willing to look at other forms of representation? And what does that look like?
Well, the thing is, they tell us representation is basically getting a Black person in a token position where they can't do anything for you. And the representation is supposed to be us satisfied with looking at a Black face. I care not to look at the Congressional Black Caucus or any other Black person who cannot do anything for other Black people. You can put a damn Eskimo in there. If they're going to give me a check, put an Eskimo, Indian, I don't give a damn who you put in there. As long as they write my check, that's who I want to represent me. So we need to get to that part of the game. You understand?
Good stuff. Good
Yes,
stuff.
sir.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
Now,
you.
let me get some other folks in here. Thank you so much, brother.
Uh-huh.
All right. That's my brother Errol. Yeah, me and Errol, we've had disagreements. He's a Jamaican cat. Sometimes Errol he be kind of bug dancing for them butter biscuits and curry goats, but but shout out to him. We had a decent conversation there. And by the way, the new book, Foundational Black American Race Beta, it is available right now. You can go to Amazon.com right now to get the book Foundational Black American Race Beta. Let's get some people who disagree. Anybody in here disagree with reparations? Raise your hand if you disagree. What's up, Felipe? I see Felipe. Who disagrees? If you disagree with reparations, raise your hand. Anybody in here disagree with it? Raise your hand if you disagree with Foundational Black Americans getting reparations. Okay, I see some of these. I see some troll accounts already. I see some troll accounts raising their hand, and I'm talking about people who disagree in good faith. If you disagree and you're trolling, you're disagreeing in bad faith. But let's try one of these troll accounts. What's up, Maylard? What's up, Maylard? All right, put your mic on, and if you're trolling,
Hey, good morning, Tariq.
Hey, Maylard, how are you?
How are you? It's Mallard.
Mallard.
I wanted to ask, what is the process of reparations going to look like to you? Is this going to be a lump sum, or is it going to be a monthly payment like the Indian tribes receive?
Yeah, I think it should be like the Indian tribe. I mean, there's already a template. Just do it just like the Indian tribe, just a monthly thing. You can trace the census records back to Foundational Black Americans and just give checks based on that. Just make it real simple. It's not rocket science.
Okay. Is this going to replace social welfare services that Blacks overwhelmingly take advantage of, or?
Do you know that the welfare capital is Owsley, Kentucky? It's 98% white, and almost every single person in that county is on welfare or SNAP. So if we're gonna talk about welfare, that's your community, buddy. That ain't Black.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually Black, so.
Okay. Oh, really?
No.
Yeah. Okay. So that's your community. Like I said, your community takes advantage of all the welfare. And let me ask you this, sir. Why is your community getting any welfare? Black people, we've been undermined and we've been economically disenfranchised and targeted. So I'm surprised more Black people.
Yeah, there's many broken bucks. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Okay. Broken bucks. So why is anybody in your community on welfare, in your opinion? Okay, well, he got off there. Okay, he hung up. He tried to throw some trolling in there. Then he got his ass up out of here. He didn't want to go talk for real. If we're going to talk about some welfare, let's talk about some of these all-white counties where damn near everybody's on welfare. You don't want to go there. He got off very quickly. Oh, he didn't want to go there. Oh, you didn't want to go there. You better look up Owsley County, Kentucky. That's literally the welfare capital of the United States. It's an all-white town, and almost every single person there is on welfare and food stamps. Look that up. Don't play games. Don't play games, sir. Go to Amazon to get the book Foundational Black American Race Beta. Now let's get some more folks in here. See, when the white supremacist suspects tap out, they get to trolling. Your trolling backfires on you. Let's get some more people in here. Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you want to speak up. Well, so let's get Peter in here. All right, Peter, hop on in here, brother. We got Peter in here. And I can't pronounce your last name, Peter, but turn your mic on if you wanted to say something, sir. Oh, Peter didn't want to? Okay. All right, some of y'all are requesting. All right, let's get D in here. All right, what's up, D? Let's get D. All right, your name is just D. D, turn your microphone on.
Oh, hello. Hey,
What's up, D?
nothing much.
Oh,
I guess basically on the topic of reparations, I mean, I agree. I think
okay.
that so I am first generation Nigerian American.
Yeah.
So when it comes to that, like when reparations should be distributed, I think that people like me or my family shouldn't be particularly included in that because we didn't suffer. Well, we suffer from white supremacy under the era of colonialism, but not directly under slavery within the United States. But say for African Americans or foundational Americans, how should how should it be like distributed, like cash, land, university? Because I
Cash.
know, for example,
Just cash. We'll buy everything else ourselves. We can buy the universities ourselves. We can buy the land ourselves. Just give us the cash, and we can make it do what it do with the cash. Just
yeah,
cash. Because when it comes to land and all this other stuff, they'll try to trick bag it up. Just direct cash, and we'll figure out what to do with it on our own. And some people use the adage, well, if black people get the money, they're going to trick it all. Yeah, there's some who might. I'm not. And if anybody has a problem with it, give me your check and I'll show you how to flip it. But all of us are not going to trick it off. Many of us are going to do the right thing with it. And they just should allocate the funds and just leave it at that. But let me get some more folks in here, buddy. Thank you so much, man. All right, let me get some more people in here. Okay, we got John V. Professor. He's a professor. Let's get John in here. John V. He was a professor. He's a professor somewhere. What's up, John V? All right, how are
Yes,
you, Miss? No,
good.
you're a professor. Now, where are you a professor at?
Wake Forest University.
Okay. All right. So
Yeah,
what do you think of what do you think about the topic of reparations?
very, very interesting topic. I'm not sure if I agree or disagree because I feel like I need to know more before I need to read your book, I guess.
Yeah.
But I think the question I had was actually with regard to welfare. So I've been reading a lot about the issue, and economists have since the I think early 70s, mid 70s, people like Thomas Sowell, Walter Williams, Milton Friedman had warned against some of the disadvantages of welfare. Um, I know my mother actually was she's an only child. Father left when she was 7. She actually benefited from welfare, through that system.
Right.
She always felt it was supposed to be temporary, but she did benefit from it. But anyway, a lot of economists and Thomas Sowell even argues even today that there were many more disadvantages of it. And I'm just wondering, does it work? Does anything like welfare actually work? I mean, what's the evidence suggesting that it does work? And I'm just wondering if you agree whether or not there are more disadvantages than advantages to a system like that.
Well, the thing is, I mean, what are the majority of people on welfare are white? So what are the disadvantages to white society? People look at it as this big disadvantage to black society. Why doesn't it have the same impact on white people? And white people get more welfare than black people per capita based on numbers.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if it doesn't have the same, and obviously there's going to be a greater number because there's a greater proportion of
Right.
whites, right? But
Right. So the same dysfunctions should carry over to white society. People always talk about the dysfunction that comes with
yeah,
welfare in the black community, but they never talk about that same dysfunction as it relates to the dominant white society. Why is it a pathology when it comes to black people who are supposed to be on welfare? And also, why are black people on welfare? Period. When you look at systematic,
what do you mean by pathology though?
yeah, they make it seem, well, the adage, especially from a lot of conservatives, is that being on welfare makes black people lazy, and it took the father out of the home, and the father being out of the home created a criminal class. So they pathologize it. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to black society, but they don't do the same with white society, and there's more white people on welfare. Why do you think that is?
And who is that? Who are they? When you refer to they?
Oh, I'm talking about the dominant society. When I talk about they, I'm talking about a lot of the media, and a lot of the white supremacist think tanks. They put these narratives.
Portrayed. Yes.
Yeah, they put these narratives out. So this is something that a lot of these think tanks cook up. So why don't they do the same thing for white people who are on welfare?
Yeah. So I don't have the answer to that. I'm not sure why, but right. I just wondered, like, I mean, it has the welfare system. So has it helped or hurt? Has it helped or hurt Black Americans? Maybe it has. Maybe it, and I don't know if it's been more helpful or hurtful to white Americans either. I mean, you seem to suggest that it hasn't had the same. It doesn't have the same.
Well,
effect,
the thing is, black people were hurt before welfare. So I'm trying to see compared to what you say, help or hurt, and I wanted to see what help or hurt compared to what, because even before welfare was created or allocated to black people, and understand at one point black people could not get welfare was actually created for white women in the 1930s, because white men were working in dangerous jobs like coal mines and certain factories where they would die at younger ages, so they needed to take care of white women. Black people really started getting welfare in significant numbers in the 60s, but the welfare system as we know it has been going on since the 1930s. But at that time, we were living in a Jim Crow era where black people were being openly lynched. So when we talk about help or hurt, compared to what?
Yeah, well, I guess one comparison could that should also be considered. I mean, we didn't have child labor laws until I think the late 1930s, I believe, until like 1939. So there were still a lot of children that were working in factories, breaking coal. I mean, but millions and millions of them. I mean, and I just wonder, well, and a lot of them were white and a lot of them were black. I mean, is there any movement for reparations for that? I mean, I don't know. I mean, it seems like every group could make some argument, and that's what I fear, is that each group will then get in line and make some kind of argument that's unwarranted.
What other group was forced into slavery, forced to sell their children, and forced into a Jim Crow system in America? What other group was subjected to that?
Well, obviously none. I mean, none that I or anyone else would seem to suggest. But I just wonder. I just think that what will happen possibly is that some people will say, well, we built this country too, and they'll make that argument, and then I just don't know what the what the 98-page form is going to look like to be eligible. You know what I mean?
Because most of these other groups are immigrants. They can't claim to build a country that they immigrated to. Foundational Black Americans, we're the only non-immigrant group. We didn't immigrate anywhere. We didn't immigrate here. We didn't come to a country that was already developed. We built the country from scratch. No other group can claim that at all. So that makes us completely different. This is why our claim is unique. That makes sense?
Oh, that's definitely obviously unique. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, thanks for having the panel. It's interesting discussion.
Thank you so much, Mr. John. That's Mr. John V. All right. You guys, again, you can get the book Foundation of Black American Race Beta. Boy, it's a lot of folks in here on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. There's a lot of Black folks in here and a lot of people in here today. A lot of folks in here. Let me see who else. Let's get a couple of more people in here. Let me get a couple of more people in here to speak on the topic. We're having a very good discussion. See, this is how we should have discussions. We should talk about things in a very calm and logical way. We'll get a couple of trolls coming in trying to divert the energy. Shout out to B1 San Diego. That's my partner right there. Shout out to B1. Y'all need to follow B1 San Diego. Let me see. Raise your hand if you want to get on. Raise your hand if you want to speak on it. Raise your hand, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to speak on it, raise your hand. If you want to speak, raise your hand. Let me see some of the people in here. Okay, let me see. Where you at, folks? Where you at? If you want to speak, raise your hand. Okay, let me get Brother Edward in here. I get Edward in here. All right, Edward, let me get you in here. Edward, speak on it. Turn your microphone on. What's up, Sinclair? I see you, brother. Turn your mic on, Edward. Edward, turn your mic on. This brother has a T-Mobile sidekick. Brother, there you go. Edward, turn your speaker on, brother. Edward, I don't know how you were able to download the Twitter app on a T-Mobile sidekick, brother. And he doesn't know how to turn his speaker on. Edward, come on, bro. This brother trying to, he had to get off. Edward, listen, y'all better have your technology game in order. All right, don't request, and then you don't know how to turn your speaker on. All right? Do not make a request, and you don't know how to turn your speaker on. Let's get Azeglio. All right, let's get Azeglio on here. All right, Mr. Azeglio, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you, Tariq?
I'm good. Where you? Are you in America? What city? What country are you from?
I'm American. I live in the Northeast.
Okay, that name Azeglio, is that Italian, Greek? What is that name?
Yeah, Azeglio. It's Italian.
Oh, okay. So what's on your mind? What do you think about the topic?
Well, all right. When I just came into this maybe like 5 or 6 speakers ago, and there was a guy that you were engaging with, and you were really emphasizing the point of census and how that kind of ties into your whole idea here.
Right.
So I mean, I'll tell you about myself. I'm a blue collar guy. My family didn't get to America until like 1915. Like this, like we don't appear on any censuses before that. So I guess my question is like, I haven't really received any generational handouts or wealth. Nothing's been streamlined for me, or made more available or cheaper because I'm white. I guess I just don't understand like why I would be on the hook for reparations. And
great question. When your family came over here from Italy, they may have had 5 cents or a quarter in their pocket, which I always hear the narrative. My family came over with 25 cents, but let me tell you something. They came over with $1 million worth of whiteness. They came over here to this country because they knew and they heard that whiteness means something and whiteness had something of value. And they came over here to a country that was built by my family for absolutely free. And your ancestors got that generational wealth and it was locked into white society. So it was a major come up for them. Don't matter how much money they had in their pocket, they came over here and they got benefits and goodies based on being white. White supremacy is a affirmative action program within itself. It's based on goodies, tangible set-asides, and privileges based on being born white or classified as white. And when your family came over here from Italy, they were also able to set up shop legitimately, and they were also able to set up an underground economy with the mafia, and their whiteness protected them from a lot of prosecution within the mafia. They were able to have an organized crime syndicate all over this country, and the federal government looked the other way. That was based on their whiteness. Black people couldn't do anything like that. So their whiteness benefited them on every single level. That's why they're on the hook, because they benefited from coming over to the country that Foundation of Black Americans built for absolutely free.
But Tariq, you're holding me accountable for a network and a whole network of like wealth and interpersonal connections that I have not benefited from that at all. My parents didn't benefit from that at all. None of us are in the mafia or were in the mafia. I mean, historically, Italians,
I said above ground and I said underground, so I didn't mention just
Italians even in Massachusetts, where I live, like they were pretty much forced into small enclaves. They weren't treated like just regular white people. They were looked at as just like subhuman monkeys for a long time, especially for a lot of the period that you're talking about.
And so that's why the mafia, and that's why they had the mafia get started. They had the underground economy because they were marginalized. Because they
every race had some kind of organized crime within it. That doesn't mean that I benefited from that at all, like in any material sense.
I didn't say that.
That's your whole implication. Then why did you bring it up?
I brought up did you hear me say the legitimate society of Italian society and the underground. I brought up both. You just focused on the mafia side so you can frame a narrative. Even the non-mafia people, I didn't say all Italian people were part of organized crime. Let's not run with a fake narrative. Even the legitimate businesses, they benefited. Even legitimate Italian society benefited from whiteness, and that whiteness passes down to you. All the secondary gains and benefits, it passes down to you to this day. You get the privileges and benefits of being white. So you do benefit from it, sir.
Yeah, I just have a hard time seeing that. That's like, well, we can move on from that. I just have one other thing I wanted to ask you about.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess another thing that you had mentioned was, okay, so pertaining to the legitimate side of things. If you see that, like, the bureaucracy of, and look, man, like I'm a libertarian. Like I'm against like all the government interference with all this shit over the years. But if you're able to very rightly point a finger at the massive bureaucracy that we live under for causing a lot of problems, why would more bureaucracy fix your problem? Like you're suggesting that you're going to create some sort of bureaucracy that, I don't know, taxes Americans and then redistributes that money to the people that you've chosen through your own, the program you've described. Like, what assurance have you, like, historically, just looking at how every government program has worked out so far, why on earth would that work? Nothing works in this country. And I mean, you got to understand that by this point, right, Tariq? Like, why would a reparations bureau work for you? Like, how can you think that with any level of confidence?
Because white supremacy works. White supremacy works like a charm. That's why they maintain it. White supremacy works on every single level, and white supremacy is a reparation system for people classified as white, and it works like a charm. You get benefits and privileges based on whiteness, and it works. That's why they keep trying to
Tariq,
maintain that system.
Tariq, that's so untrue, man.
How is it?
Honestly,
Okay, prove that.
I don't know a single white person that has received anything because they were white. That, like, listen, I'm like, all
really,
right, for example,
really,
I'm a licensed master electrician. Okay,
really,
I did not go into the state board of examiners and just say, hey, I'm a white guy, I'm here to get my electrician license, and they were like, oh yeah, here you go, man. No, it took years and years of working my balls off for that. All I've had is my work ethic the whole time. Same with my father. He didn't receive anything.
So
he
you
worked
went
his ass off.
So where did you learn that? Where did you learn that?
To work hard?
No. Where did you get your degree? You had to go to some school, right?
Yeah, I went to a trade school.
Okay, now you do understand that there were trade schools and schools all around this country that black people were not allowed to go to based on their race, right?
Did I have anything to do with that?
I don't matter, but you benefited from it.
No, I didn't benefit.
Yes, you
from
did.
That.
Anybody who's white,
how on earth did I benefit?
You
from
benefit
that?
from you benefit from being able to go to schools.
Tariq,
historically.
there are black guys in the class with me.
Dude, you have benefited from being able to go to schools historically that black people were not allowed to go to.
Historically, yeah, just because I've only lived 30 years. How are you holding me accountable for something that happened 100 years ago?
Dude, you benefited from what happened 100 years ago. You still benefit from it. Because of the secondary gains that was passed down.
I already told you I didn't receive any secondary gains.
Yes, you did, based on whiteness. Of course you did.
in my bank account like 5 years ago, dude.
Dude, don't matter. But you got $1 million. You have $1 million worth of whiteness now. You $3.
I'm yet to receive that check, Tariq.
No. Yo, that whiteness is a check. We saw that with Kyle Rittenhouse. The Kyle Rittenhouse trial was showing you how he got $1 million worth of legal help based on his whiteness.
Was that the kid that defended himself against somebody?
There you go. Yeah. So that right
that
there. That right there is how you benefit. You get benefits, privileges based on whiteness, and y'all get on code.
That's called due process with the jury.
That's called I'm white and I say so, which is a benefit from white supremacy, sir. That's the I'm white and I say so factor. You get to do that based on whiteness. That's a benefit. See?
Going to court?
No,
but everybody gets to go to court.
Name a black person to go in court and have a judge act as a defense attorney for them on the bench. Name one case where that happened.
I don't really pay attention to that stuff.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. All right. Thank you. So yeah, when you ask them to show a situation where a black person is getting the same benefit, well, I don't really watch trials like that. Thank you. All right. There you go. There it is. See, that's your benefit right there. You're sitting up caping for Kyle Rittenhouse. That's your benefit right there. Kyle Rittenhouse got $1 million worth of legal assistance on live television, and this caller was right there in agreement with it. That's called white supremacy. and white privilege and white benefit. That man had millions of dollars worth of legal assistance on live television. And this guy was cool in the game with that because he wants the same thing too. He understands that whiteness will afford you that. See, black folks, don't let these folks fool you with all that. I only got $3, dude. I only have $40, bro. Don't know. You got $1 million worth of whiteness. Let's be very clear. And they know the value of that in a system of white supremacy. Y'all better get my book, Foundational Black American Race Beta. Y'all better get that book. It's a very, very good book. Y'all go to Amazon and get that book right now. Go to Amazon right now and get that book. Let me get out here and get on the roller scooter with my family. All right. I'm about to go out here and rollerblade with my kids right now. But I hope everybody has a great Saturday afternoon. And I hope this was a great learning session today. I try to make it constructive so that we can all learn. All right. But everybody have a great afternoon and go get the book right now on Amazon, Foundational Black American Race Beta. Y'all have a great afternoon. I am Tariq Nasheed, ladies and gentlemen, and we are going to chop up some good game on tonight's Twitter space, waiting on everybody to come on in. Everybody give the space a retweet. That'd be nice. If you can do that, that would be great. Retweet the space. Let everybody know we're live. Let everybody know we're live, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. So I won't be on too long. I always say that, and I end up here for 2 hours, but I'm not going to try to do that tonight. I'm going to try to get to the point. If you guys can hear me, let me see a black fist or a black hand. If you can hear me, good. If you can hear me and everything is clear, let me see a black hand, ladies and gentlemen. And then I'll know I'm doing good. All right. So listen, this is what we're going to talk about. Then I'll take some calls from people because there's going to be some, there's going to be a few tether calls. You know how that goes. But nonetheless, as you know, we got a big reparations movement going on right now. The reparations movement is very heavy. It's very serious. It's not going anywhere. All right. We have not had a reparations movement going this strong for decades. I mean, it's been a long time since we've had this momentum where we are making the politicians discuss reparations. They're not going to be in a position to use the benign neglect policy, meaning they just will sit here and ignore us and then blend us in with everybody. See, we're not going for that. That's why us acknowledging our foundational Black American culture, that has shaken the apple cart, ladies and gentlemen. They were not ready for that. That was something that we should have been doing a long time ago. Because now that we've designated and we've made an understanding of who we are as far as our lineage, enough of us are doing that. They don't really have no other plans because the name of the game was to keep us on this kumbaya. We are the world. We are a minority coalition, and we were supposed to be the only ones upholding this bogus coalition that doesn't exist, while everybody else leeches off of the coalition and we get nothing out of it. We flipped on everybody and we said we're not going to join or participate in anything unless we as foundational Black Americans get something out of it. We're going to have to get something tangible. We're not doing symbolic gestures. We got to get some tangibles out the game here. So now a lot of people are running around whining and crying because we've gotten on code, which we should have been on code a while ago. They've done some market research and they see the numbers are real. They see that we're not running out here about to support any of these Democrats or Republicans. We already don't support Republicans in large numbers, but they're doing market research and they see we're not supporting the Democrats. And they have measures now where they're trying to push a bill where they're going to punish people for not voting. Have y'all seen that? We've circulated that on social media. They're talking about putting together a bill fining people, giving people a fine if they do not vote. These are desperate Hail Mary plays, ladies and gentlemen. But I want to point to something in particular. Out there in Arizona, you have some of these politicians, these left-wing politicians. They're running around here talking about reparations, how they're making a pledge to support reparations for Black people. Black people have been done wrong, and we're going to make a pledge. And they got like some little reparations coalition out there. And I don't think there is one foundational Black American on it. Not one. Out there in Arizona, none of those politicians, from what I see, are foundational Black American. They have a couple of Black ones, and they're Nigerian and Caribbean. And they're talking about, yeah, we make a pledge to support reparations. We got to watch the trick language because they're not talking about numbers. Let's be clear. And I want to talk about these fake reparations bills and measures that's being circulated now, because what happens is people come out here talking about, yeah, we support reparations. Oh yeah, we're all for it. Just vote for us and we're gonna keep supporting reparations. No. You guys are already elected. So how about some money right now? And I want Black folks to understand the game. Don't go for the trick bag. These people, many of them are already in office. We're not going to play that game where we keep supporting you and you're going to dangle the reparations in our faces. No. Get to throwing that money now. There's enough Democrats in office. All of you people talking about you support reparations, get to supporting it by paying them out. Let's see that paper. Reparations is not going to be this endless carrot that they continue to dangle. Start cutting them checks right now, especially in Arizona. Again, I was in Arizona recently. Do y'all know all the things they give to the Native American tribes out there in Arizona? They got acres upon acres of land, casinos, schools, businesses. They don't pay taxes. Got their own police, got their own hospitals and schools. Man, they got just a smorgasbord of goodies. They give tangibles to them. They're not sitting up here talking about, yeah, we support you. No. They cut checks. Y'all cut them checks to foundational Black Americans. And another thing, too, I notice whenever we talk about reparations on some of these spaces, there's a lot of Black folks who start acting scared of money. Have y'all noticed that on some of these spaces when we start talking about reparations? Because now we're making some serious strides here. We're making politicians, they're forced to address reparations. And these are power moves. And I think this scares a lot of Black folks, usually older Black folks, because we start doing these spaces and then we hear them call up, well, we get some reparations. It shouldn't be about no cash, that fiat money. Oh, Lord, no, Lord. That cash money ain't gonna be worth nothing in a few years. Now that's fiat money right there. What we need, we need to let white folks know how tormented we are as far as our spirit and all of that silly nonsense. Negroes get scared. Let's be real. There's a lot of scared Negroes out here, and we need y'all to sit down and not get in the mix. Scared Negro time is over, and truth and reconciliation time is over. A lot of Black folks want to sit around here and not get no money, but sit here and get pats on the head from white people. I'm not interested. Y'all go sit in the goofy corner, as my brother Nipsey used to say. No, I'm not trying to sit here and explain to white people how badly I've been aggrieved, and they know they did it. So look, no more tears. It's time to get the paper going. Ain't no emotions in this. This is all about logic and paper. When we have meetings, when we have these discussions publicly, Black people, please stop with the emotions. Stop with, I don't want us sitting here explaining how bad we've been. They know how bad we've been mistreated. Black folks want to sit here and cry to the white people. No. Y'all start cutting these checks. See, when you wipe them tears up and you start talking logically, that's when you can get some stuff done. Because all of that whining and crying, the white folks know, oh, he just wants a hug. Oh, we don't have to give him nothing. All this Negro wants is me to give him a pat on the head and acknowledge him and give him a nice, good old mayonnaise hug. And usually that's the case. If you go to these protests out here, when you see these protests, people are protesting the death of a black person, and you got these goofball Negroes out here twerking and all that, you see the white people show up hugging and dancing right with them. And that just warms these Negroes' hearts just to have the white people come out and dance with them and hug on them and sing with them. And then they go back to their segregated neighborhood or suburb, and you go back to the projects with mayonnaise smell on your clothes. All right. Now let me get some folks in here. Let me get the family to chime in here. We got quite a few people in here. All right. Y'all raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get on here and chop it up with Mr. Tariq Nasheed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get Abdul in here. Let's get Abdul in here. All right. Abdul, hop on in here. Abdul. Let me turn my phone up just in case I can't hear Abdul. Abdul. And then we got a white supremacist in here, FBA Becky. This is a white supremacist troll. I would like to hear, it must be a white man probably. FBA Becky, hop on FBA Becky. It's probably a white supremacist dude. FBA Becky, turn your microphone on. FBA Becky, you trying to do this? What's happening? FBA Becky, turn your microphone on, FBA Becky, please. If you're going to stand on it, stand all the way on it. Commit to the trolling. Turn your microphone on, FBA Becky. All right, you're throwing your little white hands up, but you're not trying to speak. Don't be scared to speak. If you make a profile like that, you better stand 10 toes down on it. All right? You're using the N-word all in your thing. Come on, get on here now and use all that. All right, let's get, who is this? Dude, I don't even know what your name is. What's up, bro?
Hey, Tariq. I'm curious.
Oh, slow down. I'm curious for you to slow down. And what's your name, man?
John.
John, you're a white man from where?
No, I'm not white, but
what are you? What are you?
It's Hispanic.
Hispanic. Okay, that's white, man.
All right, but I'm just curious in terms of reparations.
Okay, Hispanic from where?
Let me just finish my questions real quick.
Hold
I'm just curious, like, what would your number be?
Hold on. I just want to establish who I'm speaking with, sir. You're Hispanic from where?
Texas.
Hispanic from where? Texas is not Spanish. Hispanic from where?
Oh, Spain. Well, yeah.
You're from Spain?
Yeah.
No, you're not from Spain.
Okay.
Where are you from? Stop being ashamed of where you're from. Are you from Mexico?
Spain.
Are you from Mexico?
No, I'm not.
Where are you from?
Spain.
You're not from Spain. Why are you ashamed? First of all, because I don't really want nobody asking me a question and you're too ashamed to specify where you're from. Now, why are you ashamed of where you're from, sir?
Tariq, I don't know how to prove this to you.
You're not from Spain. Spanish people don't really have to immigrate here. Where are you from?
So, Tariq, my question is...
And you don't have a Spanish accent, okay? Because you're already acting in bad faith, sir.
I'm just curious. What would the number be? There's a lot.
I'm just curious why you.
There's a lot of people analyzing. It should be like 1 million. It should be as little as 10,000. I'm just curious.
The fact that you're immigrated over here from some third world country that you're ashamed of, it doesn't matter what the numbers are. You shouldn't question me. You're not at liberty to question a foundational Black American about the numbers. Just be happy you're over here and we built a country for you, sir. You feel me? All right, get out of here. You don't get to question me and you're too ashamed to talk about where you're from. No. You don't ask me nothing about the money that we are supposed to get as foundational Black Americans. I'm not crunching numbers with a damn tether who's ashamed of where he had to flee from and up here lying about he's from Spain. You're not from Spain. You don't have a Spanish accent, and Spanish people generally don't immigrate here. Let's try some other people. FBA Becky, are you still just sitting here watching from the outside, or you want to participate? FBA Becky, turn your microphone on. You're not going to turn your microphone on, FBA Becky? All right. Well, FBA Becky, I'm going to have to get you up out of here. You got 5 seconds to turn your microphone on, and I'm just going to kick you out the room. Let's try it now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Now we're going to get your little wet dog smelling self up out of here. And as a matter of fact, I'm just going to remove you altogether. I'm going to block and remove you so you can't participate. So you're just going to have to be in that trailer park all alone, left to your own smells. All right, let's get Arthur in here. Arthur in here. Arthur, let's get in here, man. Arthur?
Hello?
Okay, what's going on, Mrs. Arthur? What's your name, ma'am?
Lisa.
Lisa. Okay, Lisa, where you from?
Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay, you're a white woman. You sound very young. How old are you?
I'm 22. I'm not white.
Okay, what are you, ma'am?
I'm Black.
Really?
Yeah.
You're Black. What part of Pennsylvania are you from?
Philly.
You're from Philly? Ma'am, you are not from Philadelphia. And you're...
Well, I'm not here now, but I'm in New York now.
Ma'am, that's not a Philly accent that you have, ma'am.
I was born in Philly, and now I live in New York.
You have neither a Philly or a New York accent, and you say you're Black?
Yes, I'm Black.
Okay, let me ask you this. What type of seasoning do you put on baked chicken?
Like salt and pepper.
You are.
And
what else?
Sometimes onion powder, garlic
You white
powder.
as hell. You are white as
No, I'm not.
You are white as hell if you don't stop.
No, I'm Black. I'm sorry.
Who raised you? Were you raised? Who raised you?
My mom. She's Black.
Your mom is Black. What's your dad?
He's a white Hispanic.
Oh, okay. So your mother's a bed wench. I knew something was going on. Somebody wasn't raising you right. Okay. All right. So what's on your mind? What's on your mind, ma'am?
Wait, does it have to be like the actual topic?
No.
Or
you can, ma'am. You can ask anything, ma'am.
I wanted to talk about a recent case that I heard about. It's not recent, but I heard recent news about it. It's about Daniel Holtzclaw.
It's about who?
That cop.
Daniel Holtzclaw. The one who was raping Black women.
Yeah.
Yes. What about him?
I actually did some recent research on it, and I actually think he may be innocent. Because of the DNA, it was advertised as being a vaginal DNA, but they never actually did.
He's not innocent,
DNA.
man. Several people accused that man of rape. And they found one woman that they said she recanted, and now they're trying to build a case around that. All of those people didn't get together and lie on that dude. There were other women that he raped that he wasn't even convicted for. These were just a few women that he raped that he was convicted for, ma'am. So you think that man is any way remotely innocent?
Yeah, I don't think it happened the way the media portrayed it. I think it was this cop who's just trying to get sex from them and was making fake promises about getting their warrants off.
That's
And I say that,
that's
and I
rape,
say,
ma'am. That's rape.
and I say that because of one of the victims told their mom that she met a hot cop, and it was like a 911 call that mentioned this. And
ma'am, are you trying to justify this man sexually assaulting all of those black women?
I don't think he did.
Okay. So all of those black women were lying.
No, I think the detective work was really sloppy, and they didn't collect the DNA evidence the way that they should have.
So that would mean all of those women are lying, right?
No, I think the detectives coerced them to doing that for money.
So the detectives made them lie.
Yeah.
Why would they do that? Why would they break the blue wall of silence?
I think he was a white sacrifice. And I think he was doing something that he shouldn't have been doing. I think he was slumming with these women. I think he was making fake promises like, oh, I'll take your warrants off if you do something for me. But the media is making it seem like he was threatening them, like he was stalking them and threatening them.
That's called rape, ma'am. That's still rape.
Oh.
That's rape. That's rape. That's rape.
Okay. I mean, I disagree, but I do think 200 years
and you
is hard.
you are clearly not a black woman. If you're sitting here justifying this man raping black women, you are clearly not a black woman.
He did rape them. I don't think he did.
And ma'am, you're operating in bad faith, ma'am. Why did you have to lie about your nationality?
I didn't lie. I am black.
No, you're not. A black woman wouldn't sit here and justify other black women getting raped, no matter how much of a bedwench or a mammy she was.
I'm not a bedwench.
No, you're a white woman. You're a white woman.
No, I'm not.
And you sound like a suspected white supremacist, ma'am.
No, I'm not. I swear to God, I'm not.
Ma'am, you're not a black woman at all.
Yes, I am. And I think I'm FBA on my mom's side, on my grandfather's side.
No,
yes,
you're not.
I am.
No, you're not, ma'am. You are a white Hispanic. You're not FBA.
No, I'm not.
Sitting here yes, ma'am, go make you a nice mayonnaise sandwich and enjoy your night, ma'am. Get off my phone. Get your ass off my phone. You're not going to sit here justifying the rape of black women. You damn degenerate. All right, let's get some other people on here. Sick bastards. Okay. Who is these people? Let's get Kang. Who is Kang here? Some Italian dude. All right. What's up, Kang?
Yo, what's up?
What's up with this? Is this the white boy who tries to sound black?
Nah. I'm a foundational Italian American.
You're foundational Italian?
Yeah.
There's no such thing as a foundational Italian American.
Well, there's no such thing as foundational black Americans, but
the hell it
I don't
ain't.
burst your bubble, you know.
Because no, there's no bubble to bust. I'm not an immigrant like you, sir. I didn't flee. You did.
What country did I flee?
Italy.
But I was born here.
But your family fled.
No, they built America.
Oh, man, they couldn't even build a pizza shop, sir. They fled and they came here. They didn't build anything, sir.
So what'd you build?
I built a place so you can come over here and eat ravioli and smell like wet dogs, sir. That's what I
think
built.
Okay, that was good. I think you built Popeyes, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Sir, first of all, Popeyes is delicious. Let's be very clear.
Bro. There's a lot of fat in it.
Popeyes
delicious. Disgusting. I don't know why you niggers like it.
Popeye is delicious, sir. And you know what else like niggas? Your Italian women. They like nigga penis all up in them, sir. That's why you're mad.
Why am I mad? I'm pretty calm.
Yes, no, you're not. You're very mad, sir. You're passive aggressive.
You're like a black Steve from my.
Oh, sir, stop it. You're mad because brothers be digging up in them thick Italian women and y'all hate it, don't you?
I can smell the pussy coming from you, bro.
Sir, that's from your granddad. That's from your granddad, Mr. Pasquale. He smelled like Badussi and spaghetti sauce. Okay.
Listen, I know you're mad at me. I used
Sir, come on. You better come with some better trolling than that. Come on now. Come on, Chef Moist RD. Come on, buddy. You better do better.
listen, bro. I'm just trying to like cleanse myself, you know. Like I used
Okay, okay, sir. You white supremacists are boring. Get new material. All right, let's get some more people in here. Okay, because if you're gonna troll, at least be creative. I'm not trying to hear weak goofball trolling. All right, you white supremacists are so weak. You fail at even trolling. Like, damn. You guys, no wonder you need a system of welfare, which is white supremacy, to support you. You fail at everything on an individual basis. Lord. All right, let's get Dante. We got another person here with some foreign flags. Dante, hop in here.
Hi Tariq, how you been?
What's up, man? Hey, you been on here before, Dante?
Yeah, of course. I just wanted to say, I think your Twitter feed has gone significantly more enjoyable, and I think you and I probably agree on more than I initially thought. So no, I just wanted to say, like, even though we definitely differ in a lot of ways, I've just been following you, and I think there's a lot of issues you call out that are, yeah, I think we'd find common ground. I'm trying to look for them, but just wanted to say.
There you go, Dante. I don't even remember who Dante is, to be honest, so I'm not going to even front. I don't remember who he is. I kind of think I talked to him before, but whatever. All right, Dante. Hedgley. Let's get Hedgley on here.
Tariq, I love your content.
What's up, Hedgley? Where you from, brother? Hedgley? Oh, he bounced. Okay. I guess that Uber call came in real quickly, so he had to go. All right, let's get Jalil, Jai, whatever your name is. I can't pronounce your name.
What's good, man?
But you
What's
gotta.
good, bro?
What's up? What's up, brother? What's your name, sir?
Jai.
Jai, where you from, Jai?
I'm from Texas.
You from Texas?
Yeah, I'm from Texas.
All right, what's on your mind, Jai?
Just reading the title. I agree with what you're saying. We need to watch out for those phony reparation bills.
No doubt. All right. Thank you so much, Jai. All right, let's get come on, we got a lot of folks in here. Let's get Marlo in here. Marlo, let's get Marlo to chop it up. Marlo, hop in, ma'am. Hop on, Marlo.
Peace and love, Flex. I just want to be brief and talking what the author chick was talking about. It's kind of disgusting. I saw on my Twitter feed that people were making clubhouses about black women's womb should be going to trans women. That was highly sick. I just want to say, sisters, like y'all need to. I need to say y'all, but it's not indicative to everybody. But y'all need to have close relationships to black men, because that's like just the fact that they having clubhouses about that was just so highly like disturbing to me. Just in all like forefronts. That's all I wanted to say, Flex. I don't want to take much of your time.
No doubt, man. Much respect, family. Much respect. All right, y'all throw some hands up. Let me know if you're in here. We chopping it up. Who is this racist incel? Okay. All right, we have a racist incel in here. That's his name, racist incel. So speak up on it, racist incel. Racist incel, turn your microphone on.
Hi.
What's going on, man?
I actually wanted to ask you something.
Okay, but before we do that, let's establish who you are, sir. Where are you from?
Nepal.
Nepal?
Yeah.
Okay, are you still there now, or are you in the United States?
I'm in Nepal.
Nepal, and that's India, right?
No, it's a different state.
Where's Nepal? Where's that?
It's on the northeastern side of India.
Okay. All right, so what's on your mind?
I wanted to ask you, what do you think about Israel?
I don't really think about it. I have so many issues here. Israel is kind of the last thing on my mind, to be honest.
Really? What do you think about like influence of Jewish politicians, like in the American race divide? Do you think that Black people in America are somehow, oppressed by the banking system in America, which mostly Jews perpetrate?
Well, the police stations are not run by Israel, and police agencies around America are loaded with white supremacists. Do you think Israel has something to do with that?
I think that there was like a period of time where the police in America was militarized. I think it was because of the war that the United States partook in. I think that Jews caused those wars.
Okay. So, did Israel cause your country to be colonized by Britain at one point?
No, Nepal was never colonized. That was just India.
Okay. But you do understand that the Western powers still control your economy all over in that area right now. You do understand that, right?
Yeah, I mean, banking systems from America controlled by Jewish people control basically the entire world, right?
Hmm. But there are Jewish people from Ethiopia who's going over to Israel now, and they're complaining about racism. So, what do they control? How come they're not controlling anything? They don't control nothing.
Well, I don't really think like you can verify their claims.
You can't verify their claims because there are several lawsuits claiming that systematic white supremacy is happening to Black Jewish people in Israel. There are several news reports, there are several lawsuits. Are those people lying, sir?
I actually agree to that. I don't think that Ashkenazi Jews consider African Jews to be legitimate Jews. I think that they have a certain core, ethnic demographic profile that they're trying to protect, and they're trying to exclude Africans from that.
Oh, so it's more racism.
No, it is racism. It's racism by Ashkenazi Jews to non-Ashkenazi Jews.
Okay, so what's the difference between the non and the legitimate Ashkenazi Jews?
Well, the Ashkenazi Jews, I guess, that like think that the African Jews aren't like legitimate or something. They think that they're the real ones, they're God's chosen people, and they're the real ones controlling like the banks, they're controlling the media, everything, government, and the African ones don't really have that much power.
Oh, so we're running right back into white supremacy. So the problem,
It's actually Jewish supremacy.
okay, no, because you just verified that the Black Jews are completely powerless. So that means it's not a religious thing based on
It's
your
both a
own.
religious and an ethnic thing.
No, sir, you just verified it's not a religious thing because if it was based on religion, the Black Jews would still be as powerful as these other white Jews you're talking about. And you just acknowledged that they're not. So that means it is not about religion, it's about
It is
race.
about race, but the Ashkenazi Jews aren't actually white, right? I mean, they're kind of related to Europeans. They don't
Okay.
come under like
Okay.
traditional classifications of the Aryan race.
Okay. So if there were, how could I recognize a Jewish white person from an Anglo white person? What's the difference physically? How would I recognize that if I saw either one?
Well, Jewish is a religious classification, but like it's also a racial classification, right? There's a
Okay,
lot
if
of
it's
people.
racial classification, how do I differentiate between a white Jewish person and a white Anglo person?
Well, I guess like there's a lot of white people, like Aryan people, like how they're classified, who converted to Judaism. But most Jews, I guess, are like racially Jewish, like they have certain Jewish surnames, they have
I'm going
certain physical
again.
features.
I'm asking you again. If I saw them, how would I know the difference if I saw a group of them standing next to a group of Anglos? How would I, or
It's a
you
good
as a
question.
non-white person, how would we know?
Well, I've been always a fan of the feature of the nose. I think the nose is a good tell. If
The
they have
no.
like a weird pointy nose that bankers have, they're usually Jewish.
Okay, Sarah Michelle Gellar is an actress who's Jewish. She doesn't have a pointy nose, so that won't work.
Is she like pure Jewish?
I don't know how much. Is there levels to the Jewishness, sir? I don't know. I'm learning something.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm learning to. I think there's like, I guess she can have certain non-Jewish admixtures, but the purest of the pure Jews, the most kosher Jews with the most shekels, generally tend to have a very cartoonish nose.
Oh, okay. So we have to look for people with big noses.
Exactly. The Germans did that earlier in the 1940s, I believe.
Okay, but I know big nose East Indians. So do they have some Jewish in them that we don't know about? Is based on
No,
your
I
life.
think it's like, I mean, some people who are not Jewish can have it as well, but if they look, kind of like Middle Eastern with the nose and all, if they have like weird hair and a hat, they're definitely Jewish.
A weird hat.
Yeah, you can ask Ben Shapiro about that.
Okay. Okay. So if we're dealing with people based on religion, why did so many Jewish people get killed if they are in a supreme position over the white people?
Get killed? How?
In the Holocaust, sir, there was a Holocaust against Jewish people. If they were supreme over the white people, why did so many of them get killed?
Well, that's an interesting question. The Holocaust, right? I mean, it was, see, World War II lasted like what, 6 years?
Why?
And if you calculate how many ovens there were, if you calculate, like how many people the Nazis could have, exterminated.
Okay, let's try it again. Come on, because your trolling is getting boring. Come on, man. You got to be interesting with your trolling. Don't just babble. So, if they were supreme, why did so many of them get killed, sir?
Well, I don't think it's mathematically possible that the ones, like 6 million of them got killed.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that the Holocaust was a hoax?
Yeah, I mean, it's to establish a sort of, supremacy of guilt over other oppressed people like Africans and Indians.
Got it. Okay, okay. So you're basically East Indian. Your
No, no,
family.
I'm South. I'm South. I'm like the Indian kind. My ethnicity is Metal
Right,
Brahmin. I'm
right, right.
not really like the Chinky
Got
kind.
it. Got it. But Gandhi. So are you a supporter of Gandhi?
I support some of his theory.
Okay. So do you agree with some of the rhetoric over there about black people? Do you think that black people are genetically inferior, sir?
No, I think they're genetically superior in some ways.
How so?
Well, on a physical level, I think they have a lot of testosterone. You see a lot of these runners like Usain Bolt. I think it's genetics that plays, a huge hand. Like, I don't think any one of any other ethnicity can run as fast as Usain Bolt.
Okay, okay, we're talking about mental capacity. Do you think, because you're a smart guy, do you think your people over there in Nepal, India, you think they are mentally superior to black people?
Not, I mean, I guess it depends on the caste, right? I mean, I'm a Brahmin, I have a good IQ. I don't think I have the same IQ as, let's say, someone from Africa, but I think the lines of socioeconomic class kind of get blurred. I don't think how I'd match up with like an educated black man like you.
So, who would you match up with as far as your genetic superiority?
I don't think I have genetic superiority. I'm just like kind of smart. I'm not Ted Kaczynski smart. I'm just like, just surface level smart. I'm
Mhm.
just like regular good IQ 120 whatever. That's
Right.
all. That's as far as the genetics goes.
Got it. Got it. And it's very interesting. And I'm letting you talk for a reason because I want my black folks here to listen to this minority coalition because you're using a lot of talking points from the white supremacists over at 4chan and Stormfront. Every talking point you're using, you're kind of mixing it with trolling, but that's to mask your real identity. And you have a lot of the views that the white supremacists have, which is very interesting. And I want black folks to understand this so that we'll understand that there is no minority coalition black people. See, there's a reason some of y'all are like, why are y'all letting this dude talk? I want y'all to understand this is your minority coalition. He's not just trolling. This guy sits up here and he believes a lot of these white supremacist talking points. This is why we don't have a people of color coalition. We don't have a minority coalition with these people. This guy on the phone is probably 10 shades darker than me, and he sounds like Richard Spencer. Do you understand foundational Black American family? We don't have no coalition with these folks. I just want y'all to hear it, and I'm not going to yell at him or berate the guy. You know, that's what he believes. These are his crazy views, and this guy identifies with the people that has oppressed his homeland. You understand? So us sitting up here trying to help all of the oppressed people, some of these people we can't do nothing with. We can't do a damn thing with them. Psychologically, they have been turned out. They're done for, man. We can't do nothing. What coalition are we going to build with this guy? Remember, this guy's from the same part of town Kamala Harris is from. This guy's Brahmin. Kamala Harris's family is Brahmin, all right? I want y'all to understand that the vice president that some of you butter biscuit eating Sambos was sitting up here ski-weeing about when she got in office, this is where she's from. You want to know why she sat up here talking about what she ain't gonna damn do for black people? This is why right there. That's why right there, ladies and gentlemen. All right. This real, okay, I think, okay, speaking of Richard Spencer, this is the real Richard Spencer here. All right. I talked this guy up.
Hi, Mr. Nasheed. How are you
Hello,
doing?
Mr. Richard. How are you, sir? How you doing? Long time no hear.
Well, have we ever spoken before?
Yes, Richard. We've spoken before. You've been on one of my broadcasts. If this is the real
This
Richard
is the real
Spencer,
Richard, yes, 100%.
Yes, remember, we had a brief debate on one of my live streams a couple of years ago.
Oh, okay. What were we talking about then?
What were we talking about? You ran off the phone kind of quickly.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I don't know what we were talking about, but it's online. You can find it online.
Okay.
Now what's going on with you? They've had you in hiding. Where have you been?
Well, I mean, I've kind of went against the Trump 2020 election mainly. I don't think I'm in hiding. I'm just kind of doing my own thing and focusing on some other stuff at the moment. Focusing on more intellectual stuff. I think the alt-right movement was pretty intellectually bankrupt, and I just want to be involved in things that are exciting and challenging to me, and just tweeting about Trump and stuff just bores me to tears. So I'm just focusing on other stuff. But I think that probably, I mean, it definitely is going to mean that I'm not in the spotlight, but that's good in a way. But I've been enjoying the conversation, actually. I just popped in kind of on a whim. It's late over here, but it's a very real conversation.
Right. Now, how do you feel about reparations, Richard? I mean, you are the one who really helped start the alt-right movement. I'm like, you could also be solely responsible for the alt-right movement. How do you feel about reparations for foundational Black Americans?
I think it's a good idea, and I understand where you're coming from.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the rhetoric against reparations is, I can agree with it here and there. It's and so on, but I mean, I understand that I mean, you could call it a crime, you could call it a trauma. It took place.
Mm-hmm.
And there is, it's hard to put a monetary value on something like that, but it can be done, and it just has to be done specifically. I think it's very difficult now with immigration, and including African immigration. It would be difficult to kind of, if to say, are we just giving you money because you have a darker skin color, or is this a real thing that is about people
That's why
who?
we were making it lineage based.
Yeah.
We're making it based on people who were aggrieved here during slavery in America, people who were owed the 40 acres and a mule.
Right.
Yeah, so we made it very specific.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I kind of I like the idea of I don't know, it's paying off a debt. I think that's a much more serious way of thinking about something than than just kind of buzzwords about diversity and so on. So yeah, I think it would be a better use of resources. Now, would you say this, if the debt were paid to a substantial amount, is that it? Is it a one-time thing, or is it kind of an ongoing thing?
It would be in the same vein of the Native American situation. It's kind of, if you aggrieve a group, you have to compensate them for the aggrievement. The slavery one time thing. We look at slavery, that was a 400-year torture endeavor.
Right.
It wasn't a one-off. So there has to be a lot of repair there to make things equitable. We have to make things equitable. I know when I spoke with you, I know you said you like power, you believe in winning, and you
Yeah.
know, you know, you can't live in a society where you feel like you're winning over another group in perpetuity, because you would have to pay for that militarily. You can't pay for military subjugation, because not only will that create hostility, the money is going to run out. And then what are you going to do? You're going to be back at square one. So it's just best to be equitable when dealing with people. Wouldn't that make sense, Richard?
It makes sense. I mean, to put a little context around what I, said, I think I'm sure I said something like that.
Right.
I mean, one thing that I appreciate about you in this discussion is that it's serious advancement of your people.
Right.
And so, yeah, I mean, I think you understand where I'm coming from too when I say, say something about winning. That's it's a kind of a Trumpian way of basically saying that.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, I get it. I think if I had suffered like you all had, I would have very similar feelings. Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I live out in the Pacific Northwest. I live in Montana, as you might know.
Yeah.
It's a different situation with the American Indian or Native American. And it was dealt with in a very different way. The reservation system, has some problems, but it is a continuing thing. I mean, when I, drive through a reservation, it's very apparent where I am.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but yeah, they got a lot.
They absolutely have a claim to a part of North America.
Yes, they do. Well, they got a lot of land, they got a lot of casinos, so a lot of them are doing actually very well. Now, as far as a lot of stuff that's going on with your movement and a lot of movements of people, I would say on the far right, but even on the left, as you know, as many stories have come out, the numbers in the dominant society, white society, those numbers are dwindling, and I know that's a real legitimate concern for a lot of people who are part of your movement. And I don't dismiss that. That is a legitimate concern.
Yeah.
What do you think should be done, or what could be done to help those numbers of those birth rates that's going on in your community? What legitimate tactics do you guys have, or what would you wish to have in order to assist with your genetic lineage going? Because I think people deserve to have their genetic lineages go on. I'm not a person who's like, okay, yeah, the hell with your lineage. Yeah, if you want your lineage going, there are things that can be done to protect that to a certain degree without systematic oppression.
Right.
What do you think would work in your eyes?
Well, it's interesting because I mean, if we go back to the Trump era, of the 2016 Trump, not the 2020 Trump, but the 2016 Trump, it was existential. And even notions like the wall, it was a kind of visual notion of we're going to protect white America effectively. Right. And I do think that's how it resonated. And, actually as someone who's a Black nationalist, of a sort, that's probably a fair description of you. It
Nationalist, just somebody who's trying to empower the Black community.
Sure.
But
yeah. I think it could resonate with your community as well. But at the same time, even long before the Trump movement of 2016, I was relaying an important fact that is really undisputed, that can't be disputed, and that is that white America is going to end regardless of a wall, regardless of a total immigration shutdown. I mean, the majority of births are to non-white mothers as of 2011. So we're well past that. And we even have this kind of, terrible situation now of immigration is kind of petering out. You see the birth decline in places like Mexico. And then I can even take it to another level. I mean, I was looking at some stuff just this afternoon, pretty casually, with a friend of mine who's visiting, and the birth rate among um, people with college degrees, people with graduate degrees, it's below replacement. It's significantly lower than people who have not completed high school.
Yeah.
And that's a real thing. I mean, you're the product of your mom and dad.
Yeah.
And again, I don't have it out for those people in this at all, but it's I want people who've gotten master's degrees and are doctors and lawyers and so on to be having children. And so it's a difficult situation, and it's even worse in a way due to kind of degenerative effects in terms of breeding. We want to use that word now. I mean, we're breeding for heart disease effectively. We're promoting congenital diseases through fertility. And
across all racial groups too.
yeah, that, as my friend added, it's true across all racial groups. So I think we're in a really serious situation, and I don't think there's been enough like outside the box thinking and discussions where we can really talk about this seriously, about what we can do.
Right. The movement now with all of the sexual confusion with the trans this and the trans that, how do you think that affects your community? Because they use Black people, they'll use us as the face of it to sell it. But ultimately, a lot of that is done to undermine your numbers as well in the white community. Do you understand that?
I absolutely understand that. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a terrible confusion in terms of identity. And I mean, I think we're the way I would describe it, and this is going to get a little bit dark, I guess, is that we're in a bottleneck, and the people who are going to get out of this bottleneck, that is the people who are going to have a future and have children, are going to be those who are either, to be frank, too stupid to care. I mean, let's they just have a kid because they were at some biker bar and they knocked some girl up,
Right. Right.
or they're going to have a strong will to live, and they want a future. They understand what it means to have children, and those people will live. The people who don't have that inborn passion won't survive. And so I think, I mean, the way you can think of it is, I mean, and I'm kind of calling upon my friend Ed Dutton on this, but I mean, in previous centuries before the Industrial Revolution and modern medicine and all these technological advances, child mortality was 50%. I mean, most children born did not live into adulthood.
Right.
And that, we can't even imagine living in that time now. I mean, if your child dies, oh my gosh, that's the most traumatic thing you could imagine. In previous centuries, that was the norm. And I think we've almost reached a new child mortality, a new type of child mortality, where if you can survive this gauntlet, and you see like the gender confusion and deconstruction of identity, etc., and you just say no to it, so you have a will to live, you are going to have a future.
Right.
And I'm just going to be brutally frank, but the weak won't.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. All right, but Richard, man, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for calling in.
Yeah.
I
Good
think,
conversation.
yes, indeed, man. More power to you, buddy. Be good. All
Yeah,
right.
likewise.
That was Richard Spencer, the person who started the alt-right. And the thing about Richard, we can have a logical conversation with Richard. Hold on, somebody's texting me. Hold on 1 second. Yes. Hold on 1 second. All right, sorry about that, guys. All right. So we have a lot of folks in here still. A lot of people in here still, ladies and gentlemen. Raise your hand if you want to chop it up. Okay. I know y'all hear all this buzzing and banking going on. All right, let's get Freeze in here. Somebody named Freeze. All right, let's get Freeze in here. Freeze, hop on. We're waiting on Freeze to hop on here. Freeze, turn that microphone on, sir.
Yo.
What's up, Freeze?
What's going on, Tariq? Yo, it's Freeze, foundational Black American here. I'm out of Minneapolis, Minnesota.
No doubt. What's on your mind, brother?
Yeah, man, this is totally off the topic or whatever, but I just wanted to know if we ever going to get the MacBooks in audiobook. I want to hear them in your voice, brother.
Well, you can just go back and listen to the old Mac Lessons episodes. That's what y'all can do. But thank you for the call. Let's get who's that? Ukrainian refugee. Some guy's name is Ukrainian refugee. Let's hop on, Mr. Ukrainian refugee. All right. Ukrainian refugee. Turn your microphone on, sir. Ukrainian refugee. Let's slide that microphone on, buddy. All right. While we're waiting on, you got it? You got it together? Ukrainian refugee. Yeah, hello?
Are you able to?
I can hear you a little bit. Yeah, you're going in and out. What's up, buddy?
So I only caught the last part of that conversation there with Richard Spencer. My issue here is a lot of people, especially the last few years, are talking about all of these hardships that we're supposed to be facing, and we're talking about them from a sociological perspective, where we assume that the weak are going to make it out, or I'm sorry, the weak are not going to faces all demographics. We're faced with environmental toxins to the point that like our genes have never experienced this before. Nobody's genetic lineage.
Okay, bro. Well, your phone is genetically toe up, though. Your phone is genetically inferior. Okay. Are you in a place where you got good reception, sir? That phone is very janky.
Are you able to hear me better now?
Let me get some other people. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you were going in and out. So.
Okay. So right. what I was saying is, a lot of people are talking about like genetically weak people aren't going to make it, and genetically strong people are going to make it, or people with a will to live are going to make it. The issue is that across all demographics and all races, nobody's genetics were prepared for generations of environmental toxins and microplastics in the water. When it comes to like food in America, you can even be at a higher financial level and be able to afford things like organic food and things that are a little less like poison for the body. But the issue is that even on American soil, our fields are so fallow that organic food grown here has about, I would say, 30% of the nutritional value of countries like Scandinavia. So people keep talking about the weak and the strong here, but we really do need to start talking about environmental factors. Uh, we have generations of degrading genetics, and it doesn't matter if smart people with a will to live, like doctors who are able to make a decent wage, start breeding over people have a lower income and lower thoughts about how to raise a child. This is something that I'm not seeing is entering this discourse as heavily. And I think it's the primary aspect of, if we're going to talk about who's going to survive, if it's not your children, it's going to be your grandchildren who start expressing genetic defects. And it doesn't matter if you if you have a child with somebody who has very good genes and you have very good genes, nobody's genes were prepared for this level of environmental toxin.
Right. And also, not only some of the stuff that's given to us medically, especially us Black people, particularly Black women. Somebody put up a meme like the police are to Black men as what doctors are to Black women. The doctors in these hospitals, they terrorize Black women medically. So we have the environment and all that, but we as Black people, we have a whole other set of issues that we have to deal with as far as genocidal targeting from the dominant society. So, I get on the trees and the whales and the sharks after I deal with this white supremacist problem. We got a problem with white supremacy. We got race soldiers working in the damn police departments right now. When we finish dealing with that problem, then I eat an avocado wrap and scrape some tree bark off and eat some of that or whatever I need to do. But yeah, we got to get this white supremacy thing under wraps. Let's get some more people all up in here. Let's get let me see. A lot of folks in here. Let me get some more folks in here. Let's get TBZ. TBZ. We're gonna get TBZ in here. All right. TBZ. All right. TBZ, where you at?
Hello, Brother Tariq. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you,
I'm
sir?
good. I'm fantastic. And yourself?
I'm good. What city you in, brother?
I'm from Milwaukee, but I'm currently in Accra in Ghana right now, just on vacation.
Oh, so what's happening out there? How was it in Accra?
It's nice. I mean, it's nicer than Milwaukee. It's cold. I mean, I get to hear about all the crime and the car stealings that happen out there, and that's not too good. But the reason I was hitting you up is just kind of to piggyback off of what was that the Ukraine refugee was saying. How he was talking about no one's prepared for the toxins and this and that, and the quality of food in America. It kind of goes along with what you talk about all the time, which is the importance of traveling. Like I said, I'm out here in Ghana right now, but when I do come back to the States, I do put on weight every single time. It doesn't even matter. And I'm vegan. You know what I mean?
Oh, wow.
Like, you're not supposed to get gas from eating a mango. You know what I mean? So I'm like, what the hell is this? Yeah. So that's why when I come back, I keep my stays short, and then I'm back out here. And then the air quality, even the way they were handling that jab situation, you know what I mean? Every country handled it different. When I came back, I traveled all around the U.S. to visit my family because they're kind of spread out, and every single city I went to was so different. You know what I mean? So you kind of get an outside perspective on what's going on, and getting more of a holistic aspect of like what everyone's media is saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's all I want to chime in and say, bro. And I appreciate what you're doing. I donated to the museum, and best luck at everything you do in the future, and with the young one coming.
Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that. Much respect. Let's get Simorgan, whatever your name is. Turn your microphone on, Simorg.
Yeah. Hi, Tariq.
How's it doing? What country you from?
I'm from the Middle East, but I'm in Africa at the moment.
Oh, okay. Where in the Middle East are you from?
I'm from I'd rather not say, but let's say.
Okay, let's stop. Where are you from? Okay, you're not.
Okay. Iraq.
Okay. Are you from Iraq, or you just making something up?
No, I'm actually from Iraq.
Okay. So what's on?
Yeah, I was actually listening in, and it was very peculiar to hear you talk with Richard Spencer. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think Richard, it's kind of funny that he's trying to act like he wasn't the Nazi numero uno for years, and he's just a regular pundit now with regular opinions.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway,
Richard is rebranding himself. Yes, he's rebranding himself.
Yeah, it's funny to kind of see that. But in terms of reparations, I think it is a legitimate thing that needs to be done. Basically, it's something that I think the details need to be discussed more on how it's going to be distributed, because I think it's one of those things where anybody who follows this is kind of, and who's serious, kind of is in agreement that it is required. Just like any person that is victimized is usually, they're usually compensated or in some way.
Right.
It should be the same thing with African Americans. But I'm saying I think the details for how it's going to be distributed, I think they need to kind of be discussed more as well.
Now, how do you? I know how it should be distributed. Now, how do you? It should be distributed to foundational Black Americans.
I haven't given it much thought, to be honest, and I don't know. Maybe you have discussed it, but maybe I haven't been following closely.
We want it distributed cash payments the same way it's distributed to Native American tribes. They get cash payments. They get land, casinos, tax-free status. They get all types of tangibles. So we want reparations, same vein.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Well,
we got it mapped out.
Gotcha. And then, I want to talk about also, I agree that the white supremacy issue, but I think what the Nepalese guy was talking about, I think that is actually also kind of on the money in terms of, I think you should, I guess, kind of talk more about the Jewish aspect of it as well, because I think a lot of times that is kind of ignored and dismissed. So I don't know. That might be my Middle Eastern part coming out.
Right. Yeah. Because it's not a religious thing. You're talking about Jewish people. That's a religious thing. That's a religious conversation.
Well,
we got a supremacy problem. Our problem is white supremacy.
Yeah.
Not Jewish supremacy, because Jewish people were killed in the Holocaust in large numbers. So you cannot scream if a group of people are killing you like that.
Yeah, well, I agree, but it's more complicated than that. Sometimes, there are.
It's not complicated. It is not complicated. It's very simple. Supreme means my group can kill your group, and you can't do anything about it, and it can't be done the other way. That supreme is if a group of people can kill you, but you can't kill them, they are supreme to you. It's that.
I gotcha. And then you talked about I think one thing I wanted to mention. Oh yeah, the minority coalition. I 100% agree with you on this. This is one of the things I get really pissed off with, especially the millennial African Americans, thinking they're going to be able to just get along with every, freshly arrived minority, and they're going to act buddy, and everything's going to be fine. That's not the case. They're not going to view African Americans as authentic Americans. They just don't. They're as racist, if not more, than your fellow white compatriots.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's one thing that needs to be stressed, because your generation gets this, but the younger generation, they're coming up in these schools, they live in metropolitan areas. They're kind of, and they're brainwashed with all the daily propaganda that it's a beautiful rainbow coalition against white people, basically,
right.
Which is not the case at all. It's not it's not equal partners, everyone caring for one another. That's not the case. It's every group looking out for their group interests above everyone else.
Absolutely.
Everyone else's group interests. So that's something I think that I like hearing that, because it's true. It's absolutely true, and it's kind of funny, seeing how it's been kind of just, people have kind of been tricked into believing otherwise. So that's something else you mentioned, I think, was interesting.
Are you in Nigeria right now?
Yes.
Okay, you got a Nigerian flag now. Are you Nigerian?
No, I'm not Nigerian. I'm in Nigeria. I come and go in Nigeria.
Okay, because strange that you would have a Nigerian flag on your page.
Yes.
Because living in Nigeria doesn't quite make you a Nigerian. But
I'm not Nigerian, but right. I like Nigeria. I do like Nigeria.
There you go.
I like Nigerian women as well.
There you go. All right.
Yeah.
About to go there and trick off a couple of them dollars. I feel you. All right. You be good. Yeah, he's over there doing something strange for a little piece of change. Yeah, I don't know what he like. All right, let's get some more people. Let's get all right, let's get B. B, hop on in here, B. B, turn your microphone on, B. B, if you got a microphone, you can turn that microphone on, B, or I'm gonna get you out of here. Then I'm gonna get free speech for.
Tariq.
Oh, there we go. All right, B.
What's up, Tariq?
What's up, man? Where you calling from?
Calling from H-Town, man.
Calling from H-Town. All right. Well, it sounds like you're calling from the planet Neptune, brother. Sounds like you are in a Mars rover right now. What kind of phone you got, brother?
I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that, man.
All right. Now, where you at right now, man? Sound like you at work. Where you at?
I'm actually at work right now, man.
I can tell. Man, get off that Burger King phone. You better be working at drive-through. You got your Burger King headphones on, trying to use it to make calls, brother. You know that ain't gonna work.
Right. It's all good, baby. I was just
y'all have
calling in,
Impossible
love.
Burgers? Do y'all have the Impossible Burgers over there still with onion rings?
I think we do, Tariq.
There you go, my man. All right, brother, you be good. I know y'all calling on your job. Don't mess your money up. Get your paper. All right, we got a lot of folks up in here. Okay, we got Supremo, the white supremacist who always comes up in here. Hold on, Supremo, I'm not supposed to let you on since you always come in the room, Supremo. What's up, Supremo? Turn your microphone on, Supremo. This is the white supremacist troll. What's up, Supremo? Supremo?
Hello.
What's going on, Supremo?
Wow.
What's on your mind, man? Okay, now, Supremo, how you gonna call up with a raggedy phone from your trailer park? Okay, you spent all that money on meth, but you couldn't spend it on a prepaid card. All right, Supremo. Lord, the white folks like you are down bad right now, boy. Richard Spencer is right. Y'all ain't gonna make it. The broke ones ain't gonna make it. Let's see who we got in here. Let's get Hover. Who's his brother? Oh, it's, Hoverman Cop. Let's get Hoverman Cop. Let's get him in here. Hoverman Cop.
Yes, sir. How you doing, sir?
What's going on, brother? Where you calling
Houston,
from?
Texas.
All right, so brother, you were in law enforcement, right?
That's correct.
For 12 years.
That's correct.
There you go. Now, what was your experience in law enforcement?
In the 12 years, of course, I got pushed out because I ran my mouth too much against things that wasn't supposed to be done, done right.
Which happens all the time. Black officers are always getting pushed out for not going along with the damn abuse that they see. But what happened with your situation?
The first thing I noticed, I'll never forget, my first year, I had to go to a weapons call, and the guy was supposedly had a weapon inside the house. Well, he didn't have a weapon, and then once I detained the guy, two other comrades came who was obviously white and aggressively handled him. And I spoke out against that, and I almost got in some huge trouble. So I knew then how to try to move differently. But and as things went along, years went by. I've always been different, so I never was a part of the clique. And so I think what finally broke the camel's back is when I spoke out against what happened in Dallas with what's his name, Ahmad, was it the guy in his apartment when he got
Bokum John.
There you go, right there you go. Yeah. So when that all went down, and I've done everything you can think of. I've sacrificed everything in that department for the Houston Police Department. All of it's documented. But when that happened, it got to a point where they had no choice, and so things was getting pretty heated for me. So I had no choice for my safety. so I just exited. But but I think the most important thing I want people to know, and I think all the experience that I went through is for this very moment, is because I want to be sure. I'm not a politician, but one thing I'm all about justice. And what I came up with some things that I was working on even when I was in the department, and we had to figure out ways. When we talk about crime, brother Tariq, you and I both know crime doesn't have a race attached to it. A crime affects us all in every area, no matter how rich you are or how poor you are. And the problem is, well, how can we systematically approach crime wherever you are at any given time? And not only that, how can you identify police officers within these agencies who are race soldiers? And not only that, and then now we got to go deeper. Now, once you identify these race soldiers, or once you have a problem with crime or whatever the issue is, how can you effectively deal with it? And
now let me ask you this, brother. Hold on, let me ask you
Yes,
this, because out here in Los Angeles, Southern California, where I am, we have a major problem with white supremacist gangs within the departments here in the LAPD and the LA Sheriff's Department. How much of a problem is that in the Houston police, and what did you see in relation to that?
Well, I can honestly say this. I can say within those 12, I can't say this now. What's going on over there in Los Angeles? That's on a whole nother level. Now, I've never seen it to that degree in the Houston Police Department. Now, and I must say this. Now, after the stuff I did here with all these other departments, now Houston Police Department, they got problems, but it ain't nowhere near what's going on with a lot of these other agencies. And I'm thinking for that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because it's sick out here in California, man. You can't even get in certain police departments if you're not a part of these damn gangs. It's real bad out here in California. They got the sheriff's the sheriff of the LA Sheriff's Department, the chief, the head of it, Villanueva. He has to testify about those gangs pretty soon. So I'm keeping my eye out on that. But thank you for the call, brother. Let me get some more people in here, because I'm not going to be here too long, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I see Willie Lowe is back up in here. Well, the R&B singer Willie Lowe. What's up, Willie Lowe? I see you, player. Let me see. We got a lot of folks in here. What's up, Supremo? Let me get Supremo on here again. Supremo, what happened to you? Supremo, you hopped off real quickly. What's going on, Supremo? Supremo? Okay. Your phone is still raggedy. Supremo, how are you a white man with such a raggedy phone, man? You could use your whiteness for... I've never seen a white man with a raggedy phone like this. What's up, Supremo?
What's up? What's up?
Okay, what's on your mind, Mr. Raggedy Phone?
How much you bench?
Okay. I bench 300 pounds in iPhones, and I'm gonna bench one to your ass because you need a new phone, dude. All right, let's get some other people in here. Let me see, who's this sister here? Sage LaFlame. Let's get Sage LaFlame in here. Sage LaFlame. That's who we gonna get in here.
Hey Tariq, what's up?
Hey Sage LaFlame, how are you, dear?
I'm good. I saw that shit that you posted about the trans folks, and that just completely, I mean, it disgusted me just to see people now having this narrative of, basically, black women don't deserve children. Like, how dare you?
Right.
Like, what is that supposed to mean? Are y'all gonna really start attacking black women? And are y'all gonna be definitely snatching us up off the street talking about, it's sex trafficking?
Yeah, man. You don't know. We don't know what's coming from him, man. I got to get deep on one of my broadcasts, but thank you for the call, dear. Let's get the Avenue on here. What's up, the Av?
Oh yeah, the average black guy, man. It's an honor.
It's an honor, sir.
My brother. Now, where you from, bro?
Oh, I grew up in San Bernardino, California, Southern California, all my life.
Oh, there you go. There you go. So what's on your mind, sir?
Well, first of all, what you were saying about the police departments and having like that initiation thing, it's incredibly true. I have a uncle who's been in law enforcement for like 30 years, but also a friend of mine. We worked in corporate security together, worked with a bunch of ex-cops who could no longer be cops for obviously nefarious reasons. And the more we dug deep into it, and I had people I knew dig into it, it was pretty messed up. But he became a cop later. My friend did. I ended up suing the corporation and getting a lot of money. But yeah. To be honest, man, I got to give you a lot of credit for that. A lot of things that I learned from you. I had my email game on point. My text messages kept that up. And I was in a position where I got to see the structure. I only had 3 people above me. I had 800 subordinates. And I became a troublemaker because I was helping my people out. And I definitely got to give you your credit on that. But my friend all of a sudden flipped on me. He kind of snuck me information that helped me win. And then when he decided to become a cop, on his social media, he started supporting Trump and saying all kind of crazy stuff about Muslims. And my wife is Muslim, man. And I'm like, I had to check him, wondering what it was. He was letting people go at me. And I'm like, and he broke it down to me. He said, man, I have to be this person in order to to be. He told me he's trying to be in the LAPD. And yeah, bro, it got
Put him through
deep.
food training. Yeah,
man, it's crazy. So yeah, I want to just say thank you for all that you do, and I definitely had to speak on that. I appreciate you, brother.
Man, much respect to you, brother. That's heavy, man. I mean, look, they make you into a coon out here, man. I'm telling you, the LAPD is rotten to the core, dude. I'm telling you, I'm somebody who's dealt with these folks for years. That's what there's a reason why Chris Dorner had to go out the way he went out. You know, Chris Dorner warned everybody how corrupt the LAPD is, man. This shit is like a mafia organization out here. It's so bad. Yeah. Let me get who is this person in here? Okay, didn't I have you on already? Free speech for a black man? Free speech for a black man. I thought I had you on already. What's up, man?
I want to salute you, B1 and Black First. And I wanted to do is 1, answer your question, and 2, ask you a question myself. Did I do that?
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Off top, absolutely, we have to worry about fake reparations and such like that. I remember way back they were trying to talk about such things as ridiculous as the NBA was reparations for black people. Even right here on this phone call, you damn near got a phone chat. I beg your pardon, a fork sharing Indian. You got a tree hugging vegan. You got an alt-right try to hug you, and then you got all other kinds of agents of white supremo. You know what I'm saying? It's real ridiculous on there. Now, if I want to ask you a question, well, I beg your pardon. All those people right there just trying to keep foundational Black Americans off the agenda of reparations and tangible. Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about, brother. I wanted to ask you something real quick, brother. Oh, all right, real quick. My favorite superhero, black superhero, was Black Dynamite. You know, smacking Elvis, Richard Nixon, and all that. But then, all right, you're from California, all right? My black superhero right now is Captain America. Well, I beg your pardon. The black Captain America and Nick Fury, when they bought that building in downtown LA that had the bank in it. What I mean by that is that I beg your pardon, brother. I heard you talking about yourself, how you were having trouble trying to buy land and property in California. And real talk, if you could imagine Bernard Garrett and Joe Morris finding out that right now black people can't buy a mall in Crenshaw, even if they pay more than non-black people in their own damn neighborhood. As much as I just wanted to ask you, what can we do, or what can we do about getting tangibles? Because white supremacy has it where they lock us out of having money, where they could get on code and lock us out having money. It could be on some. We can't even get a scoop of ice cream because you know what I mean. They don't want to take our cotton picking money. And I beg your pardon, brother. When I'm on these Twitter spaces, I just reference I beg your pardon. God bless Claude Anderson, John Henrik Clark. And in this regard, I mentioned the video by Jason Black
Okay, bro. Let me answer your question because you don't seem like you're about to land that plane pretty soon. All right, so let me answer your question, brother. Thank you so much. I had to get my man off because my man did a good brother, just don't know how to land his plane. This brother was changing subjects. He's going all over the place. So let me reel it back. Yeah, man, look, we are out here in California, dude. It is real funny style out here. It is not like other places, dude. Even if you got money to get something popping, these folks don't give a damn. They'll shut you up out of this thing. As you see what we're going through right now in the Crenshaw district. These people are being rigid about not selling none of that property to Black people. This is the struggle we're going through now. We're going into these situations out here in Los Angeles with cash in hand. And these folks are turning us away, selling the property for less money to other people. They're doing this repeatedly. So we're still being focused. We're still being focused. I mean, we've had about 3 or 4 deals on the table. We're ready to close deals, and always something comes up with these folks out here. That's why with the museum, we were thinking about if push comes to shove, we will do it in Atlanta. That's a very last resort type of thing because, you know, down in Atlanta, you got some of the moist street gangs that's running around Midtown. So that's scary. But that's a whole new thing I'm not used to. When I go to Atlanta, some of the stuff that I see, I am not used to it. So we really want the joint out here. But again, if push comes to shove, we'll have to get it in Atlanta. But hopefully we'll get another property opening up out here so we can get that museum popping. So let me get Sonny G in here. Let's get the homie Sonny. What's up, Sonny? Hop on, player.
Flex, what's good, family?
I'm good, man. What's
It's
going on?
good. It's good. So everything is good, man. Nice to hear from you again, man. I think that with you know, when we're talking about phony reparations bills, we definitely need to be specific and concise. What I don't like is the trick back language. I'm starting to hear come out of California. I think we need to be specific when we're, you know, talking about classification. When we're digging up, looking at genealogy records with our people, we're seeing, you know, they label themselves as Black, and I think that we have to go specifically to, you know, what they were designated and classified as. And I'm not feeling, you know, too comfortable about the African American thing, but I think that we need to draft up a bill uh, and make it, you know, pretty much nationwide, and give them, you know, our demands and, you know, what we asking for and things like that. And it shouldn't be something where they get to pick and choose what is tangible and what is not tangible, because you know
Right.
you know, they go, you know, pretty much everywhere. Plus, what do you think about, you know, us making our reparations task force lineage based? That'd be my question for you, family.
All right, thank you so much, bro. Let me answer that. Yeah, we absolutely should be lineage based. That's what we were doing out here in California. We made them designate that whatever reparations is going to come down is going to be based on lineage, not race. We're not going to sit here and share reparations with all of these different groups. I don't care about them claiming that it's divisive, because they're the main ones who divided themselves from us. None of these other groups helped us. Some of these other groups are descended from the folks who sold some of us. So, no, you're not going to get a part of the reparations claim because you're not a part of that lineage. You're not a part of the people who built this country from scratch. We are a very unique people. We are very exceptional people, and we have a very specific lineage that other people do not have. And we're not going to play the minority coalition share game, because don't nobody share a damn thing with us at all. And these are just facts. Nobody shares anything with us. We don't owe nobody nothing. Everybody over here, they've gotten enough off of us. They're eating good, living good off of us. That's why certain people, I don't even want them questioning what we do. If you're over here from another place you fled from, don't even question us, man. Sit down and enjoy all the goodies that you're getting based on the free labor our families put in. You already getting yours. If it weren't for foundational Black Americans, y'all be stuck somewhere back in your homeland, scratching your ass, twerking for a green card. Y'all gonna put some respect on foundational Black Americans. We are an exceptional group. We are not like other groups, and we are not African American. That's a term we really got to back away from. We got used to using that term starting in the 80s. Now, some people might say, well, there were Black people using that term back in the 1700s. Yeah, there was a few people using the term. Very, very few, but generally people didn't call themselves African American really until the 80s in large numbers. They were doing that in the 80s. And the only reason they started doing that is some think tanks sent the word down to the left wingers and gave the call to Jesse Jackson to start designating us as African American to make us comparable to immigrant groups, which we are not. There's nothing African American about us. We are foundational Black American. We have our own unique culture, and everybody knows it. All right. And we're not doing any fake Pan-Africanisms no more. We've done that already. It doesn't work. It's been too one-sided. Pan-Africanism does not work. It doesn't work because we're the only ones upholding it. Other groups are not trying to do any type of Pan-Africanism with us in large numbers. Now, that's either true or false. If they were trying to get something going on with us, they would be like, hey, man, we got a plot of land over here just for you guys. Hey, guys, y'all can come over here to the Caribbean or Africa. Y'all can get dual citizenship. We're going to fight for dual citizenship for you, or we're going to fight to get you some land grants so y'all can come over here and be with the family. None of them have done that in large numbers. I'm not talking about for a few individual people, but in large numbers, none of these countries have done that, dude. Let's keep it a buck. Don't let nobody lie to you. Ain't nobody trying to be on no Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism means they come over here and eat off us. And my plate is empty. I'm making a plate for myself right now. And y'all stop being ashamed to roll like that. Everybody else roll like that. When they come over here, they are shameless about getting stuff for their group. But when we say we need to get something for us, they try to shame us. You niggas are divisive. You niggas are a hate group. Us telling people to hold their own nuts. This is how entitled people are. If we don't let them leech off us, we're a hate group. Just let that sink in. This is how entitled and used to eating off us people have gotten. It's a sick dynamic, but we sat up here and let it go on too damn long. Well, no more. Let's get this person in here. Let's get King Moses. King Moses, King Moses, King Moses. What's up, King Moses? King
Yeah, can you hear me?
Moses? I can hear you. How are
Good,
you,
how you
brother?
doing? Yeah, I just got one
I'm good.
question. Yeah, I support the whole reparations movement, whatever. But I got a question about the Liberians specifically. Like, I'm not Liberian, but you know how like, what's it called? The American Liberian, how they set some ships back. Yeah. So since I just found out recently, apparently it was a program. So it said the Black Americans, the slaves who were here, had to be able to read and write to be able to qualify to get set back. So say one of their descendants over there starts trying to claim reparations, what would your position be on that?
No, we're not doing it because people try to throw the Liberia thing in there. There's so many caveats to the Liberia thing. Number one, they were sending free Black people over there to Liberia. They weren't sending any slaves over there for the most part. They were also sending Caribbeans over there. Also, other people from different African countries were over there. So there was a lot of clashing going on because of the differences of cultures. One thing foundational Black Americans did was help stop the slave trade over there. That was another thing.
Yeah.
And try to bring some justice and order over there. But ultimately everything didn't click the way it was supposed to click because we ain't from no damn Liberia. First of all, we're born over there, so that was a cluster flop from day one. But that whole Liberia thing, that's something. If there's a person who went back and forth in the 1800s, that we call those specialty orders. You're gonna have to sit in the car and wait for them to bring your order out to them after we get our reparations claim.
Yeah, I feel that because because I was just recently doing research and because people have like some of their grandkids have paperwork of their like ancestors leaving like Salem and stuff like that. So I'm like, so what happens if they just start saying, you know what, I'm gonna claim this?
Okay, yeah. So they're gonna have to sit their ass down. That's what they're gonna do. Sit in the car. We'll bring their order out to them later. That's what we're doing with that. Thanks for the calls. Yeah, that's another. When it comes to us getting reparations, notice how people, not saying this brother, but other people, they start coming in to try to complicate it. Well, I had a cousin. What if my great 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 uncle lived in Cuba and then he had came over here in 1833? Is he a foundation of Black American? They want to play that game. They want to play. Well, I got a cousin who came from Haiti. They want to play that game. Half of my family came from the Barbados. And that mean, and I'm kin to Rihanna. And then I had a cousin twice removed who had came over here. And then they swam over here. Did he become a foundational Black American? These are specialty orders. Y'all niggas are not gonna hold the line up with that. See, that's what they want to do. They want to come and hold the reparations line up with all of these specialty cases. Look, we're making it very simple. Your documents should go back to the 1870 census. Some people say the 1900 census. I say go back to the 1870 census. That's what I say. Let's take it all the way back because I can trace both. Nobody in my family is an immigrant. So I'm good money either way. I got all my paperwork ready. I say we should go to the 1870 census so you know who's for sure FBA. But 1900, we can roll with that too because there weren't too many immigrants over here as far as Black immigrants. But yeah, you have to trace your lineage back to that census. Simple as that. And if your family's name was on that census and it can be traced that this was legitimately your family, you good to go. You FBA, you good. But all of these specialty cases, nah, y'all take that somewhere. You're not about to hold the line up. They want to hold everybody else's payments up with these little jive ass specialty cases. No, we ain't doing that. Listen, I want a reparation check, but I come from another galaxy. I'm from the planet Pluto, but I lived in Ghana in the 1800s, and I transported back to the mushroom planet, and then I came back to America. Okay, stop it. No, we're not doing that. Let's see. Let's get Doglon Millionaire. What his name is? Okay. Dodge, what's that? Dodgelon Millionaire?
Yeah. I had a quick question, right? So
Go
we were
ahead,
to
brother.
trace the reparations claim back to the 1870 census to basically see if you was eligible, right?
Right.
During slavery, right? Our ancestors wasn't allowed to read and write. So how would that honestly work? If you know what I mean? So like, I'm just confused there. If you could answer that and tell me how that would possibly work.
It would, sir, it would work because you didn't have to be able to read or write to be listed on the census. The census takers would just count you and they would document you. You got it?
Okay, yeah. Thank you for answering that. Thank you for answering that.
There you go. All right, brother. I know it's not the first of the month yet, and some of y'all are getting a lot of that dirt weed. Leave that dirt weed alone because they're cutting it with all types of stuff. Leave the bad end of the month drugs alone, guys, because they're cutting it. They're stepping on that dope real bad, man. They're cutting it with fentanyl, and you can hear it in some of the voices of the people that's calling. Okay. So y'all leave that stepped on ass dope alone, man, and just wait till the first of the month so you can get you a nice good bump. So you can get your high on, get your smoke on the way you need to get your smoke on, man. All right, let's get a couple of more people in here. All right. A lot of folks in here. Raise those hands, family. Raise those hands. We're holding steady. A lot of lovely sisters in here. Shout out to the lovely sisters. Sisters be cute as hell, boy. I be seeing y'all asses. Like, God damn, that's a cute sister right there. Then I look at my queen. I'm like, oh shit, there's my wife right there. Hope she didn't see me looking at this motherfucker. But there's some cute sisters out here. How y'all doing? Shout out to you, sisters. All right, let's let's get who's this? Let me see. Let's get brother in here. Brother Low. Brother Low in here. What's up, Brother Low?
B1 family. How you doing?
What's up, man? How are you? How you doing,
I'm
bro?
good. I'm good.
All right, what's on your mind, sir?
I want to get back on the topic. I think we should keep an eye on these phony reparations claims because no one has passed anything yet.
Right. They're doing a lot of promises, and they're talking about, yeah, we're going to look into it. Yeah, we support it, but nobody's talking about actually passing anything that's tangible. That's absolutely true. See, we got to watch the trick words. Like I said earlier, they're dangling a carrot in front of us saying, hey, if you vote for us, we're going to really support reparations. And I'm saying, support it now. Many of you are already in office. You're already an elected official, so do something right now. Let's get some tangibles going right now. I'm not going to sit here and vote and then hope you do something. No, get something going. Pay first. Purse first, ass last. That's how you got to do it. Blockchain Fox. Let's get Blockchain Fox in here. Blockchain, hop in, Blockchain Fox. He's turning his microphone on. Blockchain Fox, where you at?
Yo, what's up? Thanks.
What's up, brother? Where you calling from, sir?
I'm out here in Hawaii.
Oh, there you go. Are you living there or you visiting Hawaii?
Oh, I live here.
Oh, okay. Now, where you from originally?
Chicago.
There you go. Are you in the military?
No, I'm not.
What made you move to Hawaii?
Yeah, I opened up a company when I lived in Wisconsin. And then I had to come out towards this way. I was trying to get somebody from my company to move out this way, but I couldn't. Didn't nobody want to pick up and leave, so I did it. Brought my 2 kids, and I've been here ever since.
Now, what's your company? What do you do?
What do I do? Well, I'm a developer.
Yeah, what's your company? Okay, there
engineering.
You go. All right. Okay. All right. So, what's on your mind, bro?
Yeah. I think you do got to watch it for the reparations. I was seeing some stuff with, I think it was the mayor of Philadelphia and somebody else, and they was talking about reparations not only for just foundational blacks, but for everybody, which I totally disagree with.
Right. Yeah, that's one of the biggest contentions that we've been having with all of these other people trying to latch on to the reparations claim. And we're saying, no, we're not doing that. This is a lineage-based claim, and that's what it is. All right, let's get some more folks in here. Let's get Terrence. Terrence, did I have you on already, Terrence? I could have swore I had Terrence on already. Terrence, I had you on already, right? Terrence, turn your microphone on, sir. And then let me see, we get Terrence, and then I get a couple of, because I ain't gonna be on here. I keep saying I ain't gonna be on here long, and then my ass end up on here real long. Terrence, what's up, Terrence? All right, Terrence is up here. His microphone ain't working. All right, let's get Holland in here real quick. We're gonna make everybody hop on real quick. Holland, what's up, brother? I'm good. What's on your mind, sir?
Look, I'm gonna tell you, man, you opened my eyes on some real stuff, man. Like, I was one of them dudes that's like, man, yo, I'm definitely gonna vote. I gotta pay big ups and homage to my family, to my ancestors. And I'm like, man, the biggest sucker move I've ever seen, man. It's crazy. You're 100% right. If they're not giving us any reparations, any tangibles, then we shouldn't be voting. If there's no bills, there's nothing that's physically for us to get, I don't want to hear it. And the second thing is, to be honest, man, I don't understand why people don't realize how easy it is to look up your ancestry. I'm born and raised in South Carolina. My grandfather and my grandmother was born in Charleston, right? So I mean, my people is Geechee Goat. Yo, I look back, found my great 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 grandfather Anderson Barnes, born in 1826. He's one of the 50 people that's on the slave record, owned by a man by the name of John Barnes, who owned my great 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 grandfather. On the slave record, it has all of them 26 years old, 60 years old, 5 years old, 11 years old. You can see the actual records of the slaves. So yeah, you ain't got to write nothing down or have no penmanship. That doesn't matter, man. They already knew it was there. So yeah, it's not hard at all to find your legacy, to find your heritage. And to be honest, man, it's real. Some people still look at it as depressing. Man, I don't want to go back to my people look like that. Dude, it's uplifting. Look at what you came from.
Yeah.
Look at what you survived from. So just saying that to say, man, keep doing what you're doing, man. Don't let these people throw no monkey wrench in your stuff, dude. We all got to work. We all got to live. So how you make and do yours, you do that, big dog. Big up.
No doubt. Much respect, brother. So yeah, man. Yeah, don't let nobody shame us, man. Look, our family, they survived one of the greatest atrocities in recorded history. And not only that, many of them fought back. Speaking of South Carolina, and I'm doing a movie, man. I'm working on a movie right now. We're doing the editing about the Maroons here on this land that was whooping ass for centuries, that's never talked about. This is going to be on our new streaming service, and it's going to be a 4-part miniseries, because a lot of our films, we've had to edit a lot of stuff out. If you watch some of my old films, some of my other documentaries, a lot of the stuff, even though they're long films, and most of them are 2 hours and 30 minutes, but we had to keep it under 3 hours in order to get them in movie theaters, and even in order to get them on the damn DVD. But now we're going to go through our own streaming service. So now we ain't cutting all of the good stuff out. We're leaving all the good stuff in. Yeah, it's going to be like 1 hour episodes, 4 1 hour episodes, man. Just nothing but hot fire. I can't wait for y'all to see this new film, man. This new amazing. Okay, let's get King in here. I hear my brother rambling. He's rambling around. What's up, King?
Can you hear me, brother?
I can hear you. How are you, King John?
Oh, I'm good, brother. Oh man, it's an honor to speak to you always, man. I appreciate everything you're doing for our people.
Yes, sir.
You are the man with the master plan, man. You and Dr. Claude Anderson.
Yeah.
As far as this fake reparations, these people could just go to hell, man. At this point, these people worked us to death, brutalized us in every which way. And like you said, man, just to be so ungrateful, man. Especially like these people from different, African and Caribbean countries, man. It's just ridiculous, how they feel about us, and but that was one thing. And then another thing I want to say, because we're gonna get our money, because we getting on code, and I definitely gotta give a shout out to you and all of the brothers in the black media who have done that.
Yes.
What can we do as far as, because with you, brother, you can galvanize us to do things that I don't think that, very few people can do. Basically, how can we pool our money and start making money where it's kind of like where the grassroots people are starting to make a lot of money, and then we can really start getting things going. So like whenever you want to do like a museum or whatever, there's hundreds of us who have hundreds of thousands of dollars at a drop of a dime, or millions of us, because you should be a billionaire, honestly. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's kind of like I know you have so much going on, but I just wanted to say, like, maybe that's something that you can think about. Like, just I know what's the brother's name? The one who you had to kind of clown for a minute, Plebiscite Island.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
But we're
yeah, but like just something where we can kind of start pooling our money and start making money and doing things like that. That way, the people who are on code, we can start just making things happen. And I mean, I know.
yeah. Let me touch on that. Thank you for the call. But yeah, that's what we're doing now. We just have to continue it, man. We have to start taking pride in doing business with other Black people. I try to go out of my way to find Black people to do business with. I really go out of my way to find Black folks to do business with. Black clothing stores, Black restaurants, food spots. Um, there's a brother that I use out here. He owns a junk removal truck, and I use him all the time. I make sure that I call him because I'm always throwing stuff away. There's I got a bunch of kids, so we're always throwing things away, hauling off old furniture. So just every little thing, just little stuff like that, man. You find some Black folks who's running a business, and then you do business with them. You understand? It's that simple. I go out of my way to do that. I try to find Black folks who got some stuff popping, but we do, as Black folks, when we do business, we have to do quality business. Let's not just don't put your Blackness out there and you strong on the Blackness and weak on the service. You're running around talking about how Black owned you are, but your service is crappy. No, you got to give good quality service. Being a Black person, see, we think we can get a pass by kind of being half-assed sometimes with Black folks. Oh, these Black folks, they'll support me because we Black. It's that type of mentality. No, we have to start going above and beyond for each other. We got to go out of our way to give top quality. That's why, why my films are so successful? My documentary films be outselling the documentary films from major studios because I film my movies the same way the big budget studios do. I sometimes use the same people. We use the same equipment. I go out of my way to make sure that my films have big budget, major studio quality to them. That's very important. I mean, every little thing. I'm big on making the sound crisp, the visuals crisp. We're using top grade cameras, top grade lighting, um, special effects people. That's why it takes a long time because I'm not just going to put something together and just throw it out there. Black folks deserve quality education and entertainment, and that's what I provide. So we have to start taking pride in our work like that. When you take pride in your work, you're going to stand out. One of my favorite producers in the music game is DJ Quick. I love DJ Quick. Why is DJ Quick so respected? DJ Quick is a stickler for quality of sound. If you listen to DJ Quick's records, he has some of the best mixed records that's out there. Some of his records, the way they are mixed is incredible. The mix of a record is important to me. I hate to hear whack quality records that's not mixed right. Listening to somebody mix a record where they take time to really sound it out and build the sound and make the sound full. Dr. Dre is good with that too, but Quick and Dr. Dre are phenomenal. Quick, he mixed a lot of those Tupac records, some of those classics, and he mixes a lot of other people's stuff. They bring him in just to mix stuff. You take pride in the quality of the stuff that you put out. I want us to have that mentality. Having pride in what we do, having pride in what we put out, knowing that we're going to give the Black audience above and beyond because they deserve it. A lot of times when it comes to doing business with other Black folks, we think we can just put some half-ass foot forward and that's going to be good enough. Well, they'll still come to me because I'm the only deal in town. It's that type of mentality. No, go above and beyond. That's why I rock with Tyler Perry. A lot of people have an issue with him, but Tyler Perry, I like Tyler Perry because Tyler Perry, his stage plays, some of his movies are kind of questionable. But at least his stage plays, that was his initial bread and butter. He puts on excellent stage plays. I give him that. That's one thing I really like about Tyler Perry. I took my mother to one of those Madea plays and she enjoyed it. The family enjoyed it. Those are put together phenomenally.
and I take my hat off to him. Now, when it gets into the movies, there's some janky stuff that goes on. That's a little, that's some. But my man is used to doing the stage play thing. But you got to transfer that energy into other endeavors that you do. All right, let me get one more call in here. Let me get one more call because I'm going overboard here, and we got a family photo session tomorrow. All right, so let's get one more call in here. Who is this artist? Seven the MC. All right, we got Seven the MC in here. Seven.
Yes, sir, man. B1, SBA, 2A, all motherfucking day. What's up, Flex?
Yes, indeed. What's on your mind, brother?
Yes, sir. Love what you're saying about FBA, and definitely I agree with the 1870 deadline more than the 1900 because of me, myself, I consider myself FBA, but 1/16 of my lineage, I believe like a great grandfather came from the Congo with a white woman trying to escape King Leopold. And then
Oh, damn.
I look back and I see like there's a lot of Indian reservations in my background as well. So that Black indigenous thing is serious. And then the code that you talk about, that code is so ridiculously important, cannot be understated because we've been too open with everybody trying to be loving while also having this warrior spirit where we fight harder for everybody, for ourselves, just running always, slaving and tired. Meanwhile, here we are, what, 13% of the population, such a minority, outnumbered by white people 4 and 5 to 1, and black people in other countries, in their own countries, they outnumber their oppressors 20 to 1, and we got all this fighting us, and they can't overcome their oppressors, and they outnumber them by so much, and that fight ain't there. That
Yeah.
heart ain't right. And I'm like, how dare you speak against black people here when we fought these insurmountable odds and still keep fighting with our chest out, our balls out, creating all of this art, this beautiful art, and with that spirit of love still, and you look down upon us. And in your own country, there's Chinese, there's
Yeah.
Indians, there's whites running it, raping it, and ravaging it, all to be damned. And here we are fighting for these reparations to actually take that fighting spirit and put some true money behind it and ingenuity to make us truly better. And we still want to share? Hell no. Love who you are. Watch all your videos. You building the self-esteem of a nation. And you're definitely, that code cannot be understated. Don't share. We have no friends. It's all about us all day.
Yes.
I appreciate you, brother.
Yes, sir. Much respect, family. Man, that's real talk, man. Look, we don't owe nobody nothing as foundational Black Americans. We don't owe nobody nothing, man. We've done enough. It's time for us to pull up a plate for ourselves. We should have pulled that plate up a long time ago. We're the only group who try to shame us for pulling up a plate for ourselves. Like we're just the designated group to have to feed everybody. We can't do anything unless we're feeding and sharing every little crumb that we have with everybody. Damn that, Black foundational Black Americans. Don't let nobody try to shame you. Don't let nobody try to troll you. We're telling people to hold their own nuts. We're not even talking about harming people. We're telling people, go over there and do you. And people are whining and crying because we're telling them to just do things for themselves and we'll do things for us. And notice how everybody is crying foul. How can you do this to us? How can you not let me leech off you anymore? That's really what they're saying. That's their argument. They try to come up with these straw man arguments. Well, you guys are a hate group. You niggas hate us. Why do you hate us so much? You niggas hate us. We hate them. This is their logic. They're saying because we want them to just handle their own business and we'll handle ours, that equates us hating them. You see how asinine that logic is? And they try to shame us into taking care of them. No, take care of yourself. If you think I hate you so much, well, go your ass over there. Get away from the hate. Why are you up in our mix if we hate you so damn much? Go and do you. And you don't have to worry about all of this perceived hate. Do you.
But see, they have to try to gaslight us and stay in our mix. They have to center themselves around us because they know they're not going to cut it on their own. They know they've been riding for free with us. All of these groups know it. Why do y'all think they have such a problem with us designating who we are on our own terms? They designate us all the time in a negative sense. They're always othering us. Look at those Akatas. Look at those Yankee niggas. Look at those Abids. Look at those Jairs. They got every derogatory name you can think of for us. And they other us all the time. They make sure to let white mommy and white daddy know that they ain't one of us. They different from us. And now that we are agreeing with them, we're saying, you know what? You're right. You are different from us. Hey, hold on, nigga. We're African American. We're all in this together, nigga. No, we're not. No, we're not. Let's all keep that same energy. Everybody hold their own nuts because we've taken the capes off. The cape don't work for us no more. I'm Clark Kent again. I'm no longer Superman. Lois Lane can go to hell. I'm Clark Kent right now. The Superman capes are off for me. And that's the mindset that we got to have, family. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. Everybody else got that mindset. They're looking out for their group. We're looking out for ours. FBA all day. First. Anyway, y'all, that's been today's broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all go check out my book, man. Y'all want to get some more game? Y'all really want to soak up some game? Y'all want to get that thing rough, rugged, raw, uncut? Get my book, Foundational Black American Race Beta, my new book, right now on Amazon. You go to Amazon, it'll get delivered to you tomorrow. Order it on Amazon. Go to Amazon, type in Foundational Black American Race Beta. Excellent book to have. A lot of game in that book. That'll help you understand racial politics out here. Also, go to officialfba.com. Get your maroon flag shirt, ladies and gentlemen. Repping FBA all day. Full blood FBA. All right, y'all. Y'all be good, man. And in the words of our foundational Black American ancestors, Papiakute and Lolavuve to the family. Peace.
What's going on, guys? This is Tariq Nasheed, and I'm inviting you to the Foundational Black American Expo going down May 27th, 2023, right here in the beautiful city of Dallas, Texas. This is an event you don't want to miss. It's going down at the Black Academy of Arts and Letters, and this is an empowerment event that you can invite the whole family to. We're going to have seminars and workshops that discuss things like business development, education, health and wellness, self-defense, and some of you businesses out there, we have vending opportunities where you can promote your businesses. Plus, we're going to have so many phenomenal speakers and guests. We got people like Dr. Boyce Watkins, who's coming down, Professor James Small, Sister Vicky Dillard, Riza Islam, Dr. Kaba Kamene, Ben X, Tahuti Mayad Ra, Erica Lachey, Red Pill, Blue Pill, so many people. So, get your tickets now at FBAExpo.com. That's FBAExpo.com. We will see you here.
I ain't gonna be on here too long. I'm just doing a tap in, checking on you guys, seeing how you're doing. Just getting stuff ready for the FBA Expo going down. What is it? Is it next week or the week after? Let me look at my calendar real quick. Shout out to everybody in the room. Yeah, it's next week actually. Yeah, it is next week, not this Saturday, but the next Saturday. So it's coming up on us, guys. So I hope everybody's getting
plane tickets, train tickets on their way down to Dallas to come join us. It's going to be popping. Got a lot of phenomenal speakers, phenomenal performers. Great Kiki Wyatt is going to be doing her thing. Reza Islam is going to be there. Our brother Tootie, Mayad Ra, herbalist, sister Dr. Charm, another herbalist, holistic healer. We got just a grand array of a lot of great things. It's an all-day event. It's going to start at 10, probably end at 10 at night. It's going to be all day. You're going to get every dime's worth. Y'all going to be there all day chilling. And we're going to have little breaks here and there where people can go back to the room or whatever to freshen up, especially at night when we do the nighttime stuff. People can go to the room. And if you got kids, you want to kind of drop your kids back off at the room with Nana or whoever, you can come on back and do some grown folk stuff. But, everybody is invited at night. It's going to be a great event. Get your tickets at fbaexpo.com. We got a lot of folks in the room tonight. A lot of people in the room. At that event that Biden had at Howard, I wanted to touch on that real quick. I talked about this on my broadcast yesterday or Sunday. My days are lost. I don't know what day is what, but I talked about Biden being over at Howard University. They let they let Biden speak at Howard, and he was going on the chicken and watermelon tour. And what's interesting, you had some brothers and sisters in the audience who was clowning. They were clowning, and rightfully so. You had some brothers and sisters in the audience. They had some paperwork, some stuff on their diploma hats saying that Biden don't do anything for the black community, and some people were turning their backs on him. And I take my hat off to them. They kind of let the real message be known. Now the mainstream media, they're not reporting on that part of it, but you can see some stuff online. There was a lot of black folks who actually did oppose Biden being there. We was kind of hard on Howard, but I'm reading it now. It said Biden and Harris don't care about black people, and then he got a brother with his back turned to him. I like that. Yeah, now I'm going to take some of the stuff I said about Howard University back. I was on Howard's bumper the other day. But yeah, I see we still do have some riders up there. So shout out to the riders up at Howard University. I got to take some of the criticism back because we're talking about how Howard has become a coon factory to a certain degree, but you do still have riders. So yeah, the mainstream media, they're really downplaying the brothers and sisters who got up and turned their backs and had them signs saying Biden don't do anything about black people. Now, as you know, the Democratic shills, and you know what? Let me post that in the jumbotron, if I may. Let me see. How do I do that? Where am I? Okay, let me post that in the jumbotron real quick to show y'all what I'm talking about. You have some of the Biden sexuals and the Kamamiites up here trying to cape for Biden. Let me show y'all a tweet. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay, let me put this in the jumbotron. Where we at? Okay, here we go. All right, I put that in the jumbotron. Now, this is a Biden sexual. This woman here, she's like, to do this at the alma mater of the vice president is wild. I don't mind folks criticizing and holding the Biden-Harris administration accountable, but oftentimes stuff like this doesn't come with any solid evidence. Y'all just repeat what y'all hear on the effing Shade Room and gossip blogs that don't know their butthole from a can of paint. Okay, so now this woman is critical, saying that there's no evidence that Biden and Harris, their administration, there's no evidence that they didn't do anything for black people. So now she tries to list her sources. And if you listen to my show the other day, it's basically the same gibberish that these Democratic shills, they got some talking points from the head of the DNC, because it's basically the same thing. Remember on my show, I was reading off one of these Democratic shills talking about this stuff all this stuff Biden had allegedly done for black people. He's like, yeah, Biden gave $1 billion to black businesses. Biden had gave $2 billion to the black farmer. And I just meticulously, one by one, point by point, just debunked all of it, just pulled up all the policies they were talking about. And it was so easy to damn debunk. It was boring. So this woman right here, if you look at her stuff, she's doing the same thing. She's going to tout what Biden has done for black people. And here she goes. Executive order on advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities. Come on. We're not doing this no more. Family, they're still trying it. They're still trying the underserved minority disenfranchised code. We're not doing that no more. The shills don't have the memo, do they, family? They really don't have the memo. That ain't it no more. We're not doing all of that vague, jive ass language. No. We ain't even just doing black no more. You better say foundational black American. We're getting hyper specific about the language now. These people, you see how out of touch they are. These people don't even know what's going on in these streets right now. No, we don't play that game no more. Yeah, we already know the trick bag. So yeah, you better come with right and exact, very direct, very specific language. This ain't gonna work. Here you go. I'm gonna read some more what she says. Biden urged DOJ to ban chokeholds and no-knock warrants. If a brother just got killed up here in New York in the Biden administration, they're not doing anything about it. The no-knock warrant thing, they haven't done anything to the killer of Breonna Taylor. She goes on, AG Merrick Garland urged to file federal charges related to the death of Breonna Taylor. Go to hell. That dude who killed Breonna Taylor is working for another damn police department right now. These people think that we're stupid. I'm going to read some more. She says he pardoned simple possession of marijuana on a federal level, and that's supposed to be something for black folks. These are talking points handed down from the top brass of the DNC because these shills are using the exact wording with all of this nonsense. Her other talking point, the Emmett Till anti-lynching bill was signed by Biden. And what? He doesn't enforce it. Signing it is one thing, enforcing it is another. Who in the hell have they enforced that law against? In relation to helping a black person, who? Name one person they've enforced that to. They haven't enforced that with anybody. They didn't even enforce it on Carolyn Bryant, the person who helped get Emmett Till killed. They didn't even enforce it on her. And she has a warrant that they never served. Yeah. She goes on to say the American Rescue Plan, that's a lift-all program. She says the child tax credit, that's another lift-all program. 11.6 million jobs created. Black unemployment decreased from 9.4 to 5.4, all cap. Another lift-all program. $5 billion to HBCUs. Who's running these HBCUs now? These HBCUs are Tetherpalooza right now. It's Tetherpalooza. She goes on to say Inflation Reduction Act, lift-all program, cap cost of insulin. Well, how's that something for black? This is what they're saying is for black people. This is how desperate they are. Canceling student loan debt. Okay, this is how desperate these people are, family. This is ridiculous. Okay, I smell mayonnaise in the room. Okay, there's a lot of mayonnaise in here. Let me see what's going on. I'm smelling mayonnaise in here. Let's get some of these folks in here because they're in here heavy. Atomized. Hop on, man. Atomized. Hop on.
Oh, hello, Tariq. Great
What's
fan.
Look, all right. So what's going? First of all, get your homeboy out your mouth and let's talk clear so I can hear you. I want you to enunciate a little better, but you got to get your homie out your mouth. Y'all do what y'all need to do after you get off the phone with me. But what's on your mind?
I'm starstruck, to be honest. I don't know what to
That's
say.
Now, what country are you from?
Australia.
Okay, you sound like Dracula, dude. You sound like a moist vampire. And you don't suck necks, you suck something else. Now, you need to do something about the damn voice. So, what's on your mind?
I don't know, really. I just came here and came to listen to the wise words of Tariq Nasheed, and yeah, you've given me the speaker. I really don't know what else to say.
All right, man. We'll go eat you some croissants and take you a nice, good bubble bath and get some of the stains off you, and you'll be good. But thank you so much. All right. All right. Let's see. Let's get Lisa Jackson in here. That's an old school sister name right there. Lisa Jackson. You're probably somewhere from Alabama or Louisiana somewhere. Lisa Jackson.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good,
I
Miss
just
Lisa.
wanted to say, okay, I'm Lisa Jackson. I am from Yonkers, New York. I just wanted to ask anybody in the room, does anybody understand that those HBCU schools that we keep talking about, most of them wasn't even started by us or even funded by us. So that's why I think like a lot of things that's going on in those HBCU schools, when you want to talk about people from other countries, or even now that they're saying white people can go to these schools, well, of course they can. They weren't even started by us. They were started to separate us from, what was here already, which was primarily white and black people. So I mean, for me, I don't pay attention to what they do. I look at them as ops to me. So I'm just I just don't find them big on my list. I'm not even shocked that Joe Biden could go to one
Tariq
and
Nasheed, I'm
even
gonna fucking rape you, you fucking faggot. I'm gonna rape you in the ass. I'm gonna broke you in the cotton fields, you fucking faggot.
We had some. Sorry about that, Lisa. That was a white supremacist who just got off the male host roll. He was upset because he only made $3, and his mouth is sore, and he's projecting. Okay, sorry about that, Lisa. My good sister Lisa was talking, and there was a white supremacist on here who he came in low on the payments tonight, so he was a little upset. Bussy, and he couldn't get that rent money like he wanted to, so he was very upset. It's gonna be all right, man. Just go try harder. And try harder and use knee pads so that you can do your job. Speaking of slanging bussy, T.S. Giselle. You haven't been on in a while, T.S. Giselle. What's going on, T.S. Giselle? T.S. Giselle? What happened? Okay, I was going to let you talk, but then you bounced. So, hopefully you'll be all right out there in these streets, T.S. Giselle. You probably with that guy who called, the white man, and fighting over money. Okay, let's get Levante in here. Let's get Levante. Levante, hop in. Levante, hop in.
Hot week. How are you?
Okay. Whoa. Boy, these white supremacists, boy, with these separate phone lines. All right. Are you on the male host row with the other guy?
Hell yeah.
Okay. Well, look, man, go ahead. Y'all get y'all money, man. I know it's slow out there on the track, but damn, it's going to pick up a little bit later. Y'all just hold out and make the money. Don't let the money make you. All right. All right. T.S. Giselle, did you change your profile picture? T.S., you changed your profile? You can hop on, Giselle.
Hello?
Yep. What's going on, Giselle?
Tariq, it's your favorite. Tariq, it's funny that you said, I hope you've been safe in the streets. Tariq, they want me murdered in a ditch in a body bag. Have you heard?
Who? Who wants you murdered,
One
T.S.
of your
Giselle?
mutual
No,
enemies.
no,
We
no.
have a mutual
Who is
enemy.
that?
Black Edit.
Who is that?
Black Edit?
Who?
Black, the guy,
Who the hell is that?
with the voice changer. You've had interaction with him.
Oh, God, that's an
So
op. That's a
Tariq,
fed.
I need I need your help.
What do you need?
I need you to share some audio to your page. I've never asked you for anything, Tariq, but we have to discuss the radicalization of Black people on the app. The way that this
Oh,
person's
but a lot of
the
but that's an op. That dude, that's a fed. That dude is an op.
so you don't want to help me,
You know. So
Tariq?
come on. Okay.
Do it.
Let me get some more people in here. Lord, let's get the average black guy. Let's get the average black guy in here. Average black guy, hop on. Average black guy, hop on, brother.
Yeah, I can tell you that. Yeah. I was in the space. I heard that little. She's already been played that audio. She played it with. So Luke played it. For some reason, man, there's been some weirdo stuff going on with a lot of them, and it's been some weird timing around a lot of this stuff. It's like it's all connected. And yeah, don't play that audio. I'm glad you didn't, because
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm not. Yeah,
they're trying to make us all out to be these they're trying to make all black people, even FBA included in that, like we somehow got something against them. And yeah, like you said, you called it, black attitude is a lot of Asian behavior. It's almost like
yeah,
my
yeah.
theory, they did that shit. It's orchestrated. They did that to make him look a certain way, representing us looking like us, so they can say that we acting like a certain way, so they can demonize.
Right,
That's they
right,
boy.
right.
That's they boy.
Yeah,
That my
real
man
talk.
right there.
And that's very good. Thank you, brother. And that's the point. A lot of these folks on Twitter Spaces, man, and some of these folks who be out at these rallies and stuff, these are ops. They go out here, they get paid to do real reckless stuff and say reckless stuff to make the whole community look janky. And we have to see them as such. That's why when I was out there in Oakland and all of them damn paid distractors and informants were all peppered in the audience, the people there already knew, hey, these are agents, man. We already know these are agents. So what we do, we just ignore them. We don't even trip. Yeah, we don't even trip on them. We know that they're agents. We just play past it and we keep on doing what we do. Let's get Grinds in here. All right, let's get Grinds. Let's get Grinds in here. Grinds, hop on.
What's up, brother Tariq?
I'm good. Grinds, how are you, bro?
I'm all right. Appreciate you. Yeah, we not. Yeah, that goofy stuff between Giselle and Black Addict. That's just a whole bunch of drama just to make us look bad because we're making so much progress with the reparations claim. Which the reason why I got on here was to ask you: are you familiar with the upcoming meeting tomorrow in Chicago for reparations?
No, I'm not. I'm not familiar with that. Where's that one happening?
Okay, so it's in Chicago, the city I'm in, at Malcolm X College. I believe it's like 5:30 or 6:30 for a couple of hours. Now I and brother Afro Elite was at a meeting about a month ago. Now there's somebody that was a part of that meeting that I've known like years ago who ran for alderman a few times, and she's been known on the west side of Chicago on some activism stuff. But what they did was they gave us a site to check out because the stuff sounded good, but then a few of us checked out the link to the site, and it looks like it's connected to Encobra. So, with
Oh,
now, first of all, I appreciate your work and the solid people out west on the West Coast that's been making sure that the solid wording was used and not the word salad. So we know what to look out for
yeah,
on this end. Now, you know that there's an influx of several immigrants coming in, and the Woodline area
yeah,
of Chicago has been fighting against that, which that's pretty good. And they're making sure that we're not going for the bull. Now they are trying to give the immigrants, illegal immigrants, 7,000 a month. But with
yeah,
the flyer for tomorrow's meeting, they talking about giving us seven. Now I would say Black Americans $700 a month. that's what's on the sheet. But the thing is, with Incorpora being, backing this thing up, they're gonna try to put black immigrants in there as well. So I particularly
Yes,
did
they
not
are.
say black Americans. I said black people because they're trying to put them in on the claim, and we're not having it. So anybody from Chicago,
Right. Y'all gotta,
please be there tomorrow
yeah.
at Malcolm X College. I want to say it starts like 5:30 or 6:30. I'm about to repost the flyer in a few minutes, just in case you are going there to look.
No doubt. Thank you so much, brother. But yeah, watch out for the Cobra stuff. Where's average black guy? Somebody just sent me a picture. Average black guy. That op dude. There's a picture that you posted. Is that dude for real? Is that him? Is that a real picture, of old dude, man? That picture is hilarious. Average black guy. Is that really old dude? Hold on, let me get the average black guy in here. Average black guy. Is that dude for real?
That's him from like quite a few people. Plus, he's pretty angry about it, and he's going off on a lot of people. And whenever I say his name anywhere, he pops up, right? But this picture that got the most likes and the most play, he ain't saying a damn thing. And I heard dude from Milwaukee, and he's Zimbabwean, and we've been in brother don't say nothing. He don't want to say nothing to that. When he see me, he start popping off, and so yeah, it's up for him. One last thing I forgot to tell you too. For some reason, man, Isaiah Washington is in spaces with him and some other dude. All of a sudden, they cozy. Then the next day, T.S. Giselle's in that space with Luke playing audio from old boy, and the timing is just really suspicious.
Yeah. Oh
So
God, man, these the oppie as hell. But yeah, if that's him, that's funny as hell.
it is.
That is hilarious. That dude looks like a Zimbabwean goat herder or some shit. But man, all right, thank you for the call. Damn, that's funny. That's funny. That's funny. Let me get I'm gonna get who is this guy? Hitch slap. Let me get Hitch slap in, then I'll get Afro in here in a minute. Hitch slap, what's up, man? Hitch slap. You can turn your microphone on.
Hey, what's up, Tariq?
What's going on? You're the same. You sound like one of the same guys. But what's on your mind?
Oh, no, I don't, I just literally jumped into space about 3 minutes ago, so I don't know what's going on. No, I just jumped up to say good day. I'm a big fan of yours. You've got some very interesting things to say, so I thought I'd just pop in and say hi. And also shout out Re-Ups in the listeners. I can highly recommend bringing him up next. He's a very stellar young man.
Re-Ups, what's his name?
Yeah, Re-Ups in the listeners. You got Re-Ups, Holistic, and George. Three very fair and reasonable people that I've spoken to quite often.
Now, where are you from with that accent? Where are you from?
I've got Italian ancestry, but I was born and raised in Australia.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Let's get Dr. Benoit. All right, let's get Dr. Benoit in here. Hop in, Dr. Benoit. All right.
Hello.
What's going on, Dr. Benoit?
I am doing very well. How are you?
I'm good. What's on your mind?
Well, I wanted to say that I'm a big fan of your theology. I'm a double PhD. I got a degree from Oxford, and, I just want to say that I wish to pay my respects, and I have one question for you.
Oh, here we go. The white supremacists being freaky as they do. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Sorry about that, guys. The white supremacists, they have to do the buck breaking thing. Lord. Okay, let me remove all of their filth. Okay. Yeah. You know how they do. They're just that's their culture. They don't know no better. That's what they do. That's what the movie Buck Breaking was about. All roads lead to Bussy with these white supremacists. It goes all the way back to the damn Bussy. Okay, got to get these guys up out of here. Okay. So let me get some more folks in here. And when the Bussy pictures start coming up, T.S. Giselle pop right back in, huh? Oh, Lord. Let me get Afro Elite in here. Let me get my brother Afro in here. Afro Elite. Let me get Afro in here. I hear you, brother. What's going on?
I wanted to briefly talk about what our brother Grimes was talking about. Shout out to him. I met him in person. Solid brother. But
Oh, good.
apparently, and I checked the schedule today, they have pushed it back. It was supposed to be on the 17th, but now the event is on the 24th. They literally changed it
Okay.
today. So I just want everybody to know
Oh,
that.
wow.
But to piggyback off of what he was talking about, a lot of the stuff was kind of funny style based off of the conversation, because I talked to her a little bit before the event. I talked to her on the phone, and then we had the event. Everything was going good. She said she liked everybody. She was going to call us, let us know. Never reached out to anybody, never reached out, never said anything about setting up, she wanted us to be a part of the team, completely ignored us all the way up until this day, and it's almost been like a month since then. What I'm predicting what they're doing now is because the reparations conversation is becoming a national thing. What they were talking about in the meeting is starting a whole bunch of committees so they can quote unquote discuss reparations, and then they ask for like state funding, city funding, federal funding. So it's going to be a whole lot of this stuff pop up where they are asking the mayor for funding for office supplies and speakers and stuff like this. So it seems like it's kind of like a in Cobra. It's a lot of mixed stuff going. It was a lot of red flags, and I wasn't trying to be like
Yeah.
rude, but it was a lot of red flags going on with this. But it's pretty much them setting something up so they can get some funding on behalf of quote unquote advocating for reparations. That's kind of what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it looks like. But I'm gonna look more into it, man. But thank you so much, brother. Yeah, you got to watch that whole in Cobra crowd, man. Yeah, their job is to pan Africanize everything and then basically open the door for other non-black immigrants. That's their whole job. They're just shills and front people for the Democrats. They're doing the bidding of the Democrats. Just point blank. Let's get who we got. Let me see. Get this Cam guy. Haven't I? Okay, Cam. I've had you on before, Cam. Hop on, Cam. Let's make it quick and no vulgarities. You're gonna get out of here real quick. Cam, go ahead.
Oh no, I ain't gonna say nothing crazy. But
All right. So what's on your mind?
I just wanted to say that the lady who was speaking about Biden, she mentioned the shade room, but the shade room is the biggest Biden dick writers in all social media. Them and baller alerts. I don't know why she brought up the shade room.
Right. That was weird. That was very weird. Yeah, they cape for Biden more than anybody. But
Yeah.
that is all right. But thank you so much, Cam.
All right.
Thank you,
Thank
brother.
you. Thank you.
All right. All right. I'm not gonna be on here too long because I got to get upstairs and tend to my wife. I got to take care of some of her needs. You feel me? That's what I got to do. Snowfall. Hop in, Snowfall. I think I've talked to you before. You one of these white supremacist trolls? Oops, he jumped out of here. Oh, Snowfall, hop on. Yep, somebody gave the thumbs down, like, oh, don't put him on. And sure enough, it's Bussy Central. Okay. While we're getting the Bussy pictures out of here, get TS Giselle back in here. TS, what's going on? What's going on, TS?
I'm upset with you, Tariq. Now I
What
am
did I do?
you.
Are you upset because I'm taking the Bussy pics down? Or what are you upset
No,
about?
that's absolutely disgusting because you only gave me 5 seconds. Tariq, you know I
Okay,
give
go
you
ahead.
content. When you mention my name
Oh,
on
Lord.
your YouTube lives, you have hundreds of people. Your fans love me. It,
Okay, all right.
anyway, I'm still awaiting my VIP tickets for the FBA Expo. I think that my appearance would just take the event to another level.
Yeah. If I'll let you know, we booked Tevin Campbell, and we can do a meet and greet or something for you. We'll make that happen.
Absolutely.
But we want to make you safe. And if anybody's threatening you, that ain't cool. Whoever's threatening you, but whoever's threatening you, I think it might just be some oppy stuff. I think it's some ops, but
I, I
nobody should nobody should be talking about harming you. If you want bussy, you get your bussy in peace. But go ahead.
Thank you for that, Tariq. That's all that I've wanted is for people to understand that it's not okay for Black people to threaten to murder other Black people.
Now,
So
black people
thank
really
you.
don't do that.
I'm not
Yeah,
speaking on, I'm only speaking on the one person that threatened me. But that means a
yeah,
lot for you to make that statement, Tariq. So I hope that you can share
right.
that
We
with
want you
your
to be safe.
supporters.
Nobody should be bothering you. Yeah, nobody should be bothering you. You should be safe to do what you want to do. You know. So
Thank
you be safe,
you.
but don't be. And we don't want y'all out here catfishing dudes, and we don't want y'all putting yourselves in certain
T.S.
situations. You know
Giselle
what I'm
doesn't
saying?
have to, T.S. Giselle does not have to catfish any man.
I know because they already can tell, but a lot of
They
people who
can't.
they no,
They
they can't.
can't.
They already somebody's there with you. They know what they're getting into. They
They,
if they go
they
to your
don't.
if they go to your restaurant, they know dick and balls are on the menu. They already know what's going to be on the menu. There's no surprise snacks in the place, but
They
they
don't.
shouldn't. Oh, okay,
Listen,
okay, all right.
T.S. Giselle serves pink pussy. Okay? Like Beyonce. Bad bitches to the right, money bitches to the left. You can do both. Dance in
Did
the
you
middle.
did you
It's
mean pink
pure.
penis? Did you mean pink penis? You serve pink
Period.
penis? Okay, all
Okay?
right. All
Tip,
right.
tip,
You mean
tip on hardwood floors. Glitter on my kitty.
okay? You mean purple penis
Period.
instead of all right. All right. That's enough. That's enough of that. Thank you so
Anyway,
much.
I just wanted,
Thank you. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. He meant purple penis. He didn't mean pink pussy. All right, Lord. Okay, let's Doctor Feelgood. Let's get Doctor Feelgood in here. What's up, man? Doctor Feeling. I think that's your name. I'm not sure what it is. Well, what's up, brother?
What's up, my brother Tariq, man? What's going on with everybody in the room today? I have a
Man,
conundrum going on.
what's
This
up
boy
there?
Sir Major's talking about calling the FBI on people, bro. What's up with
On
your boy
who?
Sir Major?
Calling. What happened?
Well, somebody got into it with T.S. Giselle and they made death threats to her saying we should go kill them and all that. And Sir Major was like, man, we should call the FBI on this brother. And I don't know what's going on, man.
Okay, I don't know anything about that, man. Yeah, there's so
Do
much
you
stuff going on Spaces. So I don't know what's going on with these Twitter Spaces. Let me see. Who is this person here? Let me see. Make sure they don't throw no bussy pics up. What's up, Holistic or whatever your name
Yeah,
is?
Tariq, what's up? So my question
What's,
is about a documentary you did many years ago, Congressional Pimp, one of my favorites, where you had a booty call with Miss Bernadette Booty, and you would humiliate these
that was,
politicians. And my question is, why did
mm-hmm.
you sort of transfer over from humiliating politicians to humiliating your own people with this buck breaking stuff? Because I feel like that documentary is highly underrated. Just my opinion, though.
Well, that doesn't humiliate us. That talks about your culture.
Well, yeah. It's kind
That's
of just
about
like
your
you're
culture.
whining about getting penetrated, like in the butt and stuff like. It's just kind of like humiliating for you.
No,
So, just
no,
my opinion,
no.
but
That's for
yeah, go
no,
ahead.
no, 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 no. That's why you're that. That's where the anger is from because the movie Buck Breaking broke down white supremacist culture coming out of Europe. That's where you guys are humiliated. We did a whole documentary about your long history of butt play. Y'all been about that since y'all crawled out of Europe, many of you white supremacists. And the minute you got in contact with non-white people, it was butt play time.
Yeah, I know.
It,
We can't stop getting enslaved. Yeah,
yeah,
all day,
yeah,
every day.
right. So yeah. So that movie Buck Breaking was a huge hit, by the way. I noticed a lot of the white supremacists were very offended by that movie because you're not really used to people breaking down your culture. Everything is all about everybody else. Y'all analyze and break down everybody else. We broke your culture down all the way to the caves, then to Greco-Roman society, the stuff y'all do in Rome and Greece, and then the white Arabs. We got into some of the stuff that they do and what happened, Alexander the Great and his bussy fascinations, and then some of the slave owners, what they were doing. We broke all of that stuff down with documented facts. So Yeah, exposing that part of your culture, y'all really didn't like that. So that's where the trolling comes in. See, trolling is you guys trying to mask the pain. Isn't that right?
No, I don't think any of that is true. Do you believe
It's
that
true.
black baby
No,
swordfish,
what was
which
wrong? No,
has
no, no, stop it, stop. What was inaccurate about Buck Breaking the movie? Name one thing that was inaccurate.
yeah, not a single black person or slave has ever been raped by a white person. As you state,
If you don't stop it, really? Are you going to try to say that with a straight face? That slaves were not being raped? How do you think all of these? Well, first, we can start with the women. We know that the women were being raped because of the offspring that popped off. You think that those white supremacist slave owners weren't doing that to the black boys too?
no, that was consensual, and as we know, white people find
How is
black
that consent? How does a slave consent, sir?
because they were unable to feed themselves without someone providing them with a job and a work in a society of orderliness. So that's basically the explanation.
That doesn't make any sense, sir. A slave doesn't consent
Why
by
not?
definition because you're a slave.
Some people like being slaves. What's wrong with that?
Okay, this is white supremacist gibberish, which further proves my point. You guys cannot logically defend your degenerate culture of white supremacist sodomy and warfare. You can't even defend it. You have to troll babble and mayo splain, sir. So that proves my point. But anyway, thank you so much. And Buck Breaking 2 is going to be coming soon. We're going to start working on that pretty soon. So y'all going to be real double mad. We're going to break some more stuff down about your culture. But they hate when their culture is being broken down. They hate it. All right, now who is this? Okay, this guy has Daniel Penny's face on his profile, so we already know what his get down is. All right. The white racial consciousness. Okay, let's hear that. Let me hear some racial consciousness. Fleck Arthur, now hop on.
Yeah, did it hurt when you were buck broke?
All right, you came in corny. All right, and you're out. Let me get you out of here because I'm not trying to hear cornball nonsense. At least have your jokes funny. You're going to get immediately blocked if you don't. If you try to troll and your trolling is corny, immediate block. All right, let's get Destino. Let's get Destino in here. We're doing immediate blocks. We don't want to hear cornball trolling. Trolling has to be funny. Either be logical or be funny. But you will not be a cornball and an unfunny troll. But go ahead. Destino. Destino. Hop on and turn your microphone on. All right. And let's get 1995. 1995. Hop in. 1995. Hop in, man.
Yo, what up, Rick? What's good with you, my man?
I'm good. What's on your mind, bro?
Yeah, blessed and highly favored, brother. Yeah, you know what? There was I know we had talked about like American Cholo and stuff like that, but did you recently see, the stuff that he was complaining about as far as the whole about what Whack 100 said about him saying about some anti-Mexicans and stuff like that? Whack supposedly he had said some things about about Mexicans and things like that. But then you have American Cholo on here had called you a ghetto coon and things like that. So we already know
Right.
what his get down is, but he got something to say.
Okay. I don't, man. It's all over the place, so I don't even know, man. All right, but let me get some more folks in here. Man, a lot of that shit I don't be keeping up with. All right, let's get Mo. All right, let's get Mo. Moh. Mo.
What's going on, Tariq? How are you?
I'm good, Mo. What's on your mind, Mo?
Yeah, man. So obviously you've built a really good platform for yourself and you found your niche, and honestly it's really inspiring. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm 24 and I'm also trying to make it, right? So I was wondering, for any guys that are in their early to mid 20s, what are some habits they should adopt so by the time they're a few years later they basically they're established.
Now, it depends on what you want to do. What are you trying to do with yourself?
So for me, I'm a day trader, and eventually I kind of want to start my own thing where people have a podcast that I'm really trying to expand. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, what you got to do, man, you got to get the mentor game popping. Get around some people who are thorough, get around some veterans and hang around them. Don't worry about getting paid, because a lot of times we start hanging around people and we think we should get the same damn money they get. You better sit around some people and get some game. Get around some folks who's doing better than you or doing what you want to do and learn some game. The game from them is more valuable than the crumbs that they might flick off to you. Find you a veteran. Y'all don't understand the importance of finding a veteran and just being an apprentice to a certain degree. Just being around somebody, soaking up some game from them, watching how they handle business, watching who they connect with, how they make their connections. That's the most valuable thing. The thing is, and dudes should really peep this type of stuff, because what happens is dudes get around a person who's balling out, and then you want to act like a bitch. You try to act like the chicks be acting. Now the women, yeah, the women are vying for attention. The women are showing a little titty here. The women are trying to get a bag from the dude. The woman ain't trying to get into his industry. She's looking at the dude trying to get with him, because if she can throw that thing right, she's gonna get some of that paper anyway. So she's trying to get herself positioned to be possibly wifey or something, or a cool ass side piece, or just a baby mama. At least the baby mama can get papered up. So a dude with that type of mentality, he doesn't have anything to bring to the table. So a dude with that whole mentality, he's trying to angle for some kind of finesse. And that's the wrong way to look at hanging around or being around somebody who's balling out. That's why a lot of people who are balling out or who are successful, they like being around other people who are on their level, because they don't have people trying to sabotage or undermine or trying to flip a bag out of them. You understand? So people who are in certain positions of success and they have certain financial power, they like people who are around them who are trying to learn the game, because they see that there's a purpose to this person and they don't mind giving you some game. The game is for those who are worthy of receiving the game. So a person who's in a certain position, if they see that you're really hungry for some of the knowledge, you'd be surprised how much game somebody will give you. So we have to start going in situations like that, getting around people who can serve us some game. Like my thing, one person that I would love to meet, I would just love to be in a room with this cat for like an hour. That's Al Heyman, the famous promoter who's real low key. He's been a promoter and a businessman since the 70s. I used to hear Al Heyman's name all the time for concerts, the Budweiser Superfest, all that stuff. And he promotes a lot of the stuff for our brother Floyd Mayweather. And the brother Al Heyman, this brother makes money hand over fist. He's real low key. Don't nobody even know what he looks like for the most part. He don't do interviews, but he's one of the most successful promoters in the world. That's the dude I would like to be in a room with, just soaking up game. I'd be in there with a pen and pencil, soaking up game left and right. And I still got a little financial success, but let me see somebody who's balling more than me. I'm all ears. I don't try to front, try to high side nothing. I can humble myself and get a pen and paper and start jotting shit down and learning some game. You know who does that? Who's real good at learning game from people? Our brother Nick Cannon. Nick is very good at that. That's why he's so successful. Nick will pull out a pen and paper and start writing. If you talk to Nick and just say something real fly, Nick will pull out a piece of paper and a pen and start writing the shit down. I had a conversation with Nick one time. He's like, oh shit, that's deep, and pulled out some paper and start writing it down. I'm like, all right. I'm not even mad at him. He's getting game. That's how you're supposed to be. Somebody drops something fly, you take something from that. You get a life lesson out of that. That's how you build and grow.
Yeah. So that's very important, man. Just respecting somebody's position and humbling yourself and not letting the jealous thing get in. Because we got too many dudes who think like hizzos, man. You get around a nigga and you think you're supposed to have what that dude has. You didn't grind like that dude. You didn't hustle like that dude. You weren't getting up early in the morning like that dude. You think just because you standing next to him, you're supposed to have what he has. And you better understand this. This is another thing when it comes to hanging with people and being around people. If you are a person who's balling out, you better make sure you are hanging with people who are either balling equally as you or people trying to learn from you. Because what happens is if you balling out and you hanging with some of the homies who ain't really trying to learn no game and they just hanging because y'all knew each other or that y'all were cool with each other back in the day, but they ain't trying to upgrade, them niggas will pull your shit all the way back down. Look at Ja's ass, the basketball player. Look how that dude is acting. Look how Ja's acting. He's out here with his homies who ain't got nothing to lose. He already got hemmed up getting on social media waving a gun around, got suspended, got punished for doing it, and then went and did it again with them same little dusty niggas from his neighborhood waving a gun. Dude, look. And like I said the other day on my broadcast, I could co-sign Ja doing that if he was doing it as an advocate for the Second Amendment, because he does have a right to wave his gun around. But if you're just being goofy and just waving your gun around just to be reckless and there's no rhyme and reason and you're just trying to show out with your homies, that's a dumb reason to lose a bag. You're losing a major bag by hanging with your homies doing something goofy, rapping to mumble rap. That ain't worth losing a bag for. You understand? That's not worth losing no bag for and sabotaging your career. To hang with goofy, dusty niggas, listen to mumble rap, waving a fucking gun? No. And those dudes that you hang with, man, these dudes, they'll egg you on because they want you to fall back down to the bricks with them. They don't mind that, so they can clown. So they can do you like they did our brother Hammer. They sit up and try to shame you into doing something and shame you into let's keep it real, man. You got to keep it real. Come back to the hood, wave this gun, show everybody that you still down. No, that's a nigga who's trying to sabotage you. You know what a real dude would do? Somebody in the hood back in the day, what they would do, you see somebody who was balling out, you're like, man, get up out of here, bro. Man, you don't need to be hanging here. If we saw somebody with potential, somebody who was about to really blow up or somebody who had blown up, say, hey man, we love you, we respect you, but get out of here. Don't be hanging around here with that. No, man. You need to go, you don't need to be over here. We don't want you getting caught up. You know? That's what you would say to him, man. Like, we don't need you. We need you to stay on top of your game so that you can pull some of us up there with you. Don't be down here doing this nigga stuff. Don't do that. Stay in the position you're in, bro, and let us know what we can do to come up to your level and kind of help out with management or whatever. We can do little job positions on that level. We can do security. We can do whatever. But yeah, don't you be down here mumble rapping and waving a gun with us on the bricks. Nah. So we got to start getting these priorities right. Let's get a couple of more people in here because I said I ain't going to be on here long, and I always say that, and I end up on here a long time, chopping it up with the family. And by the way, family, I hope you guys got those brand new FBA flags, those Black Power flags that everybody's loving. We got the Black Power FBA flags. People are loving on them flags at officialfba.com. Officialfba.com, ladies and gentlemen. That's where you can get yours. And you can also get your tickets for the FBA Expo at fbaexpo.com. Let's get the somebody. What's your name, man? And hop on in.
My name is John. John Shaw.
What's up,
Hey, brother, I want.
John?
Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. The econometrician. I wanted to ask you, what was your take on? You probably had already done so, but what was your take on that brother from the Griot taking up that position with Ebony Williams saying that is I wouldn't date a bus driver who doesn't own a bus. And what was the larger implication of that? What was your thoughts on that?
Yeah, a lot of people ask me about that. I've been meaning to do a show about that. That it was kind of coming from an elitist place. And she had me to a certain degree, and then she started getting off into basically some bedwench babble. And they showed that she'd had a zaddy before, so a lot of that stuff she said was nullified. That whole thing was she wouldn't date a bus driver. The thing is with her, she's still trying to talk down to brothers in order to make herself feel better because she knows she's priced out of the game. She ain't about to really get no baller at this point, and she knows that. She spent some of her prime choosing years chasing zaddy. So a lot of these women chase these zaddies. You don't get chosen, and then when you are priced out of the game, you want to start talking crazy at brothers and trying to minimize brothers. I don't want no nigga who drive a bus. Where's that coming from? There's nothing wrong with a brother who's driving a bus. Especially when you've about to hit the wall. But there's nothing wrong with that. And plus, you're not in baller territory no more, ma'am. Because she's she like 40. She's getting close to 40. And not saying there's some 40-year-old women in here that still look good. I'm not knocking you guys. I'm not knocking y'all. There's some fly 40-year-old women who can still get flued out and all that. I'm not knocking the 40-year-old women. There's still very beautiful 40-year-old women. There's beautiful 50-year-old women. But when you are 40 years old, you can't be out here making demands like the 24-year-olds. This is what I'm saying. You can't be out here making these boss demands like the 24-year-olds. You better understand there's a whole crop of new recruits out here on the streets. So you sitting up here at 40 and you don't look the same without your makeup on, talking about what bus driver you ain't gonna date and what you need and what you gonna demand. And you got these ballers who got a gang of options, and these options are fresh out the bakery. These 23, 24-year-olds are choosing heavy, fresh, ain't got no kids, ain't got no baggage. So if a baller is about to make an investment in a relationship, where's he gonna go? Somebody who's 40 and bitter, or somebody who's fresh and 23? Now, if you 40 and you got your mind right, you can still get in there. But 40 and bitter ain't gonna cut it. In fact, when you get older, ladies, you better be more cooperative and you better have more of a soothing disposition when it comes to dudes. Don't no nigga balling out want to hear no baggage ass complaining from nobody, especially somebody who's double the age of the new recruits out here. Let's talk real for a minute. If you get a cute 40-year-old chick, she better be talking right. She better be talking real right. You better be saying something flyer than what the 24-year-olds are saying, because they got a leg up. So what you gonna bring to the table that they ain't got? Just like dudes, women. See y'all, women. A lot of women go for the older guys as opposed to some of the younger dudes. You get a younger dude, he's a young fly dude, but the thing is, you get a young fly dude and an older guy who's still kind of fly, but the older guy is more established. His money is right. So you're like, hell, let me choose him. That's a better option. Dudes think the same way. You got two women, one's 40 something, one's 24. They both cute, both still got nice bodies. The 24-year-old ain't got that much baggage. The 40-year-old one, she's still kind of bitter because of the last three niggas that had done her wrong. So now, do you want to invest in that? That's how dudes think. So that 40-year-old woman or the 45-year-old woman, she better be talking like she got some goddamn sense.
You ain't gonna be sitting up here talking about I ain't gonna date this nigga. I need this and I need a baller nigga. I want the bus owner. Okay, so the bus owner. Okay, say I'm the bus owner, and Ebony's with me on a date. I own these buses. What's Ebony gonna bring to the table besides her bitter disposition? Because her disposition is bitter. That's a bitter disposition. You feel me? And dudes can sense it. Dudes can feel it. That's coming from a place of bitterness. Don't nobody want that. That's one of the reasons why the dudes get the 24-year-olds. That bitterness ain't kicked in yet. Bunch of niggas ain't done them wrong yet. Yeah. I want y'all to understand that when guys are trying to choose, we choose dispositions as well. We want somebody with a pleasant disposition with no psychological baggage. And women, I want y'all to understand, y'all better watch your dick intake. Dicks are like ghosts. Yeah, and them ghosts linger on your ass. And dudes don't want to be with no chick with dick ghost humming around her. You understand? We don't want your dick ghost. We don't want to have that shit around us. So you better exercise the dick demons and get that off your spirit. So when you get with a new dude, you talking right. You feel me, ladies? Y'all feel me? We'll have a little real talk in here tonight. We're having some real talk. Let's be clear. You got some women who's 45, 50, fly, good conversation. Niggas to get your ass. Look at people like Tracy Edmond, for example. Tracy Edmond, how old is Tracy Edmond? Tracy Edmond, she's beautiful, sister. Tracy was in her 50s. Tracy Edmonds keep niggas wiping her ass up. She had Babyface and then Eddie Murphy, and now is she still with Deion Sanders? Tracy Edmonds keep a nigga wiping her up. You know? Because she has a good disposition. She has a very pleasant disposition. And dudes like that. Your disposition goes a long way, especially if you are a little older. You better come real correct. You better come correct. You better come through with it. Steve Harvey's wife, she was older. Steve had other options, but he got her. She's a beautiful sister. Disposition was correct. So I'm not saying that y'all are out the game. You just got to come correct. You better, when you're older, competing with those 24-year-olds, what you got to do, you got to leave that bitterness away and bring your experience to the table. You got to come in the door like, look, I fuck with you, nigga, and me, I'm not one of them young bitches out here who don't know nothing. I can help you manage this shit in here. You got to come in like that. Nigga, I can help you with the books. I can come in and get this household in order. I can get the money straight. I can show you some investment things that I've learned. That's what niggas want to fuck with. If you are an older woman, you come in with that type of mentality, coming in with your experience, not no damn bitterness. That's what niggas can respect. You dig? Y'all got to come in the door like that. You better come in letting us know you can go and handle some of these books and do all the other wifey shit. Yeah. Giving y'all ladies some game. But ladies, don't be the older bitter chick, and don't be the old thought. That's another thing. There's two things y'all don't want to do. Ladies, you don't want to be the old ass bitter chick complaining about niggas and talking about what you need now. I deserve some trips from niggas. And ain't about trying to hear all that bullshit. A nigga supposed to take me to Jamaica. Shut your ass up, Gladys. Listen, don't you be that, and don't be the old damn thought. Don't you be the 50-year-old chick out here in a cat suit and a BBL and your feet look like goddamn Cicely Tyson. Don't try to be that. Don't try to out thought these young girls. You ain't gonna do it. You got some of these fresh thoughts coming out here. There's a whole new level of thought, and y'all cannot compete. Lady, y'all 40, y'all 50, y'all knees ain't good enough to out thought these girls coming out of here now. These girls are raised off Sunny Delight and hot Cheetos, and their knees are still good. There's a whole level of thought going on with these girls that y'all can't compete with. These girls be doing all types of shit.
You can't compete with that. You're going to blow your fucking hip out trying to compete with these damn young girls. Sit your ass down and help that nigga with his goddamn accounting. That's what you do. That's what you do. We had to put an ice pack on your damn back trying to outthought these damn girls out here. Come on, man. Y'all got to respect the game that's going on out here. Yeah. Man, we got a lot of folks in here tonight. We got a lot of people in here tonight. Y'all in here heavy. I think we had a constructive conversation tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get out of here. Cause y'all gonna have me in here all night. Y'all gonna have me in here all night, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, guys, it's been real. Get your FBA flags at officialfba.com. That's where you can get your flags. Get your tickets for the FBA Expo going down in Dallas next week. I want to see all of y'all in Dallas. It's going to be a phenomenal event. We got so many great speakers. It's going to be a very empowering event, ladies and gentlemen. FBAexpo.com. Vendors, y'all need to come on through. If you are a business owner, come and showcase your business. Let people know who you are. You dig? Where are my LA people? If you're in LA, y'all need to come by the Hidden History Museum, 2131 West Jefferson. Also, yeah, the show, we have a show on FBA Stream, and I posted a clip called Tariq Nasheed's Museum Life. It gives you a glimpse into our daily activity at the museum. Have y'all seen it yet on FBA Stream? You go to fbastream.com and you can see Tariq Nasheed's Museum Life. Very fun show. We had a great time shooting. The clips are funny. The one I showed of the guy rapping, and there's some other clips on there that's funny as hell. So you go see that at fbastream.com. All right. Anyway, guys, and also if you want to go to the Hidden History Museum, go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com for more information. Hiddenhistorymuseum.com. All right, guys, you have a good night, man. Y'all be safe out here. Puppy Akute and Lila Vuve to the family, man. Peace. All right. What's going on, guys? Letting y'all come on in. Letting folks come on in real quick on the Tariq Talk Tap In. All right, y'all bounce on in here. Let's chop it up. Waiting on everybody to come on in the room. Everybody throw that black fist in the air. Let us know you're in here. Just checking in with the family, talking about some stuff that's going on in the media right now. The HBCUs out here. How's the HBCUs? We know that there was some bomb threats directed towards HBCUs around the country. I know one was Howard University. I would like the family to chime in. What other HBCUs were targeted? Can somebody send a request and let's get some information from the ground? I'd like for some of you guys to speak up and say what have you been hearing on the ground as far as these bomb threats? Were they credible? Was it just some white supremacists capping? Let's get some information here. Let me let a couple of folks in here real quickly. Hold on one second. Let's get King. Let's get King.
What's going on, Mr. Nasheed? How you doing?
I'm good. Oh, this Darian. Okay, what's up, Darian?
I'm chilling.
What's on your mind, man?
Oh man, I was just talking to my younger brother, because he's still in high school right now, and he's been talking to me a lot about like going to college because he's on honor roll. And one of the things like I keep preaching to him because like he plays basketball, but like this year he didn't make the team. I told him like the only time like if the only reason you should go to like a all white like a integrated school is if you get a scholarship. But I keep telling him like if he don't get a scholarship, either go to an HBCU or get a trade. What's your thought on that? Because Mr. Nasheed, like when I went to college, like I did college credit plus in 8th grade. So by the time I got out of my senior year, I already had my associate's degree in architecture, and I'm currently still working on my bachelor's in that. I just like right now I'm telling my brother, don't try to jump into college without getting something that's transferable to the real world, because what happens is a lot of people go to college, they get this, and then it doesn't be very transferable. Then not to mention a lot of bachelor's degrees are white people made them a lot of bachelor's useless in certain jobs just because a lot of black people were getting them. So like I always keep trying to tell them like it's better to be your own boss, because if you don't have like your college paid for all the way, it's just a trap for you to be in debt.
Yeah. All right, man. Thank you for the call, brother. Let me get some more folks in here. Darian, thank you so much, brother. All right, let me have some other folks tapping in real quickly. Lady FBA, turn your speaker on, beloved.
What's going on, family? What's going on?
I'm good. How are you, sister?
I'm doing all right. One of the HBCUs was my alma mater, Norfolk State,
Okay.
and I had got an email from them, because even though I'm out of school, if you still got your school email, you'll still get the notifications and stuff. So I was like a bomb threat, but the bomb threat came in before I think the semester had started, so wasn't nobody on the campus yet. So that I kind of didn't understand that, but Norfolk State was definitely one of them. And then we got another email saying that they didn't find the threat on campus or nothing like that. So I guess it was all good.
There's some shit. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, beloved. Okay, so as long as everybody's safe. So again, we were hearing about these bomb threats all over the country with HBCUs. So as long as everybody's safe, but we got to keep our eyes open, family. This is why I say, man, we cannot play games when it comes to dealing with these white supremacists. I don't take these type of threats lightly. There was an article that came out. I think it came out yesterday. There was another undercover FBI agent who went undercover with a whole bunch of white supremacist groups for like 20 something years. And these people keep talking about how deep the threat is. These folks are like in the woods, training, planning on engaging in different type of guerrilla warfare tactics. So it's imperative for us to be on code, because they really, the media don't warn us about these type of things until it's too damn late. And I try to tell people about these type of things that go on, but sometimes people don't believe anything, and you don't understand the danger until white people really start ringing the alarm. And speaking of ringing the alarm, there's some stuff going on with Russia and the Ukraine. There's something right now. I don't know if y'all heard that. So we need to keep our eye on that. The U.S. is sending guns over there and ammunition and weapons, and Russia is mad because the U.S. sent some ammo to the Ukraine, from what I understand. So it's some stuff boiling over there. And I've been hearing rumors of a possible cyber attack. So we have to keep our eyes and ears open, man. A lot of times, black folks, we're just taught to sit up on TikTok and watch people twerking and dancing. You know, we're used to seeing that, and we focus on that and gossip and stuff like that. But we need to understand what's going on in the socio-political sphere. But let's get some more people in here to chop it up. What's up, Mel? See the homie Mel in there? Everybody say what's up to Mel. Follow Mel. Mel was the brother. Him and some others. They got that big chat room popping the other day that went super duper viral. God damn, people text. I hate when I go live and everybody starts texting me. All right, raise your hand for some folks who want to get on. Raise your hand if you want to get on. Let me let some folks on here. Okay, PRA, if you want to get on, hop on. Let me get third force. All right. And while the room is still getting packed. Let me get King. King Goat. Turn your microphone on, sir.
Hey, Tariq, you roasted me the other day on Instagram Live, man. What's up, fam?
What's up, man? What's going on with you,
You
fam?
said, go. I drive a truck, and you was like, yeah, go pick them trash cans up. I got to talk to these immigrants right now. Hey, but I just want to say,
I remember.
I just want to say, man, I've been following you, man, probably over 5 years, man, and you put me on like the right trajectory when it came to just building myself and trying to make myself a better intellectual. And I just want to tell you thank you for that. That's what I was trying to tell you on the live. I lied and said I was an immigrant, so you paired me up just to tell you thank you. That's one thing I really wanted to do.
No doubt. All right, my man. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much, fam. All right. Let's all right. Let me get some of these folks out of here who's not turning their mic on. Let's Big Ho, or is that another word? Okay, Big Homie. Okay, I just saw the big HO, so I'm sorry for calling you a big ho. But we'll get Big Homie. He's not a big ho. He's a big homie. So we'll get him on in a second. What's up, Big Homie?
What's up, man? I'm just here to listen, Tariq.
Oh, there you go. There you go. All right, no doubt. Let me get some other folks in. Another thing, family, did y'all see, and this is what we really got to chop it up about, the Black Lives Matter organization. The Black Lives Matter organization. They just said that some of those members sent some money, millions of dollars up there to Canada. One of the so-called Black Lives Matter organization leaders, Patrice Cullors, whatever her name is, she sent money through her girlfriend or wife or whatever kind of relationship they're supposed to have. They got some another nonprofit where they filter money up there. So they sent some money up there to Canada, and they done bought $1 million mansions up there. Family, I got a fucking problem with that shit. I got a major problem with these mammies and a lot of these non-FBAs who come here, exploit the deaths of foundational Black Americans, and finesse that shit for a bag, get out there and get with these white organizations and the white media and start diverting the funds. They hold up these Black dead FBA bodies and say, hey guys, send some money. And while you're sending money, don't forget, LGBT people and immigrant people are marginalized too. So we're all in this together. This dead Black person represents all of our marginalization. So send us some money off the back of this dead FBA so that we can do some things to get justice. And justice means buying mansions off these dead niggas' bodies. Fuck out of here. I ain't cool with that at all. This is why these conversations are going on now. This type of exploitive ass bullshit relationship that we have with folks, that ain't cutting it. And I ain't cool with it. We ain't cool with it. You wouldn't be cool with us going to your countries and holding up posters of the dead people over there, and then we get money sent to us and we go floss it off. You wouldn't be cool with that, and we ain't cool with it. That shit is going to have to stop. And that's why we're having these conversations now. Too many people have this thing where foundational Black Americans are just going to be a come up for them. Nothing is done. They get this money, they get with these white organizations, they set up these nonprofits, and they get with the white media, and the white media signal boosts these organizations, very specific organizations they tell everybody to go to. So CNN, Fox, and all these people, they're all in on the finesse. And the white people too, by the way. The white people make money off of it too, but they get their Negro flunky mouthpieces to go out here in the media and be the Black face, and don't nobody know them. As we know, when we're out here, and this is what I don't like, because we're out here in the streets for real. We're out here calling these police stations and banging on these police chiefs and arguing with these prosecutors. We're out here for real, doing that shit. And for these mammies to come up here and profit off that, and they ain't got no stock on the streets don't fuck with them. In fact, as you guys know, the streets, they come out here on the block, they get smacked up and run up out of here. Ask D-Ray McKesson. Go ask D-Ray McKesson about that. The streets don't fuck with none of those folks, man. Coming out here, going into the media, talking about justice for such and such, and all they do is get the money and start LGBTN and immigration bills and all. It's a big finesse that they're doing, man. Not cool. And we got to start calling that stuff out, and not just calling it out, just not allowing it to go down. Run these folks off the block immediately. Let me get some folks up in here to chop it up. PRA, you want to speak on it? Want to chop it up? PRA? PRA. Turn your microphone on, bro.
All right, listen, let me say this. Do not request to be a speaker if your phone is janky. Don't waste time. Hustle. You want to chop it up? You want to turn your microphone on?
Yeah, what's up, Flex? Yo, I just wanted to ask you, because I never heard you speak on John Hanson. To my understanding, he was the first president of the United States.
No,
John.
no. That's a no. That's a an urban myth. Yeah, I could break it down, but the answer is no. That's not the case. So
Okay.
yeah, that's not the case. Thank you so much. Yeah, so yeah, we got to watch myths. Yeah, that's been a myth that was going around for a long time. The John Hanson myth that the first president of the U.S. was a black man. No, that's not it. No, it's another John Hanson. It's a whole so probably some white supremacists threw some shit like that out there just to cause confusion. And the thing about foundational Black American history, we don't even need no shit like that as far as our history to hang our hat on. That's a bogus myth. We have too much fly shit that we can point to without having to promote that myth as it relates to our history here. We got a lot of stuff that we can point out and let people know about as far as history. I'm doing a movie right now talking about the American Maroons, black people who were living in these swamps and living in Florida and living all around the country fighting these white supremacists and beating them. That's another thing that's never talked about. I'm doing an entire movie about it. The Black Seminoles. A lot of people don't even know who the Black Seminoles were because that history has been deliberately hidden from the public. That's a very, very deep history. Now, white people know about it. Let's be clear. The white people know about it. The Black Seminoles, they were fighting the U.S. government down there in Florida, beating them, and then the government signed a deal with them to make them move to Oklahoma. And many of them went to Oklahoma, then some of them went down into Mexico. Another thing, when they was there in Oklahoma, these were the ancestors of the people from Black Wall Street in Tulsa. This is why the white supremacists had a problem with the black people in Tulsa. That was the white supremacists in a low-key way getting revenge on the Black Seminoles, because white supremacists never forget. When the white supremacists take an L, they never forget. They took an L from Haiti. Remember, with Dessalines and Toussaint, they took a major L, and that's why they've been attacking Haiti nonstop ever since. They've been getting historical revenge. They do not like taking L's, and that whole Tulsa race riot thing, that was somewhat of a revenge thing on the Black Seminole descendants who were there. See, this is why we have to understand history. Who we got? What's up? Third?
Third Force.
Hey, bro, what's going on, fam?
What's going on, fam? Man, long time supporter since way before Hidden Colors won, financially and otherwise. Look, I want to say this real quick. You brought up a great point when you're talking about the Seminoles and the most recent documentary you're working on. Our history is so powerful. If we can just get it through the general population, FBA head of how important the actual true history is, then I think we can rise to a lot more power than we have right now. Just from jump. If our children had an inkling of what we've done in this country, how we move, what we built in a serious way, then I think that would take us 3/4 of the way to power that we're looking for. That was my point to chime in real quick. Say what's up, support all the way. B1 FBA. Peace.
Much respect. Thank you so much, fam. All right, people are coming on in the rooms. Let's get DJ. There you go.
Hey, it's DJ Essential. It's my DJ name, but my name's Ashley. Longtime supporter, and I just wanted to kind of speak on my experience with non-FBA throughout through different levels in my life, if that makes sense.
Go ahead, sis.
So, when I was a teenager, I moved to Florida. I'm from St. Louis, but I moved to Florida to do this Disney college program, and I had a lot of disdain from. It was the girls from Trinidad and Tobago that I had a problem with.
Mm.
And they actually brought the problem to me because they thought I wore a weave because I'm dark skinned. Because I'm dark skinned. And so the first issue was my housing put me with a bunch of Dominicans because they looked at me and kind of judged that I was non FBA.
Yeah.
And so then I had a problem with the girls from Trinidad touching my hair and just talking crazy. They were talking crazy. Haitian girls too were talking crazy to me because they thought I wore a weave, and they would always, question me like I didn't know. And they saw me eating a gyro, however you want to pronounce it, and they trying to tell me, "Oh, you know what you're eating, gal? You know how they talk. You know what you're eating, gal?" I said, "I know what I'm eating. Like, I didn't get it. When I was 18." And then within the last few years, I had a boss that was Nigerian. When I tell you this man hated me, like he hated me so much, and he used to talk so crazy to me. And when I found another job, it kind of came out that they wanted to say that it was because I'm a lesbian, but no, he hated me in a different kind of way because he liked the hood rats. Like
Mm,
he used to sleep with the hood rats, throw him a little change here and there on the job. He was the boss, so he would do stuff like that. But I kept it strictly business with him, and I'm educated, and he didn't like that, and so he promoted and paid all the white boys more than me. All the white people around me, he paid more, and the people that were cutting for him were non FBA also, the ones that were like taking up for him. And when I left for a better job that paid me what I was asking for, he couldn't believe, if that makes sense, that I was able to get another job.
mm, mm.
So he, and when I tell you he had this disdain, like he sabotaged when I wanted to go back to college, he sabotaged and made sure I couldn't finish. Like he double, triple my workload, or oh no, you can't. This is before the pandemic, so oh no, you can't work from home on these days anymore. Like he sabotaged everything I did in order for me to stay at that job, but he didn't understand. I didn't need that job. I was just there because I actually liked it.
And what city was this in?
I'm in Dallas.
Okay. And that's amazing. I hear stories like that all the time. How black folks work. We work at these jobs. FBA work at these jobs, and there's some non-FBA supervisor. That's what we see a lot now. These non-FBA supervisors who will funnel in other non-FBA people, and they
Mhm.
will all have this real weird disdain for foundational Black American workers. So
And
we,
I really think it was because I talked pro-black, or I didn't allow, like when I was a manager at that point, but when I was a supervisor, I didn't allow my team to do hood rat stuff. You know what I'm
right.
saying? Like on this team, I even critique how they talked on the phone to a customer. Like we're not gonna do that on this team, and I wanted everything I did. And so it was one instance where I came up for a promotion. He promoted this white guy, and he got so furious because I said it's kind of. I told him he was acting like the guys in the military because I quit the military because of racism.
Yeah,
Because you're letting white people fail forward, and I questioned him on how are you letting somebody fail forward? This person hasn't succeeded at any position you put him in, but you're trying to convince me that he's more equipped than I am.
mhm. There you
But
go.
that's what they do.
Well, I thank you for your input, sis. Thank you so
Hmm.
much. Shout out to DJ. All right, we get some more folks in here. Let me get some people who want to tap in. Let me get Sanu. I get Sanu, Miss Sanu. Speak on it.
Oh, hello. Oh my gosh. I didn't think I would be let in. How you doing?
I'm good, Sanu. How are you?
It's so crazy that I'm able to speak to you through the internet. I'm so thankful for this platform. I just got in recently, so I don't know what you guys have been talking about, but I want to share something with you that happened
Hmm.
when I was in high school. I'm 21 now.
Yes.
I've been watching Hidden Colors since I was about 15 years old, and when I
Yeah.
went to and got into world history class, I noticed that it wasn't obviously, actual world history. It was very inaccurate. So I said, can I bring in a movie? I want to show you guys something that I've been watching. They actually let me play Hidden Colors in class.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
And I couldn't believe the reaction from the students, especially the black students, who were very rejecting of the information. They were Googling stuff. Oh, it says on Google that this is not accurate and this is not the right information. I was just like, not everyone really wants this information, even though it's what's needed.
Exactly.
And that was a huge lesson for me. So I just want to come and express gratitude for all the lessons that I've learned through your work and through sharing your work.
And where's your family from?
So we're from North Carolina.
Oh, cool, cool,
Yes.
cool. And you're out there in Atlanta. You in
I'm
Atlanta?
in Atlanta now. Yeah. I just
Okay,
moved out
cool,
here. I had
cool.
to get some more culture in my life.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
But that was it.
All right.
Just want to say thank you.
All right. Thank you,
All right.
beloved. Yeah, that's interesting. Um, when black people put out a lot of information, and you have a lot of folks, when we first put the Hidden Colors thing out, we had a lot of folks, even black people, who would look at it like, okay, we need a white person to verify it. You know, there was this thing, especially the non-FBA folks. They really said, hey, wait a minute, we need somebody white who can verify this stuff. So let's Google it. And they probably went to Wikipedia. And Wikipedia is a big ball of lies itself. So, if you look at Wikipedia, that's what most people do. Most people will try to cross-reference stuff by going to lying ass Wikipedia. Look, I'm alive, and Wikipedia has lies on me right now. Wikipedia has a bunch of lies on me right now, and I'm alive. So just imagine what they'll say about somebody who's not here, or a group of people who are not here. So the Hidden Color series, we've documented everything. We've given so many sources, and it's interesting that a lot of people have been told for so long that you were less than and you didn't accomplish nothing. When somebody really brings the truth to you, people have to convince you that you've achieved something or you accomplished something. That's psychological colonization. That's a heavy thing. Let me get some more folks in here. Y'all raise your hand if you want to get on. You raise your hand if you want to get on. There was an African brother who wanted to chop it up with me. Shout out to Richard. Shout out my brother Richard Sudan in here. But this African brother wanted to go live with me. Um, I think he's an entertainer out there in Nigeria somewhere. And I wanted him to tap in too, because he wanted to chop it up. All right, y'all raise your hand if you want to tap in. Let's get Sludge. Let me try Sludge. All right, Sludge, hop on in. And by the way, how do you family, how do y'all put like pictures in the Jumbotron up here? Like if you want to put an image or something, or a story or an article, how do you put that in the Jumbotron there? I need to know how to do that. All right, let's try some of these people. All right, Pulo over there looking like Stephen A. Smith. All right, we got Pulo. Pulo, turn your microphone on. What's up, Nuance? I get you in a second. All right, Pulo, turn your microphone on. Pulo, I'm gonna give you one more chance, brother. Turn your microphone on, sir. Brother, I think his sweater is too tight. So Pulo, I'm gonna get you out of here. Do not request if you're not ready. Let me get Nuance. Nuance is a Persian dude who identifies as white. What's up,
Hey, what's up,
Nuance?
Tariq? Wait, did you say I identify as white?
Yes,
No,
you
I
do.
thought it was the opposite because I said, "Wait, I'm white," and you were like, "Oh, are we gonna play this game
Oh,
where you trying to deny your whiteness?" And that's
yes,
yeah.
indeed. Yeah, you're one of these guys who sit up here and pretends that you don't identify with white when you clearly
All
do.
right. Well,
So
so
stop it.
first,
What's on
yeah.
your
So
mind, man?
first of all, I
Go
wanted
ahead.
to help you with the jumbotron if you're ready for those instructions.
Yes, how do I
Sure.
do that,
So,
sir?
are you on iPhone? All
Yes,
right.
I
So
am.
you go to a tweet on your timeline, and you see how there's like the comment bubble, the retweet bubble, the heart bubble, and on the right there's that like share button or whatever.
Okay, hold on. Just on my regular
Yeah.
timeline? Okay, so, okay, hold on, let me do that. Okay. How do I do this shit, man? Okay, I don't see none of that stuff you
No,
just
so
said.
I mean, when you look at a tweet, you know how you see a comment bubble, and then there's the retweet sign, and then there's a heart, so you can like something, and then there's that little. It's the thing with the up arrow.
Okay. Okay, let me try this. Okay. Okay. I don't see none of that, man.
What do you see when
I
you
see,
like look at a tweet?
okay, I'm looking at. Okay, I'm looking at a tweet of this, just a random tweet.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So do I have to tweet the image that I want to post up in here?
So yeah, if you want to post up an image and you don't see a tweet that already has that, you got to make a tweet of it, and then you can share it. Then you have to.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I want to share it, I click.
What I do?
There's that button that has like the up arrow. That's usually like
Yeah, I see that. Okay,
yes.
okay.
So if you hit that and then
Oh,
look,
I see what you're saying. Okay, I see it. Okay, got it. I see it.
all
Okay,
right,
yeah,
cool.
there we go. Okay, there you go. Good luck.
Sure.
Some of you white guys are useful sometimes. That's good. I like that.
So
That's good.
the other thing was I wanted to bring up because you said you were going to follow me multiple times, and I thought foundational Black Americans were people of their word, and I'm like, you didn't
I
follow me
just followed
back.
you. I just followed you.
All
There you
right.
go. I said I was going to follow
All
you. I
right,
just
we got the follow. Very
There you
nice.
go.
Very nice.
Sometimes it slips my mind.
That's
Just
funny.
like bathing for you sometimes. But what else is on your mind?
Well,
What's
I
going
just
on
wanted
with
to see if you changed your mind on some of the things we talked about yesterday. It seems like you were conceding some of the ground on the 43% number that I was giving when it comes to officers that were killed. Like percentage wise, it's 43% Black, just about. It can dip maybe as low as around 37% if you look at certain date ranges, but generally over time, it sticks to around 43%. So it's slightly higher than 3 times their population. So I wanted to
Right.
see if you changed your mind on that based on the data that I provided.
Okay, well, my thing is because I'm Black, I live in the Black community, and I'm not going around shooting cops, and I don't know
Sure.
any Black people are doing it. So, what is it about our culture? So, I just want to know the cultural relevance of this. Why do you think that happens in our culture, sir?
Sure. I mean, we could always surmise about why this is the case. I just wanted to clarify that it is the case. Like, once we agree on that, then we can start going on and saying, well, why does this happen? So I wanted to see if you agree that it's the case.
I can't agree with the stats with the FBI because we're talking about the FBI, and
Yes.
this is an organization that itself has targeted Black people. This is an organization that killed Black leaders. This is an organization that will undermine Black activists, and they won't document those as murders, so they don't put those stats up. For example, a Kyle Rittenhouse. This is a murderer, but he's not documented on the FBI stats as a murderer. So the stats are inherently flawed based on white supremacy. So that's why I can't
Well, we're talking about killings of police officers.
Right.
Like Kyle Rittenhouse, whether you agree with his verdict or not, didn't
Right.
shoot or kill police officers.
Right, but they will give leeway to certain white people. So if a white person killed a cop, they will say that it could have been justified because in your stats it said felonious killings of police officers.
Sure.
They made a very, very specific point to preface it with that. And that's very interesting because a lot of white people, a lot of things and crimes they do are justified because that's part of white supremacist culture,
Well, I will
immunity
say,
of law.
sure,
So
I will.
I cannot say definitively based on the white supremacist tactic of giving white people immunity from law.
Sure, but you will agree that the numbers that I cited are the numbers that I cited from the FBI that show that. Sure, but
no, based on the history of the FBI and their
no, you can say they're lying and they're full of shit, but the numbers that I cited are the numbers that I cited from the FBI, whether you think they're honest or not.
And also the numbers are not recent. You were showing stuff from the 1970s, and I did concede.
Oh, I was showing you various date ranges. So I
Right.
showed you all the way from the 70s up to the late 90s.
Now,
I
in the
showed you from the
70s,
early 2000s to
right,
the mid 2010s, and
right,
even up until 2019. So that's
right.
fairly recent data.
Okay. Now, I didn't see the 2019 stuff there.
Oh, I
But
can pull it up for you.
But like I said, the only thing I will concede is the 1970s data. I will concede that because I do know for a fact that Black people were killing more police in the 1970s, particularly between 1967 and around 1977, that 10-year period. There were Black organizations and guerrilla warfare groups that were targeting police stations, blowing them up, sniping cop cars. And so I do concede that. But the reason why they were doing that is because of the backlash of the civil rights movement and all that. So I know the reason. So I'm asking you, what in your assessment, what do you think the cultural reason is for Black people to not just shoot cops? I would assume that those stats would mean, from your estimation, that Black people are, what I say, more inherently violent. Is that the overall narrative that you're going to?
No, not necessarily. I think there's more of an, I'm sure you would probably agree that there's more of a anti-police attitude in the Black community. There's this sort of like macho attitude that it's actually cooler to shoot at a cop, I would say, within the Black community than there is in many other communities. But I did want to highlight.
Wait,
Yeah.
because, sir, you were there in January 6th, where thousands of your
Yes.
white supremacist brethren
Well, I
gathered
don't know
to beat
about
up
brethren. I
cops.
was there interviewing people.
Yes, yeah,
So
yeah. I know you were just there to sell donuts and hot dogs. But your
no,
brethren,
I was
they,
interviewing people. Like I had a
know you were.
microphone and the camera, and I was
Okay,
interviewing
so
people.
when thousands of white supremacists show up to the United States Capitol to not only beat up cops, to beat up elected officials, are you really going to say that black people are more prone to do that? When have black people shown up to the Capitol building to do that?
Well, they did show up to, for example, in the '60s when they showed up to the states of the state capitol in California with their guns and went inside that
And
state
didn't shoot
capitol.
one shot and didn't touch
Absolutely, and
anybody.
guess what? The people at January 6th, they didn't show up with guns at all. And
They
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 didn't kill any. In fact, the people that got killed were them. They
uh,
got killed by the
uh,
police.
well, one white supremacist woman got killed, and everybody
You
all of a
call them
sudden,
white supremacists without much evidence. I mean, sure,
uh,
there were like a couple people
yeah,
there that had like a weird. There was like a guy with a like a Holocaust like sweatshirt or something, and then there was like a guy with a Confederate flag. But I mean, I was there. Listen, I'm not. They don't look at me as a white boy, so I go
yes,
up
they
there.
do, sir. Yes, they
You
do,
you think that you really think so? I don't know
sir.
about that, buddy. They look at me
Sir,
as like
you're
a
white
Haji
enough.
from the Middle East,
You're white. You're white enough. You're white enough, and most of those people
Dude,
were white
I'm like
supremacists.
my skin tone's probably
Oh,
almost as black
please
as you.
don't start with the denial of I'm not really white. As long as you have anti-blackness, you're white enough. All right.
Buddy, you were telling me the other day, like first you called me white, and then like 5 minutes later you were telling me I wasn't white, which was hilarious.
Well, you're not Anglo. When I say you're not white, that means you're not Anglo. Whiteness is a club.
Sure.
So as
But
long as you're white enough, if you're white enough to have anti-blackness and get accepted, that means you're white.
well,
But
I don't accept the anti-blackness assumption either. But I did
yeah,
want to go back to
all
one
right, wait,
thing.
wait, wait, wait. Okay, no, no, okay, wait. You said you
Sure.
don't accept the anti-blackness. Then are you pro-black? How have you helped black people? Your stats, talking about how violent black people are. How does that help black people?
Well, I think in order to help people, you have to be honest about the situation. So
Right.
once you acknowledge a problem, then we can go about fixing it. So that's part of the solution, I think, to helping someone is acknowledging realities that affect their community.
So great assessment. So my question, and
Uh-oh.
okay,
You cut out for a second.
yes, I was at, and that's a great assessment because I was asking you to talk about fixing a culture. Why didn't you fix your parents' culture in Persia? You are a Persian man. Your family's from Iran. Iran is one of the most violent, devastated countries in the Middle East, sir.
It's really not.
Uh,
That's actually false.
then why are you not there, sir?
Because I wasn't born there. I can't even read Farsi,
Okay.
buddy. Like I can't
Why?
even spell my own name in
Okay.
that language. So I'm pretty disconnected from the
Then why
language.
did your family flee? That is your culture, and your family fled from there, sir.
You say it's my culture, but it's really not.
Oh,
Like
stop
being in
it.
America,
No, 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 no,
American
no, no,
culture is
no,
my
no,
culture.
no,
I
no,
was
no, no,
born
no,
here.
no. You're an anchor baby. Nuance. You're an anchor baby. They drop you off here because of the 14th Amendment.
No, I mean they were legal
No,
citizens
but
at the time that
yeah,
they had me. So that's literally not an anchor
yes, it is,
baby.
sir.
I did want to get back to a previous point that you brought up though, about
I want
when it
to. I
came to
know.
the FBI.
Okay, sir.
No,
Because
go on.
my thing is, you keep pointing to our culture, wagging the finger, and how are you qualified to wag your finger at foundational Black American culture? And you,
It's not a wagging of
it
the
really
finger. It's
is.
just
I mean,
no. It's
you
really
come
just acknowledge. Like I feel like you agree with me on
but
this, though. Like you disagree about this idea that it's glorified more so in the Black community to be anti-police or kill officers than it is in other communities in America. Like you really disagree
but
with this?
sir, I'm getting this assessment from a person who comes from a culture of suicide bombers.
Well, no, that's not Iran. Like Iran doesn't do the
Yes,
suicide bombing
oh,
stuff.
y'all blow shit up. Well, you do. You guys blow
You
up.
talking about
Oh
militaries, or is that what you're
Lord.
talking about?
Well, the police is the military, sir. So what are you talking about? The police is the military. That's the
The
domestic military.
police is the
Yes, they
military.
are.
Interesting.
Yes, they are. Are they not the military? The police, they have militarized vehicles. They have militarized
Yeah, I
weapons.
don't think that makes them the
Yes,
military.
that
Like they have
literally makes them the
militarized
military.
vehicles in America, but we differentiate
That
between
literally
the
makes them.
police and the military. We
What's
have something called posse comitatus. It doesn't allow
Sir?
that.
They go past that. Posse comitatus, they've skipped past that. That doesn't mean anything when it comes to black people.
I mean, you can say that, but I just
I've
disagree.
been to protest where black people were. It looked like the same shit they have over there in your homeland.
Yeah, but that's an equipment deal.
It's the
That's not the
okay. That's
actual
what the
military.
okay. What is the military? What's your definition of the military, sir? What's a military?
The military, the U.S. military, it consists of 5 branches. Well, now 6 branches with Space Force, unless that falls under like Air Force, I think. So
What?
it is
No, no, no.
5
Wait, no,
branches
stop.
just
What's
about
the
U.S.
basic?
Army,
What's the
Marines, Coast Guard.
Hold on, hold on. Don't go on a rant. What's the basic definition of a military? Unmute your mic.
Yeah, you had me muted. So
Yes, I did. You were about to go on
the
the basic
yeah. So
definition of a military, sir.
yeah, it's basically an armed force designed for foreign conflict. To fight foreign armies for the most part.
And the police is the military.
No, the police deals with domestic issues, so they deal with like domestic crimes and things like that.
The military is basically soldiers of armed forces of a country. That's all the military is. That's the literal definition. Sometimes people try to make it more simple. They're just the armed forces.
But they don't have police powers. They're not designed to enforce laws and arrest people and take them to court. Like that's not part of their duties. That's the police duties.
Sir, military officers in the U.S. Army, they can kill people. They have the authority to kill people.
They're not peace officers, though. They don't have the authority to go around and arrest people and charge them and prosecute them. They have their military police, which is actually separate, and that's mostly to deal with their own base stuff. And those people are peace officers,
sir.
That's why they actually have
the
to have
US
a separate group of people in order to do those duties.
Okay, hold on. The U.S. military, they can go somewhere and kill people, and so can the police with impunity. Is that correct or incorrect, sir?
Not with impunity, absolutely not. I mean,
Are you insane?
No,
sir,
listen, if a U.S. soldier goes
sir,
out and kills people in the streets in America, they're going to jail. Listen, U.S. citizens, private civilians.
No, what do you, okay. We're not talking about U.S. military soldiers in the Army in the U.S. If they go to a so-called foreign land and kill someone, they can do it with impunity.
No, we've had soldiers that have been held accountable for killings
but
like that.
Generally, they can kill people. They can kill a person.
Not generally, actually. That's why we have rules of engagement. And in fact, the military always complains
then what's
about
the guns?
that. Like,
then what are the
they're
guns
cutting
for?
our legs off. They don't let us do what we need to.
Now you're not, okay, sir. No. They do kill people when they go overseas or go to other countries. They kill people.
Yeah, foreign combatants. That's the
all
point.
right. I mean,
that's the point of the military.
reason, but they can kill people. You're trying to get into the reason why, and all. They kill people. They go to kill people.
Well,
they
yeah,
have
that's
authority to
kind
kill
of the
people.
point. Yeah,
exactly. And the same thing with police here. They can kill black people, oftentimes with impunity.
No, I mean they literally go to look what happened to the guy who killed George Floyd.
We're not talking about the ones where you have
so.
We're not talking about situations where there had to be an international breakdown of society to make the justice happen. Generally, these race soldiers, because we can't look at them as police officers, we look at them as race soldiers. They can go out here and kill a black person with impunity. They can just say, "Hey, this black person."
That's just wrong.
That's
just wrong.
If you go, that's you disagreeing with the truth doesn't make it any less true.
But this actually does tie into something you said.
Hold on. I just want to make this point. If I point out a fact and you say you disagree just for the sake of disagreeing, that's called "I'm white and I say so," which is a form of white supremacy, sir. You see?
Sure. So I wanted to actually tie this to something you said earlier, which is that that how the FBI is lying, and because we know that white people, they can kill police officers and get away with it, but black people,
in many times,
if
many
they
cases.
shoot at police officers, then that's not that they can't get away with it.
White
In fact,
people
I've
can
seen,
often kill with impunity, period. Not even
so,
just police
but
officers.
here's the thing: I've
Like
seen,
Kyle Rittenhouse, like your buddy Kyle Rittenhouse and George Zimmerman.
sure, yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse is awesome. I love Kyle
I
Rittenhouse.
know you do.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know
he's
you do.
great, and he was totally justified.
Hey, what were you? I'm of course in a system of white supremacy. You're always justified. I know that.
Well,
I
yeah,
know.
he only killed white people, by the
I
way.
know.
But,
White
yeah,
people
so-
who are trying to defend black people. I got it.
No, I mean, if you want to stand with the pedophiles, that's great. But
I'm speaking of pedophiles. You come from a culture.
oh my goodness,
Your
buddy.
culture.
Anyways, let's get back to the. Hold on,
No,
Tariq.
don't change the subject.
I was trying to
If we're
get
gonna
to a
talk,
point, but you always want to go back.
no. If we're gonna talk about pedophiles, we don't. Do we want to go there and talk about your culture, where y'all be out there marrying 8-year-olds and shit? Are we? Do we really want to go there? Do we really want to go there talking about pedophiles, dude? Y'all come from a culture where y'all get an 8-year-old and have it with a 60-year-old man. And y'all think that type of shit is cool. So let's not go there. All right.
Yeah, I don't think that's cool, and I'm sure that's never happened in the black community, especially in America. There's no charges on those grounds ever.
No. Let me be very clear. Foundational Black American culture. We are the only culture on the planet who does not have an open pedophile culture, meaning whatever goes on behind closed doors that we don't know about, we can't really control that. But there is nowhere in foundational Black American society where people can go to specifically get children. We don't play that shit. But in your culture,
yeah, let's ignore all the sex trafficking that goes on with
what sex
underage
trafficking?
children, and
Where
black males are often in charge of stuff like that. But
where
okay,
where
that's
can
fine.
you get an underage black child in the black community? Where?
Well, listen, I don't go and do that stuff, so I wouldn't really
Well, you
know
look it up
exactly
online.
where.
We don't. There is nowhere.
There are charges,
Nowhere.
though. Many people
Nowhere.
have been
No.
charged for.
No, sir. There is nowhere, and I would like for you to point out that there's places within other societies where they actually take you to specific places where you can get some kids. In Persian society, your society, that's big out there, sir, and you know that. In Foundational Black American Society, we do not play that at all. In fact, if a person who was doing it in private goes to jail and we find out that person is dead meat in jail, that person has to be in
Here,
protective
so
custody.
I have
in
a
jail.
case for you here if you want me to tell you. Galveston pimp found guilty on charges of sex trafficking of minors. This is the jury convicted Charles.
Okay, stop. Okay. False equivalency. I didn't ask you about somebody who trafficked kids. Nobody knew about this dude. I'm talking about where people can go in Black society specifically to go get children. You're not going to do the false equivalency game. Just find some random dude who trafficked a child. I didn't say that there are some people who do that shit that we don't know about as a community. Nobody knew about this dude as a community, and nobody was sending anybody to go get a child with this dude. I'm not talking about some dirty little fool doing some stupid shit like that. Whole communities in other cultures, such as yours, they can go there specifically to get kids. In fact, they have sex tourism for pedophiles in some of these cultures, such as yours, but we don't have that, sir. So do not make another false equivalency like that. That's very deceptive. You tried to be slick.
But
Don't
Tariq,
do that.
how you're saying?
Okay, I'm gonna say this again. Do not do that. Do not have bad faith arguments like that. Just acknowledge what I'm saying is true and keep it pushing. All right, let's try again.
Sure. So I'm not gonna go into more cases or anything like
No,
that.
yeah, false equivalency.
Yeah, sure. But the thing is,
okay.
you asked me something specific, saying I couldn't bring up.
And then you put something else that had nothing to do with what I was.
How does it have nothing to do?
Because there is no pedophile culture where you can take somebody to go get a child. You cannot take anybody.
So hold on.
For example,
me giving example.
Okay. For example, in Thailand, they'll take you somewhere to go get children. In your culture, in Persia, all over those countries there, they can take you places where you can get children. They can take you to specific places where they traffic children. pointing out one dude that don't nobody know about who had some underage kid somewhere. That ain't the same shit. Do you understand?
It wasn't one kid, first of all. But I also want to say, look, if they have the kids, they can obviously take you to the kids. That's the whole point.
No.
That's what a pimp does. That's why
Okay.
they have these underage kids in the first place.
We don't have a community where you can go get a damn kid. That's just not true.
All right. Well, we have to agree
Okay.
to disagree on that point. But
No,
I
we
did.
agree. We agree that you couldn't prove what I'm saying
Well,
is
you keep
true.
muting me and you won't let me
Because
prove it. So I guess
I'm
we'll
not
move
going to
on
let
from
you
that point.
deflect. I'm not going to let you
Yeah,
deflect.
that's fine. You can call it deflection. But I wanted to get
That's
back
right.
to that point about the police killing
And-
thing where you
and-
said like
right.
white people get away with it.
And
They
I
shoot
want to
people.
get back to the point of you coming from a culture of violence.
Sure. I already told. I can't even read in that language. I can't spell my name in that own language. I'm pretty disconnected from whatever culture you think that is. But
Well, sir, you're not at liberty if you come from a culture that you and your
but I
family have.
don't. So that's
You do.
cultures are
You're
things
not.
that you adopt, that
You
you're
are not.
born
No,
into.
you're not. It's what's in you too, sir. It's what's in you, and you're not.
Culture's not a genetic thing.
You're,
Culture is
no,
it's a thing that you adopt.
no. The spirit of your family is in you. No, 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 no. Because there's some people who can sing very good, and when they have children, their children can sing.
Well,
So is that a genetic thing? Is that a
singing is
genetic
obvious.
thing? Is that a
Singing is
genetic? Is singing
sure.
genetic? It's
Singing
not
can have
genetic.
a genetic base, absolutely. Like your
How-
vocal cords don't just spontaneously emerge from like a culture or something like
Right.
that. Like obviously, vocal cords have a genetic base.
Everybody has vocal cords, sir. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but they're not all the same. You realize that. Everyone has skin, but it doesn't mean all the skin is the same.
Well, basically, skin is basically the same. What are you talking
No,
about?
there's different pigmentations, melanin levels. Like these have a genetic basis, of course.
Right, but skin is technically the same. Like if I get cut, it's going to bleed. You get
No,
cut, it's
some
going to
people
bleed.
have thicker skin. Some people have thinner skin. Some
Now,
people have more melanin in their skin. These things are biologically determined.
well, so okay, well, I will concede that because I've been to parts of your homeland and I've smelled some of the people.
Wait,
But
have
yeah,
you
it
been
is
to
a little
Iran?
different. So yeah, it's right. You're right.
Wait, Tariq, have you been to Iran?
I dropped through for a quick minute on a stop. So and
Wait, what?
based on the smells, you're right. So yeah, I will concede that. So sometimes the
I want to
skin
hear
and
about
hair.
this trip to Iran, Tariq.
No,
Can you tell me about it?
I went. I think it was a layover, a stopover. I was over there. I think it was. I've been to so many
I
countries.
highly doubt you were on a layover in Iran.
No,
I
no.
don't think that really happens.
Was it? I've been to a lot of places over there. I'm trying to remember. I've been to a lot of places.
Yeah, I highly doubt it was Iran. I don't
I
think
know.
you were in a layover there.
I don't know. Okay, I thought I saw some turds on the street. I don't know. It may have been, but I was over there in Dubai, Qatar. We had a lot of stops.
Yeah, sure. Dubai, Qatar, I can believe because that's
Okay,
actually like an international hub. So
okay,
yeah, I've been there many times myself.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yeah. But again, I wanted to come back to that point because I can't keep. You don't let me get back to this point. You brought up the idea that white people can shoot at police officers and they get away with it.
In many cases, they do. And for example, Cliven Bundy's people, they're free now after they shot at cops. So yeah, that's a great example.
Sure,
they got a smack on the wrist, but they're walking around free. So that's what I'm talking about.
But I will say I've seen more cases, especially recently, of black people shooting at police officers and not even being charged in the first place.
Really? Where?
Oh, so that was the case with what's the Breonna Taylor's boyfriend. He shot at police. He didn't even get charged, I think.
And this,
or he was I can't remember
charged.
which one. There was the Minnesota guy.
Charged.
So he was charged.
Hold on. And this is what I'm talking about. These bad faith arguments, sir. That's so bad faith. Breonna Taylor's boyfriend was charged. To say that he shot at cops, see, when you do that, you nullify any seriousness in your conversation.
But he was acquitted in that case. But I'm talking. There's also the Minnesota guy. He shot at police officers, and he didn't even go to court. They dropped.
You know
the charges
why? And again, you're talking with these bad faith arguments. You know
How is
why?
it bad faith?
It is bad faith.
They shot at cops, and they didn't face the consequences.
Okay, and people in the room, these are white supremacist deflection and deception tactics. I want y'all to see what he's doing, because he knows what he's saying is full of shit.
It's true though.
Minnesota, that man, the black man who was acquitted, he was acquitted. Why? Do you know? And you know why he was acquitted?
Oh,
Tell the
absolutely. And
truth.
I
Tell the truth.
agree. I agree with it being
Tell
dismissed. I agree with it.
tell the truth as to why he was acquitted.
Yeah. So in Minnesota, what I believe was the case is that he had these non-uniformed officers. They were like undercover officers.
All right, and you
come
knew
up to
that.
him.
You
Yeah,
know
but
that.
well, in the Breonna Taylor case, they were totally uniformed.
They ran up in their house illegally. What are you talking about? And you
No,
know
it was
that.
it was a legal
stop.
warrant.
Okay, stop. Because now you bullshitting. Stop. Because you know the Breonna Taylor case. You know, in that case, that was the situation where they went in the house and it was self-defense. It was clearly self-defense. They went in the house unannounced and it was self-defense. And you know that. All right.
So
now the Minnesota case. Stop.
Yeah, so the Breonna Taylor case,
it was
listen,
self-defense.
Well, I mean, I think there's a strong argument for that.
Okay,
but
it was
like
self-defense.
cops. No, listen, if someone's busting,
okay, I really don't want to hear bad faith arguments, but let me speak on the Minnesota case. In the Minnesota case, family, there was a black man who was just out getting in his car. There were these suspected white supremacist race soldiers working with the police out there in Minnesota, driving around in unmarked cars, sniping people with non-lethal bullets. They were doing goofy nonsense, sniping people, just shooting random innocent people in an unmarked car. And they shot this black man and he returned fire thinking that somebody was doing a drive-by on him. He didn't know they were cops. So this man on the phone knows this. So to make that argument,
yeah, I was agreeing with you,
but
I'm saying you can shoot.
man.
Like, there's many cases of black people shooting at officers and
not
having their charges dismissed or being acquitted. And
okay, and you have not shown any, sir. You've shown cases of people who were defending themselves from people who did not even identify as police officers. That's not the same as some of your white supremacist brethren running up on uniformed cops, shooting them in broad daylight. See, you're trying to make a false equivalency, sir, and that's
no, that would always be the defense when it comes to an acquittal of shooting at a police officer. That would be the only justification. And again, in the Breonna Taylor case, like, I agree that I wasn't trying to do a bad faith argument. I'm agreeing that if it appears that someone's breaking into your house and you think that's the case, then it's a plausible justification to be like, yo, it's midnight or past that or whatever, super late at night. I don't know who's busting down my door. Like, I'm shooting right away. Absolutely.
Right. So you think that, well, I would assume that you would say that most.
Oh, you cut out
again. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Let me ask you this. Are there any cases where you see all of these black people get killed by the police? Do you think any of the police who got off should have actually been punished in some of those cases? Which cases do you think a white cop who got off should have been punished? Because there has to be at least one, right?
Oh, of course.
Which
absolutely. One? I can't, so it's hard to think of because, there's so many cases.
So many.
I'm trying to think of a particular case. I don't have one on the top of my mind, but all I can say is I can definitely remember some cases where I was like, yeah, that cop probably should have been charged for that case. Absolutely.
Okay, but how come you don't have any stats on that? You have so many stats on what black people do, but no stats on.
Well, that's not a stats question.
Or even information about injustice. I mean, you have so many stats and information about what black people do, but when it's a white person killing a black.
Oh, sure. I can tell you why. Because listen, I think the vast majority of society, including like most of our institutions, the media, they generally agree. Like, listen, Black Lives Matter is mainstream. Black Lives Matter is supported by Amazon and all the media and all that stuff. They cover for them all the time.
Who is Black Lives Matter?
It's an organization.
Okay.
And it's a movement, but I'm just saying the ideas that movement entails, like, that's generally supported by those in power, that it's generally supported by the institutions. So they would generally agree with you on this point that police officers should be held accountable more often. So when I have my stats, generally speaking, it's not to just echo what the establishment, what these existing institutions that hold power in our society agree with. I'm giving like the counterfactual. I'm giving the counter narrative that doesn't get talked about. That's why I have those stats.
So a lot of your stats are used to somewhat justify the killing of Black people, right?
No, it's to put them in context. If they are justified, then I think they're justified. And if they're not, they're not. Like, that's why I think, for example, the George Floyd case, not justified what the cop did. And that's why it's good that he went to jail. But in other cases where people highlight, for example, what's the, oh my God, what's the one that did the whole Kenosha thing? I'm trying to remember that the name of the individual, but you know which one I'm referring to.
Right. Well, Kyle Rittenhouse? Shit, I don't
know. No. Kyle Rittenhouse.
Okay.
I'm talking what started the riots in the
Blake,
first place.
Blake.
Remember
last name was Blake.
The black man who was shot when he was going into the car with the kids?
Blake. I think
it's Jacob Blake. That's right. So like that one, it was a case where initially everyone was like, oh my God, that's so unjustified. Look, he shot him in the back. And all the evidence comes out, and that was 100% one of the most justified shootings you could ever imagine.
That's no, it wasn't. That's just I'm white. Now say so. That wasn't justified.
Oh, it was 100% justified. He was not supposed to be there.
System of white supremacy is justified.
Sure. Do you want me to go through the reasons why it was justified?
Philando Castile, who was shot by Yanez in Minnesota, was that justified in your opinion? You think that was justified?
So here's the thing. Was Philando Castile a criminal? Absolutely not. Was he legally able to carry that firearm? From my understanding, he had a concealed carry permit. He was justified in doing so. That one was more of a, like, listen, if I'm a person with a gun, let's say, I'm a law-abiding citizen, I'm with an officer, I say,
okay, you're explaining, sir. You're explaining. Let's try it again. Let's make it real simple. Was an innocent man who was shot sitting in the passenger seat, not doing anything. He wasn't a criminal, just sitting in the car. Innocent, not making a move, not doing anything. And he was shot by this cop. Are you saying, sir, that it was justified or not justified? Let's try it again.
He was in the driver's seat, right? I'm pretty sure he was in the driver's seat.
I don't think he was in the driver's seat.
I think he was the one driving the car. I think his girlfriend was in the passenger seat.
Family in the chat room. Okay, I don't want to get into the semantics of the driver.
But the reason I was giving background on the case is because
was it justified?
So it's a really tragic, unfortunate case. Because
is it justified?
Tariq, let me ask you a question before I answer the question.
No, I will answer.
Is it possible for someone
I would answer your question after you answer mine? Is that justified, killing Philando Castile?
You're not going to let me answer the question properly. I'm not going to give you a yes or no. Did you stop beating your wife? Yes or no? Like, are you going to answer that question with just a yes or no? Or are you going to try to give an actual explanation?
So your answer is babbling, sir.
I'm trying to give you an answer, but you're going to mute me and not let me give my
what
answer.
you doing? Okay, so your answer is, I'm assuming that
you don't want me to give an explanation.
Okay, so that's a yes or no question. So you're going.
Philando Castile is someone who, I identify with because he's someone who has a concealed carry permit, law-abiding citizen, carrying a gun. But
you're about to make up some "I'm white and I say so" scenario.
You just don't want me to say my piece because I'm trying to give an explanation.
Let's make it simple. Are you going to make up some type of "I'm white and I say so" scenario to justify the killing of Philando Castile?
No.
Is that what you're doing?
No.
How was that justified?
Let me ask Tariq.
In any sense, sir.
Tariq, let me ask you a question.
Just I will answer. There's a decorum that we should have here. Answer my question.
I'm not going to give you the yes or no that you're asking for.
Answer my question. Okay, then that means you think that is justified.
Okay, whatever you say.
Sir, makes you.
I think the audience can tell you're not going to let me say my piece on it, so it is what it is.
I'm not going to let you deflect.
It's not deflection. I'm going to answer the question, but you won't let me answer it.
Shows a lot of your arguments are in bad faith, sir.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it, Tariq. I'm glad we got the follow back. Good conversation sometimes, especially when you don't have the power to mute people. But hey, we'll do it again sometime.
It's a learning experience. It's a learning, and I'm teaching my people
the mindset of many people in the dominant society, especially people like you, whose families that we've helped come over here from their war-torn countries of filth and degradation, and they have this type of mentality towards Black people. They feel like our murders are justified after we fought to get you out of the slums of the Middle East. So
Africa's a thriving continent. You know, it's
I've never lived in
we
Africa.
got Wakanda out there. I never lived in Iran either. That's
But
awesome.
your family did, sir. And
Yeah,
like
and
I
your
said,
ancestors lived in Africa.
so yeah, many years ago, culturally, I'm a foundational Black American.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Sir, if it weren't for me and my family helping you out, you would still be somewhere in Iran eating some baklava with a bomb strapped on you. So I would
Well,
say,
if you look at the stats as far as who's a net contributor when it comes to taxes in this country, it's more likely my family than it is, your community.
sir, how come your family didn't go home and make it happen? How come they came over here to foundational Black Americans, sir?
Because America's better, baby.
Because of foundational Black
Because
Americans.
America's number one.
Exactly. And you back at home struggling and eating falafels, you should thank us for getting you out of that situation, sir. You're welcome.
Thank you, foundational Black American. Thank you very much.
My guy. And we're good. We're still here. We're good, man. I like having civil conversations. No arguing. I like us being on the same page, even
We're
if
brothers from other mothers.
we're brother, man. Well, in love and in prayer. And I bid you a prayer before you leave. All right.
Much love, Tariq. Adios.
Have a good day, sir. All right. Okay. Lord, these folks, boy, they got a lot of nerve, man. They got a lot of damn nerve, don't they? Boy, they sit up here. We help these folks. This is why we talk about immigration. Boy, we help these folks get over here, and they sit up here and justify our murders, and they come from these war-torn countries. And this is why people see we ain't rocking with that immigration thing. People see we ain't rocking with that immigration thing, y'all. That's one of the reasons why. There's a lot of y'all in here. See, this is why, ladies and gentlemen, foundational Black Americans are like, hey, man, why are we supporting this immigration stuff? Yeah. All right. How many? We got a lot of folks in here. We got a lot of folks in here. All right. Anyway, all right. Y'all go get my book, Foundational Black American Race Beta, on Amazon right now. Let me get some more folks in here. We got a lot of folks in here. I see my sister Aki in here. I see Aki. What's up, Aki? I see y'all in here. What's up, Spoken Reasons? Shout out to my homie Spoken Reasons. Let me see. There's a lot of folks in here, man. Shit. Okay, we got Scarface the Italian. He's trying to get in. Oh, Lord, I don't want to waste time with you, Scarface the Italian. Let's get Ty Hen in here. Oh, I get you in a minute. Hold on. I get you in a minute. Let's get David. All right, let's get this David guy in here. What's up, David? David, turn your microphone on. All right, David, turn your microphone on.
Hey, Tariq, just wanted to say thank you for everything you've been doing. Now, personally, I like to call myself a foundational Black American supremacist. I think that's the term we should start using.
Supremacists? Who do we want to be supreme over? I don't want to be supreme over anybody.
I do. I want to be supreme over all these immigrants that are coming over here.
Oh, and you don't look too Black in your profile, do you? You kind of look Hispanic.
No, I'm not Hispanic.
Oh, all right, David. Now let me let you out of here. You sound like a white man. Okay. Designer.
What's
Turn your mic.
up?
Hello, dear.
Hi, how are you? You good?
I am good. I'm good. So, sister, where are you from, beloved?
I'm from the UK.
UK, okay. And I see a Nigerian flag. And what's that other flag that you have on your thing?
German.
Germany?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So what's on your mind? How do you feel about the conversations we've been having in the past few days?
Well, there's a lot. So I don't know. I've been following up what you say and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And all I can really tell is I don't know why you hate on my people. Why do you hate on my people so much?
Which people?
Nigerians.
What do you have to hate on?
I don't know what you have to hate on. You just seem to dislike my people.
What do you have to dislike?
What do you mean?
If you dislike something, if you're accusing me of disliking something about you, what is it
No,
about
not about me. Not about me
your
personally. I'm just
culture?
talking
Okay, what
about
is the
my
culture? What is
people.
okay? What is it about your people and culture is there to dislike?
That's why I'm asking you. What do you
Well,
dislike that you're
you made that assumption. I've never said I dislike them, but I would like to know. I'm offended by the question. What is there to?
why would you why are you offended by the question?
Because you're saying it as if you have something to dislike. That's why
That
I'm
doesn't
offended.
make
What do you have to
sense.
dislike? Yeah, it does make sense because you just made up something like I dislike this.
All I'm trying to
What do
say is
you
that
have to dislike, ma'am? What is there to dislike? I'm a
there's nothing
foundational
to
Black
dislike.
American.
All I'm trying
I
to
am a
say to you,
foundational Black American, ma'am. I got issues over here that I deal with. Why would I even focus on you? The fuck you talking about? What are you talking about, ma'am? These delusions
I
of
said
grandeur,
what I
ma'am. Nobody,
said. I said
ma'am,
what I
ma'am.
said, Tariq.
Nobody's thinking about you or your culture. We're not thinking about you. That's the thing, ma'am. What makes you think?
We're all one. We're all one. I
What
think
makes
us
you think,
I think
ma'am,
the fact
ma'am,
that we're all black, you know, the fact
ma'am,
that we're all black, even
ma'am?
if you call yourself American or foundational black.
Okay, ma'am. This is not how that works. Okay, you don't talk over me, ma'am. Okay, I'm not going to stop people from talking, but you're not going to stop. You're not going to talk over me, ma'am. Hold on, hold on. Just slow your roll, ma'am. Slow your roll. You're not just going to start babbling. There's going to be order in here, ma'am. There's going to be respect. Now, what is it about you that makes you think that foundational Black Americans are thinking about you? Okay, she got out of here, which I think is best. Don't come in here playing and making these false accusations, giving yourself um, all types of props. I get offended when some person comes in here. Hey, I'm from Angola. Why are you hating on me, nigga? Hey, we're not thinking about you. What makes you think I'm thinking about a motherfucker in Angola right now? You know what I'm saying? I get offended by that. You really pump your brakes. Nobody's thinking about you. I have to think about you in order to hate on you. You're out of sight, out of mind. You're the last thing on my mind. Don't hop in these rooms talking about why somebody hating on you. You're a non-factor to us like that. If we're gonna keep it a buck, you're a non-factor to us on a social sense where we're discussing issues. You are non-factor. That's why we ask when y'all come in these rooms trying to center yourselves. We're looking at you like, what are you hating on you? Who are you? You know what I'm saying? People try to center themselves for attention, and that's a problem. That's like going to a club and the fat girl with the janky wig is talking about how come all niggas trying to holler at me. Nobody's trying to holler at you. All these niggas trying to get at me. I ain't that kind of lady. Like, no, I'm pretty sure I wasn't trying to holler at you. You did. People try to center themselves and crowbar themselves in the mix. We're not focusing on you. Do y'all understand that? I really want to get that point across. That's why it's offensive for people to sit up and say, why are we hating on you? And that's why I asked, what do you have to hate on? That's the purpose of hate. Let me break down the the definition of hating. When you hate up. Do you understand? You don't hate down. You hate up, meaning you hate on somebody who's doing better than you. That's why when a lot of people see celebrities on TV, they hate. Oh, that nigga think he fly with all that money. Beyonce thinks she the shit. Oh, Jay-Z, that nigga got a Maybach. He think he. You hate up. You don't hate down. You understand that concept? You don't hate down. You don't hate on people who's not doing better than you. So don't hop in these conversations talking about why are you hating on me and you from some village where you have to ride a goat to the river to get water. What the fuck you talking about? Hate on what?
I wouldn't hate on you. I want to help you. If anything, the fuck you mean? Why am I hating on you? What do you have to hate on, nigga? You and the Billy Goat? What are you talking about? People start talking crazy and stupid. Y'all got to pump your brakes on that. Let's get some folks in here to chop it up. Who wants to chime in? Who wants to chime in and chop it up? Come on, but don't come in here talking crazy, talking about somebody's hating on you. We ain't thinking about you. You're not a threat to us. And you're trying to center yourself in the conversation as if you are in a position to be hated on. Stop it. Let me get some people in here. Come on, man. Y'all have some of these delusions of grandeur that's incredible. All right, let's see who we have in here. All right, Keith, turn your microphone on, sir. I'm gonna get Keith and then Nitego. I get Nitego. I get him next. But Keith, turn your microphone on. Turn your microphone on, Keith. All right. Nitego, can you turn your microphone on?
Yo, Tariq.
Hey.
Thanks for having me on this. I've been listening to you for a while now, probably like 4
Yes,
years.
sir.
And I thank you for everything you're saying. This is like a wake-up call for the African community. I'm from Ghana. I live in Philly right now. And man, we gotta get off our high horses. We need to hear the stuff you're saying. We are super prideful of where we're from, especially the Nigerians. Like, they feel like they run the world. But like you said, our parents are fleeing. Our parents are run away trying to find opportunities instead of taking actual pride in what we have and fixing these issues. Like they get insulted when you say, "Oh, you have a goat in your backyard and all this stuff, chicken." Why are you insulted about that? That's our culture. That's a beautiful thing. So yeah, they need to hear this stuff. And when you flee and come to somebody's land, how dare you then, tell them how they should operate? Or it just makes no sense. So my African brothers and sisters, get off your high horses. Get out your emotions. This is not about you. If anything, you should be super supportive of everything African American or foundational Black Americans are doing, because if they win, the rest of the African diaspora wins as well. And we have to get off this ego thing. It's ridiculous. So that's all I have to say.
Yes. Hey man, real talk, man. Much respect, brother. Thank you so much. All right, let's get who's this? I invited somebody just now. Okay. I don't know what happened to him. All right, let's get some other folks in here. A lot of folks in here. Where we at? Raise your hand if you would like to speak, ladies and gentlemen. Raise your hand if you would like to speak, ladies and gentlemen. Raise those hands if you would like to speak. Having very good dialogue in here today. Let's get Thomas. Let me get Thomas in here. Hold on, add a speaker. All right, Thomas, I don't understand. I don't know your last name, sir. Let's get Thomas in here if he can get in here. And Robert, I can't understand his last name either. So Thomas, come on in, brother. Thomas, unmute your microphone, sir.
Thanks. Hey, Tariq. How are you?
I'm good, sir. Where are you calling from? Where are you from?
I'm from Kenya. Calling from Kenya, the outside looking in. I just wanted to echo what my previous brother had said. And I had a few questions because I've been listening over the past few days. Now, you mentioned the history of people who are on code, and certainly even some people who remain on code. And you also mentioned the issue of foundational Black Americans, or even that foundational Black Americans not being given a proper chance to go to Africa if they so choose to, in favorable terms. Aside from the bureaucratic length that you had mentioned that is a problem, are there other things that would be of interest to you, and if so, what would that be? And could you talk a little bit about some of the work that you have done with people not only on the continent but even in in the Caribbean, as you've said, and
Yes.
how that's been for you. Yeah.
Yeah, very good question. So, yeah, brother, we would like to do business over there. Man, Africa is a naturally beautiful place, so as many places are in the Caribbean as well. We would like to go over there and do business, just like we do business everywhere else. Especially, we would like to do business with other Black people. When I go to Africa and I see all of that land, I'm like, man, all of this land, we can do so much stuff here. We, as foundational Black Americans, we have access to capital. All they have to do is just give us the green light in one of these countries over there. And that is the problem. People keep talking about, well, Black people and foundational Black Americans and people from the diaspora, we all got to come together. What are people talking about? We got to make this thing practical. If we're going to come together, just make the shit come together. It's not rocket science. The people on the grassroots in Africa and even in the Caribbean, we're going to have to be real. You are not extending an olive branch for foundational Black Americans to come out there. Y'all are not doing it in large numbers. You will do it for a public figure, but as for Black people, foundational Black Americans collectively, the reality is you are not doing it. And people keep trying to skirt this conversation. When we talk about Black people from the diaspora and Black people in America getting together, it's always in the context of y'all coming over here and eating up our shit. And we've fed motherfuckers long enough. So we're saying to other people, hey, man, we keep having the family reunion at auntie house. Let's have it at uncle's house next time. We want the family reunion to be over there, but y'all never invite us to the damn family reunion. That is a problem, and that is a one-sided thing. These countries, so many countries over there, there is nothing stopping any country from over in Africa, not one, for them to say, hey, here's a little tract of land, foundational Black Americans, y'all can come here. Right here, this little strip of land, that's for you. Come on over here. We're not going to have a bunch of red tape for you. Come on over here and build with us. There's not a goddamn thing stopping any of you from doing that. When we start talking about getting land over there, y'all get to twiddling and fumbling around and stuttering and stammering. But when it's time to come over here, it's like, oh, we're brothers. Oh, we're brothers, long lost brothers. We're all in this together. We all in this together. But when I say, hey, man, I see a bunch of land over here. Let me get some of that, man, without all the red tape. Oh, no. It's the government. It's the media, the bureaucrats. Y'all start splaining. Cut the fucking splaining out and make it happen over there if y'all want to really get down. Everybody just can't pile up over at auntie's house for the reunion every week. It has to be a two-sided thing. And trying to, not you, I'm not talking about you on the phone, brother, in particular,
Yeah,
but so many
I
people
know.
be like, they jump in the room talking about, well, you hating on us. All of that is deflection talk. That's a bunch of goddamn deflections because they know what the conversation has to steer around is them coming over here and us carrying the water for everybody. And we as foundational Black Americans simply can't keep doing that. And this is just not for brothers and sisters in the diaspora. We're talking about, we already have another a problem with a bunch of immigrant groups coming over here, piling on us, getting what limited resources we have. We got to compete and have all of our meager resources dilapidated by all of these other groups. So it's already a fight with us here dealing with these folks. So we don't need folks hopping over here like, hey, I'm your cousin, so I deserve this. No, we're not playing that game no more. So when we want to come over there, there has to be a fast track to it. I was talking on my broadcast the other day how when foundational Black Americans want to go over there to certain African countries, man, there's so much bureaucratic red tape. Also, they don't let us go over there empty-handed. When foundational Black Americans go to these countries, we got to come up with a bag. They want to know all your bank account information, your stock holdings. They want to know how much money you're going to bring over there. So we got to have a real equitable type of relationship as it relates to us being these distant cousins and all that. I have no problem with that. It has to be both sides. Both sides have to carry the weight. And unfortunately, only this side of the game, we've been carrying the weight. So, but thank you for the call, brother. Let me get
No,
some more.
yeah, I hear you, man. I just wanted to say thanks. As the previous guy had said, you've called it as it is, and people on the diaspora need to hear that. So
Yes, sir.
thanks, man.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
All right.
There we go. Let's get Layla. We'll get Miss Layla in here. Okay, wait, let me introduce my co-host. I invited my sister Aki to co-host. Aki, say hi to everybody.
Hi, everyone.
There you go. That's Octavia, my lovely sister. How you doing, dear?
I am doing well. I'm really enjoying the conversation. I think the tone is much better from our
Yes,
non-FBA family.
yes. Yeah, they ain't jumping in here, jumping bad and all that. They calm that down.
Right. And there's no need for any of that. And I just definitely want to echo what you just said. We're down to collaborate, but I think at this point we've shown our good faith. We've shown that for decades. Now we're just waiting to
Yes.
see what y'all are going to do, and then we can move from there.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. So you get back on mute. I'll get you back on in a second. But yeah, my sister's real. She's telling the truth. And I forgot to answer the second part of my brother's question, like some of the stuff and the efforts that I've made. I've been all over Africa. I went down to South Africa as an act of good faith. Usually, when I go to a black country, I make it a point to give something to the people as a group or an organization. I make it a point to do that all the time. If I ever would, almost every black country that I've visited, I make a point to donate to some type of organization, some type of school, some type of orphanage. In South Africa, I donated thousands to several orphanages in South Africa. In Zimbabwe, I donated thousands of dollars to some black women who were farmers there. They were trying to maintain their farms. So I was all in the media out there showing them, hey, look, as a foundational Black American, I'm showing y'all, I'm going to make the first step to show here's some resources that I can give to some of the people here. So to show you that we're talking business, we mean business. We're not here to just run our mouths. When I went to Haiti, I did a movie about Haiti. I gave all types of money to schools in Haiti to let them know, as an act of good faith, I'm talking money. Money talks. I put my foot forward first. Let me see what you can come to the table with so we can build. So we, as foundational Black Americans, we do this all the time. It's not just me. A lot of us go and we try to invest in these countries. We donate. We try to give to the people, and we understand sometimes they might not have a lot of resources to give, but the land is there. You see. So you can't say anything about the land. The land is right there. And the least they can do is campaign to say, hey, let's allocate this plot of land for these people. That's not going to cost anybody anything. That's not going to take anything away from anyone. Nothing. It costs absolutely nothing for them to do that. But nobody campaigns for that shit. Nobody. And that's a problem. Um let me get what happened to Leda, the Leda. I had her on. I wanted to have her speak. But let's get Robert. Robert, can you go ahead, sir? Okay, Robert. Okay, we'll get AF. We'll get him next. Go ahead, AF. Let me remove Robert from speakers. And raise your hand if you're ready to go on live now. You're ready to come on live now. I get you on Robert. I mean, AF. AF, turn your microphone on. There you go.
Hello. How's it going? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. Now, where are you from, AF?
I am from England. I am what you'd call an English foundational American. Sorry, African. And sorry, I'm just a bit
Part of Africa.
nervous.
What part of
Sorry.
What part of Africa is your family from, sir? Go ahead.
Oh no, we're native to England. We're foundational Africans.
So you're white. Are you a white man? Are you a white man trolling?
Absolutely not. Do you want me to send you the color of my skin? I'm quite.
Are you okay? So you're a white male. You're a white man trolling in England. Okay.
Okay. So I'd like to make the
Okay,
case.
come on. Let's talk. Okay, we're talking some real talk. We're trolling. Go ahead. Now, what's on your mind? Let's stop trolling for 5 seconds.
Okay. So basically, I've had a lot of experience with the so-called foundational Black Americans, and I've noticed that.
Hold on, wait. What experiences have you had with foundational Black Americans being a white man in England?
If you allowed me to explain, I've had some experiences on the bus, especially. I don't like the way they smell.
Okay. What bus and what smell can top the wet dog scent that comes from your culture?
I believe it's called a cologne.
And what's the name of that cologne? Toilette? Because that wet dog smell cannot be topped, sir. Go ahead.
Actually, they do have names like that, like Chanel Toilette or something like that. It's a French thing. Anyways,
Oh, got it. And then why you here? Since you are a white man from England, I do have some questions for you. I do have questions for you, sir. Being a white man in England, and there are a lot of black people moving to England, what's the consensus of your community there with all of the black people there in England? Because I know you guys, I know the birth rate there is kind of low. The birth rate is going down. So how do you feel about that birth rate dropping? Are you guys a little concerned about that, sir?
yeah, I think every race should be concerned about their birth rate dropping low. Even the immigrants that come over there face this problem of it's really like an urbanized problem. But I just to answer your question, we do. If I really tell you what our thoughts are about African American people, I don't think I'd be allowed on this side. I'd be banned. So unfortunately,
So my concern is, okay, so that's the case. Why are you so concerned about foundational Black Americans, sir? And you live 10,000 miles away. You live on a whole side of the planet, and you're worried about foundational Black Americans. Why do we pique so much of your concern, sir?
hang on, let me explain it to you very quickly.
Okay, I don't know what you, sir. I don't know what you're about to do. You sound like you're about to stick the phone up your bussy or something, and I don't want that. So we're going to have to bid you a farewell, sir. I don't know what you're doing. You sound very foolish right now. Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, I don't want. I can smell the phone. The phone smells musty now. Okay.
All right, take care,
Okay,
sir, and make sure to
there you go.
wash your legs tonight.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
indeed. Okay, I can smell that. I smell head lice formula on the phone, and I don't want that. Okay, let's try someone else. Let's try some.
Tariq, I added Nikki. I think she's been trying to get on
Oh,
a
okay.
few different ones. I think she's already lined up as a speaker, and I can look for a few others if you want.
Okay, that's fine. Come on, Nikki. Hello, dear.
Hi, Tariq.
Hey, beloved, how are you?
I'm fine. I've been following you for a couple years. I found you when I was doing my family's genealogy. I'm half FBA and half Nigerian.
Okay.
I've been watching the spaces for a few days, and I agree with everything you guys are saying about like the effects of immigration on the Black community. But I didn't even really want to talk about that. I was in a genealogy space, I want to say yesterday, and I saw a lot of the diasporans were popping in there, and they were mad because the Black Americans were acknowledging our indigenous heritage. I have indigenous heritage on my mom's side. So I just want to know, why do you think everybody gets mad when we talk about our indigenous heritage, but like a Dominican can say they're Taino or a Jamaican can say they have Arawak ancestry? Why do they get mad about us? I
Great.
don't understand it.
I'm gonna answer that. Thank you for the call, sister. But let me answer that. Very good question. My sister made a point. Whenever foundational Black Americans start acknowledging our indigenous heritage, which all of us have it, Black people, we've been on this continent for thousands of years. They start telling us in the late 1800s and early 1900s, so that all of you niggas came from Africa, because there were so many slave rebellions that were popping off here, and they had to let the people on the plantations know, these are foreigners that's uprising. They're different from you. So they had to come up with this narrative that we are all foreigners from some kind of foreign place. Knowing that a lot of the Aboriginal people were Black, and the ones who realized that they were Aboriginal or connected to this land, they were the ones fighting back, hence the Black Seminoles. When people talk about the Black Seminoles, they try to play them off as just runaway slaves who got with the Creek Indians and they formed the Seminoles. But there were Aboriginal people who were already Black, who were already living in the swamps and ducking and dodging any type of slave catchers, and they were never enslaved. So they were always on this land, and this is why they knew the terrain of the land like that. You understand? How do these people who are supposed to be from another land, from another country, or from some random plantation, how did they know how to navigate the land so much and live off the land so much as
did the Black Seminoles during warfare. So that's a great example. But we, as Foundation of Black Americans, our lineage is mixed. We are mixed with the people who were brought over from Africa, but our lineage goes to the Aboriginal Black people who were here. Now, we're not saying that to them to get their approval. I don't give a damn if they disagree or don't disagree. If you go outside and say the sky is pink, that don't make it not blue, you know? So us acknowledging that is the most important thing. And the reason why a lot of folks don't want us to acknowledge that, because they want us to stay on the African American kick so that everybody can glom off that. There's a reason why that term was introduced into the lexicon of our society. The term African American, it had been used very loosely and sparsely here and there by certain writers for going back to the 1800s. They used that term, but it really got a national push in 84 when the white supremacists gave it to Jesse Jackson. And the Democratic heads, they gave that to Jesse Jackson to promote to Black society as a way to make us comparable to immigrant groups. You understand? So he started coming around talking about, hey, we're all African American, African pride, African American. So that was equivalent to Nigerian American or Asian American or Hispanic American, Middle Eastern American. So that put us in the same category as damn immigrant groups. So us saying African American, that means anything that so-called African Americans got, other groups would be able to get a piece of it. So if a Black American fought for the right to get grants or college loans or college set-asides or any type of minority benefits, and it's set aside for so-called African Americans, well, people from Africa, because shit, I'm African American, let me get that. White people like Charlize Theron, people from South Africa can say, hell, I'm African American, let me get that. So it's a term that people can glom off of. And this is why you notice a lot of people who hate that term are a lot of Black people who are from Africa. Black people who come here from Africa, when we start saying, hey, we ain't really African American, they're, oh, yes, you are, nigga. Oh, yes, you are. Yeah, you African. But they say that only in the political sense, because among themselves, and here's the kicker, among themselves, they know that we ain't a part of the culture. They go out of their way to say in private, those Akatas, they're not African. Oh, that Jarir is not African. I'm the real African. This is what they say in private and among each other. So they know that we are a different ethnic group. So they try to play this little shame game that's not working anymore. And we're calling that shame game out. Let me get some more folks in here. Let me get some folks from the diaspora in here. See if they want to chime in. Raise your hand. Any brothers and sisters who are from the diaspora or hear from the diaspora, raise your hand. Let me talk to you. And we got a lot of folks in here. Ava, I see you, Ava, over there. I was in Ava's room the other day having a conversation. I thought we had a good conversation. Ava, let me see. Who do we have? We got a lot of folks in here. Okay.
We have somebody already in the queue. Ramsey, I think he's from Nigeria.
Oh,
I think
there
he's
we
been
go.
raising his hand. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Go ahead, Ramsey.
Good evening, everyone. Tariq, and nice talking to you on your space.
Yes, sir. Pleasure.
Okay. Actually, first of all, I really want to use this opportunity to enlighten you on some stuff. Although I heard you the first time on the space, and I was like, okay, fine. I think I need to like sit down a bit to understand what you're actually trying to say. And end of the day, there are some things I realized. This isn't a game, Tariq. This isn't a game at all. This is like to me, I would say thank you to every Black Americans or any Black person from the Euro country that might have helped our brothers or sisters from the Africans. So now the thing is, you were talking about something like making this stuff two-sided ways, not like trying to have all the benefits that you people own. So now the thing here is, the truth is, Tariq, we don't have anything to offer. We deep down are actually appreciating you guys for the stores, like maybe your hospitalities and teaching us the way how to make progress in our lives over there. You understand? Here in Nigeria, especially, I'm from Nigeria and we are called the giant of Africa. Tariq, we don't build our institutions, like when I talk about like educational institutions and other etc etc. These thoughts are dead here. We are not working. So now these thoughts makes us move away from this place. Do you understand? So now when we push ourselves from here, going over to that side which you people are, now there are things you need to understand. We Nigerian people, especially like I'm an Igbo, there's a tribe called Igbo. I don't know if you might have heard about us. Now we leave our families behind here. Now these families that we have are depending on us to make something, make a living for, like make a living from the place we are, and trying to help one another, maybe like try to bring one or two persons up to that side. Now we are supposed to put every effort and put everything that we have. It's not like we enjoy there's this animal we call Jackie, that's
Hold
donkey.
on, okay, let me slow it down because okay. All right, let me slow it down a little bit because this is what happens. What happens is a lot of times, and again, I don't like the conversations to be too redundant. We get some brothers and sisters, particularly from Nigeria, somewhere in Africa, and they'll do, they'll get on and say, well, we got it so bad over here. Let me explain how bad we got it. Okay, let's not waste that time doing that. Okay, because we spend a lot of time talking about how bad you got it over there. And we know that the economy is janky. We understand that. But you have to understand, we can't, as foundational Black Americans, we can't keep supporting people coming over here, getting our meager resources, and we can't keep sharing things with people. That's impossible to keep doing. It's just not, resources are not infinite, especially with human beings. We understand what's going on over there. So the problem is, you say that you don't have anything. You do have land. What's stopping you from campaigning to help us get land? I want that question specifically answered, sir, with love and respect.
Okay, thank you. So, like I said earlier, we are not building institutions. Our institutions here are not strong enough. You understand? So, I don't know if you heard about NSAS. There was a time we held a protest that.
Okay, let me try this again. Okay, and I'm saying this with love and respect because, see, if we talk, we got to start getting to the nitty gritty. Okay, I don't like to get into conversations where we start talking about our feelings and, well, let me tell you a story about my village. No, okay, brother, we're talking business right now. Okay, this right here, this room is a business meeting. I want everybody to treat this like a business meeting with love and respect. I'm talking with love, no hostility. I'm just trying to be stern here. We're talking business. This is a business meeting. When you're talking business, you don't step to the table. Well, I felt so bad about my mother. And no. This is business. We're talking business, brother. If we're to do business, if we're to continue to do business, like I mentioned earlier, when I go to these countries, I'm not talking about how bad we got it. Look, we get shot, we get killed, we get all types of stuff done to us in the United States. But when I go to other countries, I'm talking business. I go there with cash in hand. I go there with money. I go there saying, hey, here's what I have. I'm showing you in an act of good faith what I'm going to bring to the table. Now, can we talk about what you can offer us? That's what I want to talk about. And you do have land. I want y'all to notice these conversations here. I'm going to unmute you again, brother. So let's talk about the land and why can't you guys come campaign for us to get some of the land there? Let's try it again, sir. Here you go.
So, can I talk now?
Yes, you can, sir.
Okay, you guys are more exposed than us here, Tariq. So, I think the only way we can get these lands that you're talking about is for us to keep learning from you guys just the way we are actually at the moment. So we are actually trying our best to make things better and better. And with the help of you guys, which just like I said, we have been learning a lot, and with the people over there trying to accept us and trying to.
Thank you for the call, sir. Okay. With love and respect, I gave my man as much time as I could give him. Then it got into catchphraseism. We are learning, we are doing our best. Give a hoot, don't pollute. Say no to drugs. Oh, okay, all right, brother. We're not doing catchphrases. We're not in the catchphrase game. See, when we start talking about
real equitable deals that we can make, we have to bring the resources, and then other people, they bring us catchphrases. We got to stop the catchphrase game. When foundational Black Americans start talking about what can you do as far as that land, okay, I know you might not have no money, you might not have this, might not have that, but you do have land. There is not any excuse for us to have some land allotments over there. If we're all brothers and all of that stuff, there's not one goddamn excuse to not allot us land over there. If we so cool like that, that doesn't hurt or take away from anything. That's a very simple thing to do.
Right. Tariq, I think we have somebody on right now, Tunde. I'm not sure if he's actually been on the
Yeah,
line before. Okay.
Oh, Tunde,
yeah,
how are you, sir?
fine with you. This is my first time, and I've been listening a long time ago. Yeah, I heard most of your conversations, the one with the Persian guy and everything, and I would like to speak well on every matter. But let's start from the last one you were speaking about you getting the land in Africa and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm a Nigerian. I'm in Cyprus currently. I'm not in Nigeria. But I want you to understand. I want to ask you a question. Is it possible for me to just come over to America and get allocated a piece of land and I have the funds to make things or do business? Is it possible for me? And you just get it allocated?
Okay, I'm using land because everybody says, well, we don't have nothing over there. We don't have anything. We don't have this. We don't have the infrastructure. We don't have this, that. Well, at least you have land. Now, you can't just walk over here and automatically get land in many cases, but you can get resources. You can jump off of a plane and there's a bunch of resources waiting for you the minute you get over here. Do you understand that?
I understand what you're saying. But
Right.
now, what?
So no, but you benefit when you come here. And Black people, foundational Black Americans, are the ones who are helping to fight for you to get those resources that you get. We do that. Now go ahead,
Oh,
sir.
all right. Now you said once I get there, there's resources and other stuffs already for me.
Yes, yes. That's
Thing
why you come. That's why you come because you know
the
there's
thing you
resources
can
here.
get from us is like the land for you to make those things work out for us. Yeah. So that's why you're asking for the minimum. That's the land. That's what you're trying to say. Yeah.
Now do it. Wait, say that one more time, sir. I didn't comprehend. Go ahead.
Yeah. You saying if I am supposed to come to America, I might not get a piece of land, but the resources is there for me. If I'm able to do whatever I want to do, I'll find whatever I need to make it happen in America. But you're trying to ask for the minimum in Africa, which is the land, then you can bring over the resources or whatever. Is that what you're saying? Yeah?
Yeah, yeah. You get the land. We'll start developing it, man. We can do all types of great stuff over there with the
Do you
land.
will you agree with me? Most of the resources you claim you have in America are brought out from Africa.
No.
Okay.
Like what
Now,
resources are you talking about? What
do you know the
resources are you
phone
talking
you
about?
own right now? The phone you're using to do this space on Twitter, the battery on your phone was brought. The component is made of is from
I know
Congo.
that.
In
I know the manganese and all of that comes from Africa. I know that. I know all
yeah,
the manganese and all
yeah.
that.
Do
So are
you
we
know?
about to do the okay. What
Do
else?
you the latest one in America? The chief justice is gonna be the new one that's gonna be made. A woman. She's a Nigerian, an immigrant. Do you know of that?
That's okay, no, because that's a false story that a lot of
All
Nigerian
right.
immigrants keep circulating
Story.
around. She has not
I don't
been
like
nominated, and she's
as
not
we need to
Nigerian. Her
talk
husband
about
is.
the yeah.
Wait, hold on, hold on. Okay, sir, you're going to have to slow down for a minute. Okay, you're going to calm down. You're going to have to calm down. Okay, let's pump your brakes. Okay, I will let you say what you have to say, what you got. If you say something and I answer, don't start jumping to the next thing. You're not going to do that. And I'm telling you, some of the stories you're circulating around are false stories. Okay, so let's try this again, sir. Okay, so turn your microphone on, sir.
Yeah, I'm gonna slow down now and I'll
Just slow it down.
properly.
So,
Yeah.
so if all the resources are over there, how come you don't have the iPhone factories over there in your homeland?
Okay, good. You asked a very good question. We have all the stuffs better than what you claiming to have, But that's not the main issue right now.
What? Like what?
Do you think before the iPhone came up, before there was iPhone or Nokia or BlackBerry, there was no communication in Africa? Is that what you think?
That's something that you said. You said, and you just projected, sir. Don't project stuff on me, sir. Are
No,
you doing that? I didn't say anything remotely close. Sir, are you projecting now?
no, I'm asking a question. Do you think before multi communications, these technologies, there was no means of communication in Africa? Do you know where technology started from? Do you know the
Sir,
history?
why you, sir? You said the manganese and stuff from the iPhone comes from Africa,
Yes,
and you tried to compare that to allocations of resources. But the question to
yes.
you is, how come there's no iPhone factory where the manganese is in your country, sir?
There is iPhone batteries, all this stuff you're talking about, they are in
There is.
Africa. There are.
There,
The thing the main problem we have,
stop, sir. Did you just tell a lie and try to deflect, sir? Did you just try to tell a lie and deflect? Are you doing that, sir?
I'm not trying to tell a lie. I'm just,
Is there
you have
there's an
to,
iPhone factory in your country, sir? Did you say there was an iPhone factory in your
there's
country?
own factory. I did
There
not say
what?
an own factory. What I said is,
Sir, yep,
every
sir. And this
member,
is sir,
every, member-
sir,
every,
sir. Okay, woman, sir. I keep trying to ask you a question. You're talking about iPhones and iPhone factories, and your phone is janky as fuck. Your phone, sir, is so janky I can barely hear you on it. Do you see the irony here, sir? Now let's try it again, sir, with your vibranium phone that you're bragging about. Why
okay,
are there not, sir?
all right.
And are you trying to say that there's vibranium over there,
Can
sir,
I ask you a
that
question?
we don't know about? What are you talking about?
Can I ask you a question?
Sir, what are
What,
you talking about,
what
sir?
model of phone are you using right now?
What
Model of phone are you using right now?
what does it have anything to do with what
No,
you've built
on
there?
phone sheets. Do you know the phone I'm using right now?
You're using an iPhone 1.
I'm
You're
using
using
an
the
iPhone.
you're using the very first iPhone that came out.
I'm very
You've
sure
had it. You've had the
using
iPhone, sir.
better than you.
Sir, you're using a T-Mobile Sidekick, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. I can barely hear
If
you,
you're sure, I can send you a picture of my phone right now. Can you do the same?
sir. I don't want to see a picture of your phone, sir.
No, you
I
sure of
just
yourself.
see
If you can do the same, good. I know first.
family, when we start talking business, see, this is a lesson for the foundation of Black American family. When we try to talk business, they start talking silly. When we start talking about, hey, y'all come over here and get this, but hey, what about us? What can we get? All of a sudden, you see how silly the conversation is turned. So, have y'all seen this? Yeah, I want y'all to learn from this. How silly this man is talking. This is a lesson to the FBA family. This is what we're supporting, ladies and gentlemen. Let me finish talking to um, T'Challa. This is T'Challa, ladies and gentlemen, and he has vibranium.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Sir, what else is on your mind, sir? Before, do you have any constructive information you want to bring to the family here?
Yeah, I remember when you were talking with the Persian guy. You guys talked about black guys. He was saying black foundational black Americans were shooting cops and never got persecuted or stuff like that.
Right.
And you, the white guys, does the same thing. Both of you, your conversation is racist as shit, but you cannot understand that, in the sense that there's a problem between black Americans. You think because you were in America first, every other people who comes afterwards have to respect you because you were there first. It doesn't
Wait,
work
wait,
that
hold
way.
up,
Oh,
Tunde. That's not the argument. And I don't think you've ever
Aki,
heard
let me
any
get
of
him.
us. Okay,
Aki,
okay.
let him get him. I got him. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah. You think every African or Black American or whatever you come from, you don't give a shit about them, and you don't give a shit about what you talk about them. But if a white guy says the same thing, you like the conversation you had with a Persian guy, what you accused him of and what you were saying, the way when you stopped talking to him, you mimic this Arabic language and stuff. You made fun of it. If a
Hmm.
white guy does the same shit to you as a Black American, you get pissed off and you call him a racist. So why could you do that on a live and not feel ashamed of what you just did?
Are you defending that racist Persian man who identifies as white? Are you, sir, sitting here defending him?
I am not defending him. I'm just asking you, because he's a racist does not make you to be a racist on him as well. You were racist the
So
same
you're
moment you
so
were saying that shit.
so you're
The,
defending this man who sat here and justified the killing of a foundational Black American man, and I'm supposed to show him some type of racial
at
respect.
the moment you pointed out what he said wrong, I agreed with you 100%. And he could not defend himself no more. That was the best you could have
And
done.
that's why I started clowning
You
and
you
make
need not need to laugh off his culture. He is the one making mistakes. Other people in that culture, there are other people that are not making the same mistake as he did. But the moment you laughed off his whole culture, you've laughed off every other person. That's the mistake every other white people do, and every other thing does. Do you want to repeat the same mistake?
so you seem to have issues with foundational Black Americans and
No,
foundational Black
I'm
American
having
culture.
issues with foundation of Black Americans. I'm not having issues with anyone. I'm having
Hold
issues.
on. Okay, slow down. Slow down. You said foundational Black Americans, and it's coming out, sir. You said that foundational Black Americans think that everybody should respect them because we were here first. We were here first because we built the place. So you think we should not get respect because we built the country that you often flee to?
That's what you think. I'm not telling you you should not be respected because you were there. You build it with the white people that brought you over. Yes, even the
Stop it. The reason and the tactics of it being built is inconsequential, sir. The fact is, we built it. You want to put an asterisk on why and how it was built. That's inconsequential. It was built. So you're not going to play that game. That doesn't negate the fact that we built it. You understand? For
okay.
example, let me get you learn. I'm gonna give you an example. I was just watching the Janet Jackson documentary. For those who've seen it, very good documentary.
Okay.
Their father was somewhat abusive. And you can see that theme throughout the show. You can see it. And some people will say that that mental abuse or sometimes physical abuse contributed to one of the greatest musical Black families in history. So you can look at
Okay.
that from a few different ways. You can say they're the most talented family, but by saying, oh, yeah, but they were abused. Well, so yeah, that doesn't negate the fact that they are still talented. They're
Yes.
the Black first family of music. That doesn't negate that. Do you
Yeah.
understand that? So,
Yes.
foundational Black Americans, we were abused on this land. Foundational Black Americans, who were the indigenous,
Absolutely.
foundational Black Americans, who were part indigenous, Black indigenous, mixed in with the brothers and sisters from the diaspora who were sold by your folks over there now. We got
Yeah.
here. We all got together. We built the nation under stress. We were abused. We were raped.
Yeah.
Our children were separated. We were hung. We were lynched. We were castrated. We were decapitated. And motherfucker, we survived. And we're still here. So, yeah, nigga, we do deserve respect. Yeah, nigga, we are different than you. Yeah, nigga, we do have a moral code because we built this country, we suffered, and we didn't flee this motherfucker. So, yeah, we can sit up and say, yeah, we need stuff for us. Do you understand that?
I agree with you. But can I
Now,
ask you one more
get
thing?
off my phone. All right.
Phew, I'm glad you got him. Okay.
All right.
All right. We have.
Let me let you hold it down for a few minutes. Let me take a break.
Okay. Okay. On that note.
There you go.
All right. Ababu A has had his hand up very patiently. Go ahead and unmute yourself and chime in. Ababu A, are you still there? Okay. You're going to have to click the little microphone button on your bottom left to turn your mic on. Okay, try it now.
There you go.
All right.
Everybody was on mute.
Okay, I saw that. That was my bad. All right.
Yeah. But I hope Mr. Nasheed is gonna be there because I have a couple of questions for him.
Okay. Do you want to hold on then till he's back on? I'll leave you in the speaker gallery, but just move on to somebody else if you had questions specifically for him.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Salih Abdul, go ahead and unmute yourself. I see your hand up too.
Yes, thank you, thank you. I'm definitely foundational Black American. I'm currently resided in Saudi Arabia, but this is a hot topic. This is a hot topic, and for all of the FBA family members who are FBA by our ethnic background, but are Muslims by our religion, you guys need to pay attention to what's going on, because this is actually a very important topic, because what we have basically done is we have compromised we've compromised our position in our communities and our masjids over to immigrants. So now this racism that has came from the Middle Eastern, the Persians, the Indians, the Africans, it is now firmly rooted in the masjids across America, to where the voice of the Muslim community is no longer represented by the foundational Black Americans, but it is represented by immigrants. So you see a lot of, so the revolutionary spirit that was once there no longer exists in the Muslim community. I remember Malcolm X said something. He said, I am Black nationalist by politics, but I'm a Muslim by religion. I really didn't I didn't ponder on that, but I pondered on that after listening to these conversations, and I understood where we dropped the ball. And you'll see that in our communities, in the Muslim communities, the foundational Black Americans no longer hold any power in the Muslim communities in America. The Muslim communities in America are represented by immigrants and white Americans. So they have taken the narrative completely, in a whole nother direction, that the revolutionary spirit no longer exists.
All right. Thank you, Salim. And I do want to say, just to everyone, we want to get as many people's voices represented as possible. So one thing I'm going to do is kind of run a little timer on the side. Please keep all commentary to a minute and a half, 90 seconds or less, just so we can make sure we can hear a bunch of different people's perspectives. I'm also trying to keep an eye out for folks who've not spoken in the spaces before. So I do see a few familiar faces. So I do want to try and mix it up and get some other folks on who've not spoken before. Jeff Dallas, you've been waiting in the speakers gallery. Go ahead and chime in. Jeff Dallas, if you're still there, just click the unmute button to the bottom left. If not, we're going to move on to King Flea. Going once. All right, King Flea, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, how you doing, family?
Doing all right.
All right, I just had a question for Tariq. I don't know if you can answer it for me though.
If you want to hear it directly from him, we can also put you on hold with Ababu until Tariq's back. So I won't remove you from the gallery, but we'll give him a few minutes to return, okay?
Okay.
All right, so let me get a few other people on. Check, you've been on before. Go ahead and speak quickly. Please keep it brief because you've been on before, but I'm adding you as a speaker. And I also, let me keep looking for people who've not been on before while Check is connecting. All right, Check, you're on. Go ahead.
Peace and love to family. You know what I'm talking about? It's kind of clear when we have these conversations who wants to be the center of attention. Whenever we try to get our bread and butter, you know what I'm saying? We have people who try to steal it from us who look exactly like us. And now it's important that we get on code and handle this shit accordingly. Every time we have these conversations, it's what about this country? What about that country? To be honest, we don't care. Unless you're trying to set up some type of business or trade, it's kind of irrelevant. This is kind of a parasitic relationship. So it's important that we just cut ties. Peace and love to all my folk. And that's pretty much what I have to say.
All right. Thanks a lot. I'm adding a few other people who should be getting connected as speakers. Let's see. I think someone under the name of IMO has been connected. Please keep it brief, but go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, hello. My name is Imole. I'm from Nigeria, actually. You know, I've been following this space.
I'm sorry about that. Imole, sorry about that.
It's okay.
Okay,
You know,
I'm back, guys. I'm back.
I've been following this space for the past 3 days or 4 days. Right from the first day, Tariq had Tariq was here and some other host was here. I was just listening for like 5 hours, and a lot of my Nigerians brothers and sisters, they do come on and say a lot of stuff. But actually, I took my time to listen to a lot of things that Tariq says. You know, I'm the kind of person that I don't really follow the crowd because everybody's saying the same thing. I actually try to listen to everyone's opinion. Because I have a friend of mine who stays in Dallas. She stays in Dallas. She's an American. She's not even from Nigeria or from Africa. She's an African American. So we had a discussion, a length discussion, and she was telling me about some things which I actually discovered, which I never knew. She told me of the kind of treatment that the Americans give to the black people. Like they try to belittle the black people over there, and I actually learned a lot of things through her. And on that very day when Tavik was actually speaking, I pick out some points.
Imole, just remember it's a 90-second limit, so please wrap it
Oh,
up in
all
the
right,
next
all right,
30
all right.
seconds.
Okay, I'm going to. So the thing is that actually I stand with what Tariq was saying right from the day one. I'm a Nigerian. I've never been to the United States. I've never traveled out of the country for once. But actually listening to him, and I stand with it because I knew what he was. I knew what he was saying. I knew his stand. He was like, okay, we actually made a platform for everyone to come into the country. We made it possible for everyone to come into the country. And when you come into the country, we expected you guys to actually fight our cause for us because we already gave you guys the first hand. But instead, the people who come, the immigrants who come into the United States, they come and they face their own personal life, and they leave the fact that there is a cause that people who have laid down their life and laid down their effort and their sacrifices down. There's a cause that they expected them to actually put on and take up with it. But the immigrants who come around, they just came and they all want to work and
Okay,
make money.
Imole, we're with you. We're gonna have to move on though, because we don't want to have all the time go to just one speaker. But we hear you. We appreciate your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you.
Ababu, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Sounds good. Thank you very much for the patience. And hello, Mr. Is that Nasheed?
Nasheed, how are you, sir?
Good. How are you?
I'm
Thank
good.
you. Hey, first thing first, I'm speaking just as me, and I have the highest respect for my sisters and brothers who would identify themselves as FBA. And I also got a chance to catch a little bit of your last time's space, and I believe you made some critical points. That being said, I have a couple of questions. Let me first make one comment, and then I'll ask you questions if that's okay. Is that okay?
Let's do the question just for time's sake, sir.
Okay, thank you. Well, last time I heard you saying, sir, that nothing came or what valuable stuff came from Africa to the West. And I would like to ask you, what what do you think is the most expensive resource that has been taken out of Africa? What do you think?
Well, us, that's the most expensive resource.
Right on, right on. Thank you very much.
Right.
The brightest, the strongest, the most creative people have been looted from us, from Africa. Now we can talk. Okay, give me a second.
Well, I just want to say before you say we were looted, I think we also have to acknowledge that there's more to the story than that. We were sold by some of our own brethren too. So let's have.
I can stay correct.
Okay.
Not a problem. So I came to this country about 20 years ago, and I'm very grateful to be on the record. I'm very, very grateful for everything that the FBA folks, brothers and sisters, have sacrificed so that I can come over. Now the second question I have for you is, Mr. Nasheed. You were asking, what the diaspora or the Africans can do for our sisters and brothers in the FBA. And one of the specific questions you raised was, give us land. I don't know if you are aware, or first of all, okay, I came from Ethiopia. And I have learned that actually you know a lot about Ethiopia,
Yes,
and
I
I'm
do.
grateful for that. Yeah.
Yeah, even today, a story came out today how people are running to the airlines trying to get the hell out of there right now.
Yeah. No, but the point is, the last king actually gave a place called Shashamane for all the black folks, that want to come back to Africa. As far as from Jamaica, it is still running. It's a huge place. I have personally been there, and if you are interested personally, Mr. Nasheed, to get land, please follow me, and I can try my best to connect you with opportunities, if that's okay.
Okay. And
okay. Now, here is my really big comment, sir. I think the point should be, how can we help each other? Because this is what I have understood in my small brain. So long as, um, the any black group of people in this globe are not out of exploitation, are not empowered, none of us, no black person will get empowered, or no black group of people will get empowered in any way, shape, or form. Would you agree with that?
Go ahead with the narrative. I can't say hey or nay. I'm just listening to your narrative, sir.
Okay, because look at this. We have 1.3 billion people in Africa. We don't have a seat in the United Nations Security Council, which the Western world has been running it for years. And we, as a black people, I'm talking about the black people in general, have been losing. Therefore, my point is, how can we help each other? Like, you have raised one specific question, and I offered what I can to connect any group of people who wants to get land in my capacity. Obviously, I'm not promising anything.
I hate to interject really quickly, but I think that, like Tariq mentioned, we do want to kind of avoid retreading the same ground. And I think he spent a significant amount of time earlier in the spaces saying we're going to approach this as a business meeting. Things that we can do is, with what resources we have, lobbying our own government to be able to make those extensions for FBA people to come over. And then once we're there and we're able to bring additional resources, additional innovative thought, we can then start building together. I think up to this point, it's just been one side carrying the water. We're trying to get the other side. So you have to look at what's available around you amongst Ethiopians, and then you have to come to the table with something. I don't know that there's much more that Tariq's going to be able to give you in terms of the step-by-step instructions of what's needed on your end of the partnership. Does that make sense?
No, I understand, but I was not looking for a step-by-step.
Thank you, sir. We're going to get some more folks in here. I got them out. But with respect and love, my brother, I was just about to say, I got my brother, Mikhail. He's over there. Mikhail, if you're listening, brother, get in the conversation. I got a very good brother who's actually over there. And my brother said, I was looking up Mikhail's information while this guy was talking, because I said, this don't sound right.
And my guy texted me just now. If you are in here, brother, I'm gonna get my personal friend in here in a minute.
Okay.
But to clarify this stuff, because sometimes people say, well, yeah, we got this over here, we got some land over here, we all just don't know about it. And then somebody on the ground will be like, hey, this motherfucker ain't telling the truth. My man, he's texting me now. He said that land was given to the Rastas. He said the land given to the Rastas was never really owned by them, because the Haile Selassie thing, they said they gave land to the Rastas, but the land was not really owned by them. Um, and it was taken away from them. Okay. So the land that was given to the Rastas by Haile Selassie, the land was ultimately taken back because it was never owned by them. And I do hear that they have these kind of leases that they have. You can lease some land for 20 or 30 years, but they still own it, and then they'll take it back. And so, yeah, a lot of people will tell a half truth about a lot of these things that go on over there. Let me
Okay.
now remember, I'm gonna get some more people. Let me get Ava. I'm gonna skip a few people. Let me get Ava. Shout out to you, Macau. Ava, I'm gonna get you on here, Ava. I was on her stream the other day, and we had a decent conversation. And let's see what Ava has to say. Ava, let me get Ava on. And remember, we're talking business. We want to try to talk like we're doing a business deal. And people get into a lot of emotion and what we can't do, and oh, this is happening, and no, let's talk about what we can do. Ava, how are you? Ava, turn your
Hey, how you
microphone on.
doing? You okay?
I'm good,
I'm
Ava. How
fine,
are you,
thank
beloved?
you. And thanks for coming to our space yesterday. Actually, I think it was a really productive space in the end, and we learned a lot. Um, just have a
Yes.
couple of points to make. Um, Earlier, the guy was talking about NSARS, and I'll agree he wasn't the most articulate guy. But what I think is this:
Yeah.
you're talking about you've got land. Can we have the land? Yeah. And I think what we have to acknowledge, like we do have to have those conversations about what is going on on the ground, because there could be so many Nigerian people who are allies who would actually want to build those spaces. But unfortunately, when you've got a government that won't even let you have Twitter, that will turn off Twitter if there's too much dissent amongst the people, you have to acknowledge that. And so it's easy to ask, like, can we have this? Can we have that? Meanwhile, they are fighting to stop being crushed by their own government. And that's one of the points I had to make. Also, the guy was talking about the phones. He went way off topic, but there are so many precious resources and stuff in the Congo. But what you have to understand is who is controlling those resources. And we have to understand and appreciate that in Africa, due to white supremacy, there have been many puppet regimes installed. And you see what happens when there's a pro-black person like Patrice Lumumba. They melt him in acid. Belgians just gave this guy's family back his teeth. So I think rather than say, okay, put up or shut up, do you know what I mean? I think if you're in the spirit of working together, then we have to appreciate what is going on over there. And just another quick point. I know you guys have got a lot of speakers. I think, and this is what we figured out in our room yesterday, when foundational Black Americans say that they are Native Americans and mixed, right? That was something I didn't understand. And it kind of made me go, oh, because I remember a lot in the Caribbean, especially during the 90s and stuff like that. You'd have Black Caribbean people going, oh, but my granddad's Chinese, or I'm this or I'm that. And I think what a lot of people received it as and took it as was like when Malcolm X, there's because of white supremacy, there is a lot of Black people that hate their Blackness, hate their Africanness. And I think that is what it is. And I think if there was just a little bit more time
No,
given to it.
no, no. I mean, I'm going to have to stop you on that one. No, we do not hate our blackness. And that's a narrative that a lot of people from the diaspora are trying to project on us. It's a fact. This is not an opinion. It is a fact that Black Aboriginal people were in the Americas. This is a scientific fact. This is an archaeological fact. This is a historical fact. These are facts. Talking all around it, saying that we don't like Africa if we acknowledge this fact doesn't change that is a fact. Let's be very clear. We keep proving this over and over again. Our objective is to not to convince you. If you don't want to accept the truth, you denying the truth doesn't make the truth any less valid. So
I don't appreciate projecting, well, you just don't like yourself. That narrative is deflective and it's dismissive. We are acknowledging that part of our heritage do come from Black Aboriginal people who are already here. The slave trade was very well documented. Out of the people brought in from Africa, most of them went to Brazil, South America, Central America, and the Caribbean. Only 3% were actually brought to North America. These are facts. So the Aboriginal Americans that were the ones encountering the white supremacists when they got here, they were not all the red people that people are believed to be what a Native American is supposed to be. That is a myth. The people who are Black Aboriginal look like us, same hair, same lips, and we are some of those people. All the Aboriginal people did not disappear. Let's be very clear. When all the Aboriginal people who were on this land, when the Europeans showed up, they did not all disappear, and they are not all pale skinned like we see some of these fake $5 Indians running around here. So we got to be very clear on that.
Tariq, can I just interject really quickly, and I'll let
Yes.
Ava get back on. But if
Yes.
anybody is sitting here and doubting this, you can take a moment, close this out, go over to Google, and you can look at a contemporary depiction of a Ohlone indigenous person, Ohlone. They'll show you a depiction of a very dark-skinned person, Africanoid features, coily, kinky hair. The thing is, I think people think about the settlement of Americas from when they landed in the New England area.
Right.
But they
Right.
don't understand the United States is obviously much larger than that. And the
Exactly.
further you pushed out west, you saw more of that traditional Black phenotype among those indigenous people.
Exactly.
But go ahead, Ava.
All right. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ava. But I just wanted to
If
get that.
you'd have let me finish,
Yeah,
actually,
because I
if
don't.
you'd have let me finish, what I
I'm
was
going to let
trying
you,
to say
but I'm
was
not going to.
that
What I'm
was
not going to do. Okay, so Ava, slow down. All right, slow down, Ava. Because what I'm not going to do is let anybody else dismiss that fact. That I'm not going to let anybody do that. I'm not going to let anybody waste time dismissing that fact. If you're going to dismiss that fact, then we're just not going to have a conversation. We'll just move on. So let's try it again, Ava. Go ahead, ma'am.
that is not what was being done. What I was trying to explain to you was in our room, for people who didn't understand that fact, a lot of foundational Black Americans explained about how the people were constantly reclassified. That's what I was going to say.
There you go.
I was saying it is a perception from people. So what I'm trying to explain is there are some things that you guys are speaking about that people are not catching on to and they don't understand. And that's what I was actually going to finish by saying.
Go ahead.
There's a lot of people who don't understand that. And then I think people get their backs up when they start hearing janky phones, goats, this and the other. That's what I was saying to you.
Got it. Got it. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Ava.
Thank you.
And Ava brought up something very interesting too. Thank you so much, Ava. She said folks got upset about the janky phones comment. Brothers and sisters from the diaspora, and I noticed this narrative. A lot of when people get roasted or whatever, boy, y'all get real offended by that. Like the guy earlier, he was mad because I was roasting the suspected white supremacist Persian guy. He got offended by me roasting this racist guy. This guy's, I clowned the race. He's a racist. This dude justifies the killing of Black people. So yeah, I don't owe this guy any kind of respect, and I just kind of ridicule him. But the guy from Nigeria got offended. Oh, you called him names. There's something about the culture where you're very sensitive about somebody criticizing. I want to we got to really get into that thing too, because another narrative, when people come over here, they start having this contempt for foundational Black Americans, talking about, well, yes, I got called a booty scratcher at 3 years old, and you 70 years old, talking about you got called a booty scratcher in 1963 or something. That's something. Don't use that to justify anti-FBA hate, because a lot of times I think people will use that somebody might have ridiculed them or roasted them for some type of inconsequential thing, and they use that to justify just this vile anti-FBA hate.
So
Yeah,
that's
and they
something.
also, sorry, Tariq, they also really shouldn't use that to make comparisons between us and white supremacists too. Because a little
Right.
jonesing on a playground is one thing, but I don't think anyone, and if anybody can, please do raise your hand. But I don't think anyone can ever point out where foundational Black Americans harmed people because
Right.
of differences. That's just not in our culture. Now,
Exactly.
I'm gonna ride out on you about your hair, your shoes, all that stuff, but nobody's going to hurt you. And I
Yeah,
think that's
because
really important for us to also acknowledge. But
yeah,
uh,
they say, well, your cartels are like the white supremacists because you got called a booty scratcher at 7 years old. Really? You know.
and there's a guy who's been holding on for quite a while. He came on when you stepped away, King Flea. He's had his hand up because his question was specific to you. So I
Okay.
wanted him to just wait until you got back. Go ahead,
Okay.
King Flea.
Fleet.
How you doing, family?
How you doing, sir?
Hey, Flex, I just had a question about paperwork real quick.
Yes, sir.
I went on my honeymoon a couple of years ago and I had my mom's birth certificate. And on her birth certificate, it said Negro. Then I looked at mine and it didn't have nothing. She was born in 53. I'm born in 76. So
Yeah.
is that part of the immigration trick bag that they did? So now they can just claim that they could be anything?
I don't know why they didn't have it marked. They should have had a race on there by 76.
Nah, 76. My kid was born in 98. Nobody has nothing on their birth certificate. And these are all different birth certificates from Baltimore, Connecticut. I'm in Virginia. And nobody has nothing.
Okay. Were you born in Virginia?
Yes. And my mom
Oh,
was born in Baltimore. And my kid was born in Virginia, but my wife was born in Baltimore as well.
okay. If nothing was on it, that might have been something from the blowback of that Walter Plecker thing. As you know, out there in Virginia, the guy who was keeping the vital records, he was deliberately reclassifying black skinned Aboriginal people as Negro. There were Native Americans who had, coarse hair, big lips, and they just reclassify your ass. And most
So
people didn't even know it. They were going into the birth certificate records and doing the shit without even telling people. So that's what that whole loving versus the state of Virginia thing was about.
but
Uh,
it's two different things because my uncle, his parents, they have Negro and colored. They're both from Virginia. And
okay,
like I said, this is in Baltimore, and my mother, her says Negro. So I'm glad you brought up the FBA thing because I'm trying to tell them, they're on code now with that. But I'm
right,
just
right.
like, why now past 70? Because my wife was born in 70 and she was born in Baltimore. Hers has nothing up there.
Okay, well, that's something that would be something you would have to email me about because the most of the people in the room might not understand what we're going into as far as that. But
Copy,
email
copy.
me about that. That's something more direct and personal. But thank you for the call, brother. Let's get Nabil.
Yo, my brother Flex, how you doing this evening, man? You all right?
I'm good, brother. Where you from, sir?
Yeah, I'm in the UK currently, but generally in between two countries. We spoke the other day on Ava's room.
Oh,
Uh, yeah, you try roast me and say I'm that that bossy bodybuilder, man. That
okay.
guy does.
That's one thing y'all gonna have to do. Y'all gonna have to come get that big buff Nigerian nigga doing all that dancing. Come get him, and
Bro,
we'll
I'm a
call it
different
even and
type of
shit.
Nigerian, man. That guy puts raisins in the jollof rice. Yo, yo, fufu and butter biscuits.
My God, man, y'all come.
Yeah. But yo, respect to you, brother. What I wanted to say as well. So a few things, more so to the people listening, diasporans, and then at a point, I'm going to be as quick as possible because these long-winded Nigerians have been an embarrassment. But people need to understand as well, like when it comes to roasting, when it comes to banter, it's not the same. It's not racism. The FBA American will call you a booty scratcher or this and the other. And then tomorrow, when you're getting jumped, will jump in for you. Tomorrow, when you get killed, he will protest,
Yeah,
right? Whereas the white American will call police on you
yeah.
and then pretend to be sad after you get killed.
Hmm.
Um, Regarding business opportunities in Nigeria and other parts of Africa, most of them, in fact, the majority are capital intensive, right? They all are. At this moment in time, I think it's important that we get our relative houses in order. I'm trying to work on something in Nigeria at the moment. I wish I could communicate with you directly in the future regarding that. But there are a bunch of us here who are not, coons, are trying to do stuff, even though we're not in the country all the time. But most of it, like you look at countries like Mauritius, the Seychelles. Gambia is a good one, but it's tricky. It's tricky. It's complicated. But there are people on the ground trying to make these things happen. So what I would say to Africans is we need to do what Americans did, because what a lot of people don't understand. For example, they're like, oh, why should we respect Americans? Because you guys went through the same things that we're going through now in Africa. You got bombed, you got shot, you got infiltrated, you got poisoned, you had your families broken up. There was all this stuff happening. A lot of people don't realize that the Immigration Act and the Civil Rights Movement didn't just help Black people in America. They helped a lot of African countries that then would go independent, right? America's influence was worldwide. So people need to understand that. So we don't just owe you a vote of thanks for what you did in America, but we owe you generally. Many of your heroes inspired our heroes, all the Malcolm X's, Martin Luther King's. Of course, there was some information going back and forth with Kwame Nkrumah and people like that. You already know that. But we need to understand that we can't just, it has to be a symbiosis, right? We need to be honest enough to say, look, right now, all the opportunities that are available in Africa, they are capital intensive, but we need to start making those rooms and stop crying over petty. I like it when it's funny.
Yeah.
It's not gonna kill me.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, that's the issue. It's all capital intensive. Things like citizenship and whatnot. When our like Nigerians right now listening to this, get this government out. Let's all vote. Let's do stuff. Because this is what Americans did for us. The Immigration Act and all these things, they fought and made it pass. So we need to start fighting for policies that benefit FBA or other diasporans as well, so that we can start working. We can't help each other if our houses are in order. Two homeless people can't give each other anything. What the worst they're going to do is fight over crumbs. But if you establish yourself and we establish ourselves, we can do something. And that's all I've got to say. I don't know if I've made any sense at all.
Real good talk, man. Real good stuff. Thank you so much, brother. All right, we're going to wrap it on up, ladies and gentlemen. We've been here for a while, man. We had great conversation, man. Great dialogue. And I love these conversations, man. We can sit down at the table and really just chop it up and just see where each other's heads are. That's a great thing. Y'all follow my sister here, my sister Aki, Miss Henrietta Snacks. If you're not following her, follow her right now, my co-host here. Also go to Amazon, get the book Foundational Black American Race Baiter. Get that book right now on Amazon. Going into Black History Month. Y'all have a good day, family. Aratasase, Papiakute, and
Racism is the most powerful system on the planet, yet it is often perceived as the most taboo subject to discuss. World-renowned activist and best-selling author Tariq Nasheed takes on this challenge head-on in his new book, Foundational Black American Race Baiter. This is the most important book you will need in order to understand the mechanisms of systemic racism and how to counter this system. Get Foundational Black American Race Baiter now at Amazon and BarnesandNoble.com. Also get limited autographed collector's editions of the book at officialfba.com.
to everybody over in the UK. Shout out to you guys. Hope you guys are having a good night out there. Ladies and gentlemen, hope you guys are having a phenomenal time out here. A few things we're going to touch on. We got a lot of folks coming in the room already. Good to see y'all in here. Much respect to you guys. By the way, if you are in the United States, don't forget we're having the FBA Expo in a couple of weeks in Dallas, so come on through. And also, if you're in LA, we're going to have a Juneteenth celebration at the Hidden History Museum, and you can go to the Hidden History Museum every day, as we're open 11 to 4 every day. But we're going to have a Juneteenth celebration on June 17th, and what we're going to do, we're going to screen the mini documentary that we did called Tariq Nasheed's Museum Life. So we're going to screen that mini documentary there. So you guys are going to want to come through and see that at the museum on June 17th. We're going to do the mini doc screening. We're going to have comics up. We're going to have food. It's going to be a nice vibe. It's going to be a real nice vibe. The hell is texting me? But anyway, listen, few things I want to touch on.
The topic of tonight, talking about how words matter. The words that you use and the wording of everything is very important. The way you use words, it's very important. And our brother Neely Fuller teaches us about how words matter, the way you word things. The white supremacists usually gets us with words, then the violence and all the other stuff later. But they really keep us in check by knowing how to use words that are codified in their best interest, and then they use the words as weapons against us. So we have to understand that trick and learn how to codify our own words. So that's why our brother Neely Fuller has books like word guides and things like that to teach you how to use the right language when you're interacting with those in society and the dominant society. That's very important. The way you use your words are very important because, again, words are a form of warfare. They can be used not just as a communication tool, but a form of warfare. For example, back in the 60s, when Black people were fighting for equal rights and equal justice and all that stuff, the white supremacists would throw words out there, and the words sound good, but the words would disempower us and still empower them. So when we're saying, hey man, we want civil rights and equal rights, the white supremacist comes along and says, okay, we'll give you the opposite of segregation. We'll give you integration. We're like, yay, that works. That's perfectly fine. That works with us. But what is integration? All we're doing is integrating our resources with theirs and basically giving them our money. They're not integrating their resources with us. The integration went one way. We're not living among them in large numbers. So again, the words were used as weapons. Also, when we started saying, hey, we want things as Black folks, we want jobs, housing opportunities for Black folks. So they threw a trick word out there. They'll say, okay, look, we'll give it to minorities. And we're like, okay, we minorities, so we'll take it. And the white supremacists are doing the Birdman rub. Like, yep, we got them again. See, they use the words as weapons. So now lately we're learning how to codify our words and make sure that our words are correct. When we start asking and demanding certain things, we are now getting codified enough to use the right words. And now when we use the right words, we get more things done. We, for the most part, and I'm thankful that a lot of us have stopped using that minority stuff, because minority is an empty word. It doesn't mean anything. There's no minority camaraderie with us in any group. As we've seen, the white supremacist who shot up those people out there in Texas, he's Hispanic. He's Hispanic. He's a minority. He's a person of color. And they just revealed today this dude had all types of Nazi tattoos on him. He's a part of all types of white supremacist gangs. This dude is a full-fledged card-carrying white supremacist. And you still got Black folks running around here talking about Black and Brown coalition. So we have to be woken up the hard way to the realities of a lot of stuff like this, which is good. We should be woken up. I like that these guys are being revealed as Nazi sympathizers and all. I like it. I like it because now this wakes Black folks up. Black folks get out of that stupor, which is what we've been telling people for the longest. A lot of these people who are brown, they identify with white supremacy. That's the reality of it. That's the long and short of it. That's not being divisive. That's being observant. I want to know who I'm dealing with out here. So now that we're learning to not be manipulated by certain trick words or weasel words, we start getting more empowerment done. So we're learning how to be codified among the non-Blacks in the dominant society. And now we have to still be codified with some of the Black non-FBA people. We still have to be codified because there's a lot who will try to undermine us. See, we can't be on the kumbaya with everybody as far as that. Unfortunately, the whole Pan-African thing. Nah, everybody ain't on that. Most groups are for themselves, and there's nothing wrong with being for yourself first, meaning that you want to make sure that your group is prioritized and self-preserved. There's nothing wrong with wanting that. Now, there's a clip that I posted up on my page that's starting to go viral. What's up, CC Friedman? I see you there, sister. What you doing up this late? But there's a clip that I posted of this Caribbean chick. And now we're talking about reparations. And for a long time, people have been telling us what we ain't going to get as foundational Black Americans. They've been telling us, oh, shut up, nigga. Stop begging the white man, nigga. You know, y'all know what they say. The white supremacists were trying to shame us for a long time and telling us what we're not going to get. And the tether class was right there along with them. The white men were and women were like, oh, you guys don't deserve reparations. You're not going to get it. I didn't earn a slave, did. My family was from Ireland, dude. I'm Scottish and Norwegian. I didn't do it. Well, no, you brought your ass over here and you ate. So yes, your tax dollars, they're going to go into that reparations program. So we packed up the white supremacists. We got them straight. And now the tether class, you know, they wanted to throw their monkey wrench in the game. You niggas need to work hard. You don't work, you lazy niggas. We've been hearing how we lazy niggas, and they've been trying to undermine our reparations claim and discourage us. And we have reparations meetings. Remember a couple of years ago when they had the reparations hearings, them fake ass hearings with Candace Owens and what's that Puerto Rican dude's name? Coleman Hughes. Y'all remember him? Talking about we shouldn't get reparations as Black people. So they've been throwing tethers at us left and right to undermine us. But now that we're going to these meetings and literally fighting, and I mean physically fighting. I'm at these reparation task force meetings and hearings, having to physically get down. I mean, we're literally fighting ops, trying to get the FBA family money out here, and we're pushing the envelope the right way. We're getting over all of these hurdles successfully, getting closer to the finish line. See, this is the farthest we've gone as far as reparations ever in the history of this country. This is the farthest we've ever gone, overcoming the hurdles, making sure the language is right, making sure everybody on these commission groups are on their P's and Q's. The minute they say something off the wall, we're on their bumper. Reverend Brown, whatever his name is up in the Bay, that dude, the NAACP dude who's on the reparations panel, when he got to Sambo splaining a few weeks ago, he got checked and got some act right. People are dead ass serious. We're letting folks know we'll ruin your political career if you get out here and try to fumble the ball with the language. We're making sure every word makes sense and it can't be remixed. Everybody's going through all the paperwork with a fine-tooth comb, which is a beautiful thing. We're all looking at these reparations documents, and every sentence and every line, we're making sure that language is going to be copacetic. That thing better sound right. Anything that looks weaselly in there that can be remixed, hey, y'all got to get that out of here. And now we're getting the language right and we're pushing forward to the final straw. And we're getting numbers thrown around. So now we're talking numbers. See, the white supremacists, when they hear us talking about tangibles for Black people and numbers start coming up, that's when their antennas start rising. They're like, oh, they ain't smiling like they used to. And now the tether class, who's telling us what we ain't gonna get, and we need to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. And nigga, my grandparents came here with $2 in 1970, and y'all telling us what we need to do and don't need to do. We ain't gonna get nothing and all that. So now that it's looking real good right now, these dollar amounts are being thrown out, see? And the Tethers are seeing these dollar amounts. In California, they're talking about possibly up to $1 million per person. They're like, wait. Niggas, we all in this together. Uh, Black is black. The same boat who dropped me off, drop you niggas off to. Shut up. Don't want to hear that. Let's not start that. No. I don't want to hear none of that. And did y'all see the video of the Caribbean chick? Let me play the audio. Here they go trying to put the bid in. Y'all listen to this. Here they go. Hold on. Talk about reparations. Let me tell you why I'm mad. Because not being Black American, but being Caribbean American, meaning my dad was born here, but his family's born in Haiti. My mother was born in Trinidad. We're still descendants of slaves. See, we're not going to start that. Okay, we're not doing that. Don't y'all even try. We're not going to start doing that, people. Which we knew they were going to go there. We knew they were going to start going there with the bullshit. Don't y'all start that. We're not playing that game. Sit it down and just respect where we're going. Don't y'all try to pull that. Oh, descendant of slaves. I'm a descendant of slaves too, nigga. No. That's why I don't like using descendant of slaves. See, words matter. That's why I told y'all, watch these words. Even the term descendant of slaves, the Caribbeans will come in and pull one of them, what she just did. We were slaves, but no, that's why foundational Black American. That stops all of that in its tracks right there. Foundational Black American. So that one you can't remix. You can't remix that at all. Because, yeah, there were slaves everywhere, but there's only one group who's foundational, who built a first world nation, and that is us, foundational Black Americans. We are the only group who built a first world nation from the ground up. Who's still around? That's us. We did that. We are a very unique lot. So now some of the tether classes, they're trying to slip in. They're trying to use words. This is a weapon that she's trying to do. They're trying to use words. Hey, how can we ease our way into the reparations now? Yeah, we mock these niggas, but now it looks like they about to go get something. So how can we latch on to it? Here they go. Let me play some more of this clip of this girl. Hold on. Mother was born in Trinidad. We're still descendants of slaves. Anybody that is in the Caribbean, for the most part, specifically Haiti, let's give it up for Haiti, because if Haiti didn't run it up, if we wasn't doing the machete chopping and all of that, nobody else would have really felt let's do this. But okay, and that's another argument that I've heard before. See, now they're just throwing shit on the wall to see what sticks. See, this is them trying to finagle their way into saying, yeah, us Haitians, we made it possible for y'all to get free because of the Haitian Revolution. There's always been this little clumsy attempted tie-in. You understand? Where they want to tie the Haitian Revolution in with us somehow and how we benefited from it. And look, I did the movie about the Haitian Revolution, 1804. Phenomenal movie. People love it. They even teach the movie in the schools over there in Haiti. But let's be clear. We had our own resistance movements happening here around the same time. We had the Maroons in the Great Dismal Swamp, the Maroons down in Florida, at the same time, even before the Haitian Revolution. To be honest, we were doing our thing. We were doing our thing here. We were turning up in New York. We were turning up all over. We were getting it in. And the thing is, with the Haitian Revolution, let's be clear, when that went down, what happened was they kind of got shook over here, and the white supremacists started tightening the noose a little harder. They made slavery harder because of what was going down in Haiti, because they were so afraid. In fact, um, um, Denmark Vesey and those guys, one of the rumors was that when they rose up in South Carolina, a lot of them were going to take over and then go to Haiti or whatever. So they just started, when the coons told on Denmark Vesey, they started slaughtering black people left and right and executed a lot of them. So the noose was actually hit on us tighter. So we didn't turn up because of Haiti. We were already turning up over here. But again, that's a tie-in that they want to cling on to. Okay, we helped y'all 200 years ago, so throw us a little something. You dig? That's what that narrative is. Yeah, we helped you back in the day, so let us hold something. Hold on. We play the rest. Hold on. Machete chopping and all of that. Nobody else would have really felt let's do it. And by the way, the machete chopping brothers and sisters who was in Haiti, the coon class turned on them. I don't want to get too deep into the Haitian history, but the coon class who was in love with white mommy and white daddy and missed them for getting slaughtered, the mulatto class turned on the darker class. It was a cluster flop out there in Haiti afterwards. The coons were losing their minds out there, longing for white French mommy and white French daddy. That I might have to do a whole show about that, but I digress. She digressed too. France ain't paying Haitian people because technically Haiti owes France for just wanting their freedom. The Brits ain't paying Trinidad either. So what about Caribbean Americans? That sounds like a you problem, boo. What about you? What about you? No hate. That's a you problem. Go holler at France and go holler at Britain. How about that? People want us to do the battles for them. No. We're not. No. We're not doing that. No disrespect, but no. Y'all not going to do that. No. Because we got so many tethers who come over here and try to tell us what we ain't doing. And look, nigga, I am successful. I have more per capita wealth than you niggas. And okay. And then when we get something popping without you and you can't leech off of it, what about me, nigga? What about me? No. Use your voodoo or something. No, don't do that. We're not going to do that. Don't respect what we got going. Just the thought of us foundational Black Americans getting something exclusive to us that's really owed, and then other people can't leech off of it. Y'all just act like that's just the worst thing ever. That we gonna get something you can't, if we can't leech off of it. Oh God, the world is over. The world is ending. No. Take our lead, and you give the same energy to the folks who owe you money. That is Britain, that is France, that is Spain. Just take our lead, follow our lead, and you go get what's deserving to you. Y'all have CARICOM over there. CARICOM don't invite us. CARICOM leaves us out of the mix. And we are descendants of slaves. They're like, no, the FBA niggas ain't getting nothing over here. If we get anything, that's for Caribbeans. And the thing is, the head of CARICOM, the woman, remember I played the clip of her some years ago. She's over here talking about how come she can't get no reparations if we get it. She's over here trying to campaign for our reparations. I'm talking about the head of CARICOM. The entitlement from people is insane, man. We've let people eat off us for so long. The thought of us saying, okay, you know what, the kitchen is closed right now. You're gonna have to go ahead and hunt your own food. What, nigga? What is this divisive xenophobic bullshit? This is xenophobia. Us not carrying you is xenophobic. That's literally what they tell us. If we ain't carrying you, we're xenophobic. It ain't our job to carry you. It ain't our job. No disrespect. But when we got something going on that's exclusive and deserving to us, respect it just like we respect anything you got going on. Let's get some callers. We got a lot of folks in here in the middle of the night. We got a couple of 100 people in here. Let me holler at a couple of y'all to see what's on your mind. I see a lot of ladies in here. What y'all doing? Y'all doing OnlyFans videos? Y'all up this late. Y'all must be doing some stuff for your OnlyFans page. Well, y'all better go wash your hands, because I don't know where your fingers have been, and y'all touching the screen, you're gonna smear the screen. So y'all get some hand wipes and get some of that bacteria off your goddamn phone, ma'am. All right, let's get some callers in here. Let's get some of y'all in here to talk to you. Let's get who's this? Chaco Mongo. What's up, Chaco Mongo? Chaco Mongo, we'll hop on. Chaco, don't slow the game down, brother. While we're waiting on Chaco, let's get Cornelius. Let's get Cornelius Hines. Cornelius,
Yeah, what's going on, Tariq, man? What's
what's
going
up,
on? How you
Cornelius?
doing, bro? Hey, man,
I'm good.
you've been doing a great job, man, on the reparations and everything. I've been following you for a little minute already, so you doing a really great job on that. You the
Appreciate
spear
that.
runner of it. You the spear runner of it, to be honest with you. But I have two things I want to say
Yes, sir.
about the 1.2 million. I think is a start. We should start
Yeah,
somewhere. But do you believe that in the future, because I know we're gonna get reparations soon. So you
oh
think
yeah,
in the future it should be generational to the point where it should be laid down to our kids and our families for
absolutely.
years to
Yes,
come.
indeed. Just like Native Americans, that money goes down generationally to their descendants and the whole shebang. So absolutely, it should be.
Okay.
I'm with that 100%. But thank you so much. Let me get some more calls in here. Let's get who is the let's get FBA Empress. I remember you from the other day. Hop on, dear. FBA Empress. All right. What's up, FBA Empress?
So, hi, Tariq. How are you? So, I just wanted,
I'm there.
thank you. I just wanted to be like, I think that it's weird that people think that us getting reparations is some kind of come up. It's so crazy. I'm like, we were almost
Right.
genocided. It's not a lottery. You know what I mean? Like, this is repair
Right.
to something that they did. Like, it ain't no come up. Why are you mad and jealous? It's a moral question first. You know what I mean?
Right. And you know what's funny? There was a white dude who tweeted something earlier today. He was like, "Oh God, if you're a white person or non-black, just be prepared to leave California." They're talking like it's just Armageddon. They're losing their minds, and and thankfully we're not afraid, because I've heard some niggas, "Oh, these white people, they gonna get so mad if we have to get a check." What they gonna do that they're not doing already? You see, what are they gonna do that they're not already doing? They're already terrorizing us, so that bullshit ain't scaring us no more. If we're walking around broke and we're getting lynched broke, we got homeless black folks out here getting lynched. Like our brother Jordan Neely in New York. He's homeless. That brother didn't have a pot to piss in and got lynched. So we're like, yeah, we might as well go for ours. We might as well go for the fucking gusto. We get lynched anyway. So this guy was like, why my dog scratching on the door like a fucking zombie? Do you hear my dogs? All right, hold on. Let me let my dogs in real quick. They scratching on the damn door. All right. Hold on one second. Oh, man. But the guy in California was out here in California talking about, yeah, if reparations go through in California, just be prepared to leave. Reparations, it's gonna bankrupt. That's gonna bankrupt California. No, it's not.
They're talking all of this death and destruction. No, reparations to us, not only will it not bankrupt the state, it's going to stimulate the economy. It's actually going to be good. It's actually going to be good for the economy because these folks, man, we give money to illegal immigrants and to the Ukraine and all of that stuff. That didn't bankrupt us. We gave billions of dollars to foreigners. That didn't bankrupt us. The reparations, that's going to be circulated among the people in the state. The money is going to stay in state. So the money is going to be circulated and compounded and aggregated, and it's going to build up, and it's going to generate more wealth and more jobs and more opportunities. So that's going to be a good thing to stimulate the economy here. It's not going to, the last thing it's going to do is bankrupt it. It's not going to bankrupt anything. And what a lot of people are worried about is people trying to then move to the state of California when the reparations pop off. And they already got that cleaned up because the payments are going to be contingent upon how long you've lived in California, which is good. So we're making sure a lot of stuff is taken care of the right way with the reparations. Let's get Win. Let's get Win in here. Then we'll get Wesley. And then we'll get Star Win. All right. So let's get Wing. I think that's your name. Wing.
Yeah, yeah. About your point, it's definitely going to stimulate the economy. Because the thing we have to understand is, let's say I'm FBA. Let's say I get a reparations, and I start a video game studio. I'm gonna hire. I'm not gonna hire all black people, of course. I'm gonna have designers from all over. So I don't know where people are thinking that we're gonna magically put this money in Africa or something. It's gonna stay in the United States and it's gonna stimulate the economy. And that's all I gotta say.
Very good point. Yeah, because real talk, a lot of time, we hire other people. We'll hire outside people who might not be black. At the museum, sometimes when I can't find a black painter, we'll get some Russian guys to come paint. Sometimes I might get some Asian people to come clean. I might get some Hispanic people to come paint. Usually we get brothers in the community, but a lot of times when they are busy, we have our backup guys. So, it stimulates the economy in general. Us getting our paper, that's going to stimulate the economy. And we're not foreign entities. We're not going to have that money going out of the country or even out of the state for that matter. So let's get Scammy Sosa.
What's up, brother? Peace and peace, power, and reparations, my brother.
My brother, how are you, sir?
I'm fine today, bro. This in here. Just want to thank you for those kind words you said up there on that at that reparations task force. Nobody stood up for us the way that you did. Our ancestors built this country, and we should definitely be compensated for it.
Okay, my man. All right, where you from, Sammy?
I'm from Maryland.
Maryland, my
DMV.
man. My brother. All right, Maryland, man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. All right, let's get Wesley. Wesley, hop on.
Good morning, Tariq.
What's up, Wesley? How are you, brother?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Now, Wesley, I hear an accent. What part of Africa are you from?
I'm from South Africa.
South Africa. Are you in South Africa now? Or are you over here in the States?
I'm currently living in South Africa.
Oh, cool. Okay, what's on your mind, Wes?
I just have a couple of questions to ask you. The first question I want to ask you is that the title of this space is Words Matter, right? And I remember I once saw an interview on YouTube where you went to, I think, Rock Newman, and then you said that Elon Musk is an African American. That's confusing to me because we consider Caucasian people to be Caucasian people, white people consider them to be Caucasian. So how is Elon Musk an African American?
Oh, he said that. And I've heard other people from Africa say that. Technically, Elon Musk was born in Africa. And then he became an American. So technically, he is an African American. Because they don't really you see, words matter. Technically, he is African American, just like Charlize.
No, he's not. He's not, because African is a race. Caucasian is a race. They are Caucasians and we are Africans. How can these people be us when they are the same people who are actually responsible for our genocide? It doesn't make sense.
And these are the words that they use. They use these words. So
So
this is why we have
basically, that's why we have to correct them. We have to tell them that no, you are not African American if you're white and you were born in Africa. You were actually a Caucasian person, and then when you relocate to America, you become a Caucasian American.
hmm
The
and
reason why it's important to
technically,
have these conversations.
but I'm saying technically, he can say he's African American. He can say he's African. African.
But
That's
that's unfair,
where
Tariq.
you're born. That it's a
That's
continent. No, hold on. Africa is a geographical continent, so it's not
Mhm.
just it's a geographical continent. An elephant is African. Is an African elephant. There's an African elephant and an Asian
But
elephant. You know what I'm
but an
saying?
African
So
is also a race of people. It's actually a race of people. That's what an
right,
African is, because you actually have black people, African people who live in the Caucasus Mountains. Does that mean they're Caucasian?
um, some can say yes. Actually, yeah. That's why you have there's some black folks that were up there in the Russia area, the black Russians. So you got some black people who are often pockets of Russia, and all of these people who are technically Russian. They're black people, but they're technically Russian. Pushkin,
But
who
Russian nationality, not a race.
know that, but I'm saying one of the greatest Russian poets who created the modern Russian language is black. Pushkin. Pushkin was black. You understand? He wouldn't be considered a Russian today, but technically he is a Russian and he codified the modern Russian culture. So words matter. The words matter. So this is why us over here, when you say American, well, are we American? Because white people are American. A lot of people are American. Are we just black? Well, there's a lot of people who are black. Well, what makes us different from other black people and other white Americans? Well, we're foundational black Americans. So that locks that up and sews it up. So that's why words matter. So that goes to the point of words mattering. But go ahead.
But here in Africa, we consider white people, whether they are born here or whether they're born outside of this continent, we consider them Europeans, and then we also consider them Caucasians. We do not consider them to be African, because it's unfair for them to be African, because that's almost like they're colonizing our identity now. First, they took the
I
land,
know.
now they're taking the identity that belongs to us. And it's also going to make it very difficult for continental Africans who want to get reparations from these colonizers. If white people become Africans, that means they're also going to get our benefits, which is unfair for us.
hmm And that's why y'all have to check them over there with that. Y'all got to check them with that because a lot of times y'all let them in them circles over there, and a lot of folks be letting them be leaders of tribes. Y'all adopt them into those tribes. So in not just South
That's
Africa, but
propaganda.
in West Africa and other places. Um, Dude, I've seen some stuff over in Kenya where they treat the white people like Jesus over there. So that whole thing of worshiping them and letting them into those tribal circles and letting them infiltrate, that's a problem. So that has to be stopped over there. That's why the brothers and sisters over there got to be more codified with each other, especially in South Africa, man. All those different tribal groups over there and the small minority of white supremacists running everything. So y'all got to get on code heavy there. And I got a lot of love for some of the brothers and sisters in South Africa. They treated me very well over there. And it's a beautiful place, but I would like to see my brothers get way codified. How is Malema? How's everything going with Julius Malema over there?
I actually think that guy's a con man.
Why
That's what
is
I
that?
think.
Why is that? Why?
Because he lives in a white neighborhood, sends his children to a white school, he gets donations from whites. I mean, that's a con artist to me. How can he become a revolutionary, but he's taking all these funds from white people? He talks revolutionary talk, but he's not. But I don't believe that he is a revolutionary. And personally speaking, from my perspective, I don't participate. I don't believe in democracy. I don't vote. I don't support any political parties, because none of them are actually talking about what you're talking about, which is reparations, which is economic justice. That's what we need. But there's not a single political party in this country or in Africa that is actually advocating for reparations. So for me, I tend to tune out when it comes to politics. I don't participate at all.
There you go. All right, my man. All right, man. Well, Mr. Wesley, I appreciate you so much, brother. Thank you so much, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Malema is a rider. I think Julius Malema is a rider. I like Julius Malema. Yeah. When people say, "Well, he lives in a white neighborhood," I mean, shit, if he lives in a decent neighborhood, most likely it's going to be a white neighborhood over there. If he lives in a decent, that's where the decent places are. You know, I've been to South Africa. I looked for the upscale black neighborhoods and didn't see them. To be honest, most black people are living in the townships out there, them shanty towns and all that. You dig? So let's get some more people in here. Let's get Kang. Oh, is this the white supremacist? Oh, I smell mayonnaise. Kang, what's up, man? I smell some white supremacist juice. What's up, Kang?
What's good, brother?
What's going on over there in Caucasian land, sir?
You know, I've been stocking up on mayonnaise lately.
I know that. So what's on your mind? How do you feel about the reparations? Because a lot of y'all in the dominant society, y'all been kind of triggered by the reparations lately. How do you
No,
feel
I
about
actually
that?
support reparations. I donate KFC gift cards to homeless blacks. You know, I do my thing for the community.
Oh, that's phenomenal, man, because I try to do some things for your community because it's all about love. And I take wet wipes and I polish meth pipes on Saturdays, just between 4 and 7, so that y'all can smoke clean. But go ahead. What's on your mind?
Yeah, man. What's actually been going on my mind is
Is your boyfriend in there tickling your pussy? Tell him to
yeah,
stop and
he
let you
is. He
talk.
is.
Okay, tell him to stop so you can talk. But go ahead.
Yeah. Can you stop? But yeah, I was gonna ask about what's your opinion on Jordan Neely?
Well, Jordan Neely, I mean, you cowardly, your cowardly white supremacist brethren snuck up behind an autistic black kid and strangled him to death, and all of the other white supremacists are co-signing that. So,
Do you think the
is
black community
is
should like get
is,
stronger necks?
is that what you're reduced to? Cowardly strangling of handicapped black people, and that's a win in your community,
I think you
Kang?
guys should do like Mike Tyson
But
neck
no, Kang,
ups.
Kang. Is that, no, let's be real, Kang? Is that a win? Is that what you guys are supposed to be, the mighty Greek Aryan warriors and sneaking up
Based.
behind homeless autistic people and killing them and you high fiving? Is that what you guys are reduced to, man?
It's kind of based, not gonna lie.
Well, damn, that's kind of sad. If that's what you got to do to get a win in life, dude, um, that's an L within itself, ain't it?
You know, like all jokes aside, I actually seen him in
Yeah,
New
I'm
York
not even,
before he
no.
passed.
I'm not even joking. You white supremacists are high fiving each other over sneaking behind a homeless autistic black kid and strangling him to death, and you're high fiving each other. Ain't that
Yeah,
kind
it
of
was like
pathetic?
a
Yeah, you can't even really acknowledge it in a real way. You got to kind of troll your way around it. It's like trolling to keep from crying, that type of
you don't think
thing.
you should have like tapped?
But anyway, what else is on your mind, King? What else? Because your trolling isn't really that interesting. But what's on your mind?
Yeah, basically it's Jordan Neely. I was thinking about,
So no, so
helping out the black
wait,
community.
so lame troll material. You got to be more creative. That's
I'm
why
sorry, my pussy's moist right now, so I can't really
I
think
know
of
it.
anything.
And go let your uncle touch on you for some meth money or
Tariq,
something.
are you a Jew?
Okay, okay. So this is a white supremacist who's just boring. Okay, at least have your trolling interesting. All right, let's get Snowfall in here. Let's get Snowfall, and then we'll get Emily. All right, the Snowfall, then Emily. All right, Snowfall. Oh, okay, Snowfall. No. And he's one of these white supremacists who's gonna try to post stuff on the thing. No, Snowfall, we're not doing that. Snowfall. Let me get Emily in here. Emily,
I I
go
didn't
ahead,
come
Emily.
in here on any white supremacy stuff. I actually came in here because Othel Wallace is my foster brother. I know you did some stuff on him a couple years ago. And I'm actually working on trying to get in contact with him again.
Okay, have you talked to the
I have
family?
not,
Okay. Um,
because I know there's not really much I can do, but I'd like to help at least like put some money on his books, you know.
right. His folks are usually in here. Um, they're usually in here. So yeah, you can kind of Google and see what's going on with that.
Oh,
But yeah, his folks.
Emily in here. But thank
I
you, dear.
appreciate
Thank you
it.
so much. Okay. All right, let's get some more folks in here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, okay. Somebody said, oh, somebody said she's a troll. Okay. Oh, Emily, are you a troll? Somebody said you're a troll, Emily. Oh, somebody said Emily is a troll. All right, let's get Rakesh. Let's get Rakesh in here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Rakesh. What's going on, man?
What is going on, Tariq? Or is it Tariq?
Yes, my name is Tariq. What's on your mind, sir?
I was wondering if is there any way that we can help niggers get stronger next?
So, can we get stronger necks? Can niggas get stronger necks?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, we'll get stronger necks when you get less of a stronger smell from under your arms while you're driving Uber. Okay. Can we get that? And our necks are as strong as your underarm musk.
Oh, you know,
I know what, sir. Come on, get it out. And your boyfriend back there is, pulling your thong to the side. Go ahead, Rakesh. And by the way, roll your window up when you're delivering your Postmates because the smell of all of that fucking curry and must
you're a
is
nigger.
toxic.
Do not talk to me.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
you listen to me.
okay, go ahead, Rakesh. Go ahead.
Whenever I work out in gym, I pass by nigger and they stink. Okay? You do
Right.
not talk
But
to me like
but
that. I am superior.
sir, if we stink, why does your llama run from you trying to get to us for safety
I am
because of
not
your underarms?
I am not Somali nigger.
No, 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 no,
I'm
no.
Indian.
Yeah, no, 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 dude. Y'all live in slums and y'all shit in outhouses, and your feet are ashy.
No, we,
Yes,
we poop in the street.
no,
We
you don't. No, you don't. You
we
you
shit
run.
in street,
No, you boo boo in rivers, nigga,
river and
and
street.
and don't wipe. And you're talking about black people, really?
Black people do the same thing,
No,
except in the
dude, you
projects.
how you fled from your homeland?
No, I'm
You're
in Texas.
yeah, yes, you're not in Mumbai. That's where you're not.
I was
You,
born in Texas.
dude, and you smell like you were in Mumbai, sir.
Do you smell like chicken?
Well, sir, do you smell like bat wing soup?
I'm not Asian. Not
Um,
the gooky one. I am the real Asian.
right. So, sir, how does it feel to flee and have to come over here and eat off of us?
How does it feel to get kneed on neck and eat from the Jews?
Well, your women should know that because that's what y'all do to them over there.
You are shaking your pussy for the Jewish.
Well, that's what you did for a green card, and that's why you are over there putting pussy stains
Dumb
in
silly
your Uber.
nigger. I told you all.
That's why you're putting pussy stains in your Uber seats right now. You can't take the Uber rental back because there's pussy stains and curry with coconut milk and baklava crumbs all over the Uber, nigga.
You bloody shit. I am not no faggot.
Okay. Anyway, Rakesh, I'm getting bored with you. Anyway, go ahead, brother, and walk your cow down to the river for a drink, my dude. Let me get you out of here. Let's get who is this? Tyler, William A. Tyler. Let's get William A. Tyler in here. All right, we'll get William A. What's up, William A. Tyler? Brother William, where you at? And then we'll get William, you here? One time. All right, let's get Julian. Let's get Julian in here. Julian, what, my bad. I messed up. Let me get Tyler. Tyler, get on in. My bad. Tyler, I had you on mute.
Hey,
Tyler,
what's up, brother?
what's going on, Tyler?
Man, just fucking white bitches, bro.
There you go. Are you okay over there?
Oh man, yo, I'm just saying, bro. This pink pussy it's exquisite.
That's what's up, man. I bet you like that. Um, Now, how long have you been dealing with trannies? Because you clearly don't like women, but how's the
Trannies? Oh no, no.
trannies?
The white bitches are amongst the most feminine I've ever met.
Sir, you got balls in your jaws right now. You're not dealing with women. What's
Yeah,
going on
okay,
over
okay.
there? Okay, and I'm not hating on your lifestyle. I respect your lifestyle. I respect your pronouns, but um,
No,
claim
no.
what you're
My
doing.
pronouns are
Okay?
that nigga.
No. Your pronouns are moist bussy. That's your pronoun.
Oh yeah, I got the
them,
power.
them, they, him, moist bussy. That's your pronoun. But anyway, let's get the other guy in. Let's get Julian. Julian, hop on.
Okay. Hello, my nigga in Christ.
Mhm. Hey, what's going on, my white supremacist buddy? What's happening with you?
Nothing. You're my favorite black guy ever. You're just so funny.
And yeah, and you're one of my favorite white guys. Whenever I need discounts on mayonnaise or sauerkraut, I can go to you and your mom for coupons because you always have the best deals.
Well, I just sold EBT on the store the other day. I had $50 EBT I sold to some black guy. I thought of you when I did it.
Oh wow, that's so nice of you. That's so nice of you. And when I was at Walgreens, I saw some headlights remover, and I said, "Let me get this for this kind Caucasian gentleman to get the lice out of his scalp." And hopefully that could be of help to you, sir.
You know, if I wasn't incel as fuck, I would go after your pussy, like butt breaking. I'm a master.
Yeah, I can imagine, sir. I can imagine that you've had a lot of bussy activity in your life. A lot of you suspected white supremacists are on that. But no, I'm cool. I'm cool. But look, I know what you have to do for conjugal visits for your homies. You know, you go out there and you go visit the jails and please the males.
No,
But
dude,
you go to jail to please the males. You a prison hoe, and you're not even a prisoner. You just go down there on the weekends to volunteer bussy, nigga. You have a Make a Wish Foundation in your bussy. That's what you.
no, dude. I'm 28 and I literally have
Yeah,
a mass on my butt.
yeah, I know, dude. Yeah, you the only nigga who volunteers anal activity. All right, you have a whole app for it. You,
They told me to get a colonoscopy.
no, yeah, you're the only nigga who have an app for your pussy, nigga. It's called Uber Ass.
I didn't get it. I didn't even.
Nigga, you got Uber Ass, and people can call up and order your ass plus travel fees and tips. Nigga. And on
I didn't get the colonoscopy.
yeah,
I
anyway,
refuse.
all right, go get your Uber Ass appointments together, buddy. All right. Let's see who else we got. A lot of white supremacist trolls popping in here. It's just cool with their Uber Ass orders. Okay. Let's get Just B. What's up, Just B? We're gonna get Just B in here. All right, Just B, hop on. And Emily, they said you a troll, Emily. How you gonna call up asking about Opal Wallace and you a troll? That ain't cool. Okay. All right. Who I got up there? Who is this? Just B, where you at? Wait. Just B, where you at? Go ahead, Just B. My bad. I had you on
No,
mute.
that's
Just B.
okay. How you doing, brother Tariq?
I'm good. Just
Yeah,
how are
these
you?
white supremacists are funny. I'm going to be handing out egg head lice removal kits for crusty mayo Sundays. Um,
Yes.
but no, I wanted to get your thoughts on this. I was in a Republican think tank earlier, and the Republicans are trying to win over our vote, and they wanted to kind of put out there their reparations plan, which was 5 years of tax-free money and also land. But our brother Texwell came up and said that land is nothing without capital. So I wanted to know your thoughts.
Right. Yeah. 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 So yeah, if they got a counter plan to what we got going on in California, we'll be interested to hear that. But it would have to be the cash payments that are tax free. The land would be secondary, and we would have to have the resources to cultivate and build on the land. That's what they did with the Homestead Act and some of these other things. So if they're serious, that would be a good conversation to have. I'm interested to hear what they have to say. Um, because some people say, well, the Democrats are just saying, when they're going to give us reparations for votes. Listen, if the Democrats come through with the reparations, hell, I'd vote. Yeah, you come through with our checks, I'll throw a vote in there for you for Gavin Newsom. Yeah, you get a vote for me. If I get a check, you damn right I'll vote for you. If you get black folks out here a check, yeah, you got my vote. So let's make it happen. Emily, hop back on, dear, because they're saying you're a troll.
I came back up here to defend myself because I know with all the white supremacists hopping up here, I probably look like a troll. But when I was 17, I went to Florida United Methodist Children's Home with him. He can verify that himself. Obviously, he's in prison. They can't right now, but if anybody were to get in contact with him, they can.
Okay, okay, because they're saying that you are a troll. I don't know.
No, definitely not. I wouldn't come in here on that.
Oh, okay, okay, all right. Are you all right? I mean, so y'all were in a group home together?
Yes, when I was 17 in 2006 or 7, something like that.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh yeah, they're like looking at page. So yeah, you okay? So you got only.
Yeah, I am a
Oh,
content creator.
oh, okay, okay. Well, all right. Well, do your thing. Do your thing, beloved. All right. Be safe out there. Be safe.
Especially.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Let's get a couple of more folks in here. All right. Let's get a couple of more. Hey, did y'all notice the East Indian when they call up, they be throwing the word nigger around more than the white supremacists. Y'all notice that? You nigger, darker than us. Nigger, you niggers. Yeah. Man. Let's get who we got? Who is this? Bronze Age. Oh, do I want to have you on? You talking about your cock and all that? Oh, wait a minute. I didn't see that from Bronze. What's up, man? I just noticed you talking about your cock.
That's all niggers.
Okay, yeah, I knew something was up. Yeah. And this is the thing, white supremacists, y'all guys, boy, y'all are so infatuated with black dick. You got
You made
a no. You got a fence the page of a black man, and you're talking about dick. Y'all love some black dick, boy. Your white men love black dick more than white women. You white supremacists are black dick infatuated, boy. Y'all would go to sleep dreaming about black dick, and then wonder why the white women be dreaming about it. This dude has a black man all on his page. Boy, we are rent free with these white supremacists, aren't we? Boy, we are rent free on y'all asses. When you white supremacists wake up in the morning, do you look at black dick before you look at the news? What do you do? We are rent free. All y'all do, you wake up in the morning. Let me get on a page. Let me get in the comment section and just start talking about black folks and black cock. Boy, y'all so infatuated with us. We are just rent free. Let me get some more people in here. Boy, the rent freeness of it is amazing. Let's get Michael. Let's get Brother Michael in here. Hop in, Michael.
What's up, Dr. Tariq? Uh,
What's
yeah,
up, brother?
yeah.
How are you?
Great comments on the reparations meeting. I was just interested in your take. Have you been hearing about up in Oakland here? They had these looks like white supremacists taking over streets and causing mayhem and burning down stuff, and and I guess there was something happened down there in Compton and South Central too. So Did you know about that? Just I don't know if you got it. Just let us know anything that you might know about that.
No, I haven't heard about that. What did they say happens?
Yeah, they're just burning up cars, jumping on random people's cars, tearing stuff up, just taking over the streets, just coming down there, just cause just like barbarians stuff that they used to do.
Where did
So just type that
where
in.
did you hear
Yeah,
that?
just type that
They
in, and you'll see it.
I'm gonna look that up and
All right.
see. I'm gonna check on. I haven't heard any of that, but thank you though. Yeah, I haven't heard that, guys. I haven't heard any of that happening. Let's get KK.
Hey, what up, Rick?
What's what's going on with you, man? You good?
I'm chilling, big bros. These clanmates tonight, man, they up snorting that yayo. I mean that mayo, man, and they tripping tonight. But to get back on your topic as far as these words, man, just like how Black Lives Matter got tethered into with the LGBT and all that. Now they starting to tether into the woke word. You know what I mean? When it comes to them talking about the cats on the Bud Light cans, and you got Kid Rock and them shooting up stuff, and they talk about y'all went woke, so take this and shooting up shit and everything else. So now they're attaching this wokeness thing, you know what I mean, to don't even know the meaning to it. So it's kind of like we got to either take that word back or we got to change it up, man. That's all I had to say.
Yeah, my man. Thank you so much, man. Much respect to
All right,
you.
brother.
Let me see. We got a lot of folks. Let's try these guys. Joshua. Let's do Joshua first.
Uh, hello, can you hear me, Tariq?
Oh Lord, boy, you got. Yeah, I can hear you, and you boy, you tighten up on your acting. You're already not convincing. I'm not feeling that. Commit to the role. Oh,
What's
wait,
wrong
stop.
with
Wait,
my
no, no,
Jewish?
no. You got to commit to it. You're not committing to it. If you're going to act, so yeah, the acting is already bad. You white supremacists are so mediocre. You can hear the
What's wrong
bad
with my
acting
Jewish voice?
because you're not committing to it, because you don't believe it. You have to see it, believe the character, be in the
Tyreek, are you
moment.
being
Okay.
anti-Semitic?
Okay. You got to be in the moment. Just be in the moment. Go ahead, Josh. Go ahead.
You're a you're a nigger.
Right. And you're a nigga lover. So what are we on now? Because you love nigga dick. That's why you up.
Tyreek, didn't you make the movie about?
Okay, calm down. Yeah, you white supremacists are not creative.
Neither
Y'all
are your
sitting
boys.
around. You're sitting around daydreaming about dick and balls. All right, and upset about the white women in your community chasing black dick. All right, that's what you're upset about. That's why we live rent free.
You made a movie about dick and balls called Buck Break.
But yeah, it was an autobiography about your family. Yes, indeed. We're talking about your family, sir. So let me get one white supremacist at a time. There's a couple of y'all on here. Let's get Joshua. Now, Joshua, you want to try again? We want to try your acting and see if it works better. Joshua.
Hey, I owned you in slavery. You know that, Tariq Nasheed? My Jewish ancestors put your nigger ancestors in chains and shackles. I'm a Jew. I'm superior than you, Tariq.
That's the worst accent ever, sir. That's horrible. And also, you have to step out of the trailer so that you can get the right acoustics, because that trailer park um, flooring and those wooden walls that don't really capture the right acoustics. So you have to step outside of your trailer and turn the engine off so the carbon monoxide doesn't poison you, sir. Can you do that?
I'm gonna rape your daughter. I'm gonna rape your daughter.
You're gonna rape my dog. I can imagine that. You're gonna rape a dog because you white supremacists are into stuff like that. Let's get Adolf. Come on, Adolf. I'm talking to all the white supremacists tonight. Adolf, hop on.
Hi, I'm a Jewish man too,
Oh,
and I talk about baby penis all the time because I'm a Jew.
and the white supremacists, you're whispering because you're outside of your lady's house, looking in the window and watching a brother pipe her down. You're a cuck, as they say. You're a cuck.
and you're sitting outside watching a big brother named Larone dip off into Karen, and you don't know what to do right now, do you?
Yeah, I'm a cock. I'm outside Auschwitz watching Anna.
No. You're sitting outside of that trailer watching Jamal tear up Katie's cooch, and you don't know what to do. You're mad, so you said you're going to troll online. You're trying to, yeah, I can hear tears in your eyes. You're over there crying outside the window.
I'm jerking off.
Yeah. You're sitting in there listening to some pan flute music. Is that you? Even you have to laugh at yourself. How fucked up you are, don't you? Even you have to laugh at
I'm,
it.
I'm a,
Get your ass out of here. Lord. You white supremacists are pathetic. Lord, y'all are pathetic, I tell you. So, anyway, let me get up out of here dealing with these white supremacists. They don't know what to do. The reparations conversation, it has them so triggered. They don't know what to do. They're trolling. They're losing their minds. They don't know. They don't know what they're going to do. But anyway, guys, listen, we got some great events happening all over the place. We got the FBA Expo happening in Dallas in a few weeks, May 27th. Get your tickets at fbaexpo.com. Plus, we're going to have a Juneteenth event at the Hidden History Museum June 17th, and we're going to screen a new mini documentary we have called Museum Life. And we're going to have different entertainers come through, some comedy, complimentary food. It's going to be a phenomenal event, man. Y'all need to come on through. Go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com to get your tickets for that. That's June 17th, hiddenhistorymuseum.com, ladies and gentlemen. And also, you can come to the Hidden History Museum every day to come check it out. All right, y'all, I'm out of here. You guys have a great night. Papi Akute and Lila Vuve to the family. Y'all be good. Everybody in the room. All right. Let me try my get this thing started. Y'all bear with me 1 second. Hold on. There we go. All right, there we are. All right, we in here. Excuse me. I've not done a live. Man, I've not done a live in a minute. It has been a while since I've done a live. Shout out to you guys. How y'all been, man? It's been a while since I've hopped on Twitter Live. Welcome back, everybody. Glad to have everybody tuning in. Y'all share this and retweet this and let everybody know that we're live on the late night. Just wanted to pop in and say hello to everybody. Hope everybody's had a productive week and everything. Want to talk about the situation with our brother Jordan Neely again. This is a hot topic. We've been talking about this for the past couple of days. And tonight, I'm looking at some of the names. Somebody got a picture of Eric Mays as their profile picture. Hilarious. I'm thinking about having an Eric Mays character in the next Bucci Bear episode, by the way, but I digress. But listen, we're talking about our brother Jordan Neely. As you guys know, he was lynched. He was lynched in New York City on a train by a suspected white supremacist, and we are trying to get justice for our brother. And we want to share some revelations, if you haven't learned already. The mainstream media, they're still trying to protect the man who lynched our brother. They're still trying to protect him. And again, this was a lynching, all right? And there were a lot of celebratory white supremacists hand clapping, high fiving, cacan and kikiing and giggling online that our brother was murdered the way he was murdered. You know, these people are desperate and their own code. And when they are this desperate to be on code to justify harming us to get a win, because I want y'all to understand about our brother Jordan. Jordan Neely, he was a homeless brother, little thin, frail brother, had some mental issues. Also, he was an autistic brother. He suffered with autism, man. He lived with autism. So the brother, he wasn't gonna hurt a fly. You know, they keep talking about how he was arrested multiple times, but you know, that's for yelling at people, things like that. So this person was not a threat to anybody. A thin, hungry, frail, autistic Michael Jackson impersonator is not really a threat to nobody. There was absolutely no justification to murder that kid like that. None. And these cowardly, psychotic white supremacists high-fiving each other like that's some kind of win. This shows you how desperate they are. This shows you how sick and desperate they are, ladies and gentlemen. And the fact that they got so on code to protect the killer. Now, as of now, they've still not released his name, but we found out what his name was. We on the grassroots. Now, tomorrow, they'll probably slowly own up to the fact that his name is out there now, but we just want to put it on the record. We got the guy's name. And if you look on Twitter, we've been tweeting it and all that. The guy's name is Daniel Penny. The suspect's name is Daniel Penny from somewhere in upstate New York, right? Islip, New York, something like that. So yeah, we got all the receipts on this dude. And the family, him and the family, they're scrubbing the internet like crazy. He done scrubbed his Twitter. His sister done scrubbed her Twitter. The mama, I think she done got rid of her Facebook. I mean, these folks are up struggling right now, deleting everything they can find. And that's why the white media was sitting up here withholding their names. They wanted to give them a chance to start scrubbing everything. But yeah, we got that ass. Daniel Penny, that's his name. And the Daily Mail, they slipped up. The Daily Mail, what they did, they put up an image of him. They did a story about him. And the Daily Mail put his last name on one of the photo captions by mistake. They put his last name on there. They didn't mean to do it. They just put his last name on there, and then they went and removed it. They went and corrected it. West Islip, yeah, okay, it's on Long Island. Okay, shout out to my New Yorkers. Okay, Islip is on Long Island. Okay, my bad. I thought it was upstate New York. I don't know my geography in New York too well, but yeah, the guy's from Long Island. He's from Long Island. Isn't that Pantaleo? Wasn't Daniel Pantaleo from Long Island too? The other guy who choked Eric Garner? He was from Long Island too, right? So the Daily Mail, they put up some captions about the story and they had his last name up there. They were like, yeah, Penny choked him and whoop-de-whoop. And then they realized that they put his last name up there and then they immediately removed it. But people started cross-referencing and, you know, they threw that bone at everybody and that was all everybody needed. So now we got that name, we got the full name. And this just goes to show how, and I tweeted this yesterday. I said yesterday that the white media, they know exactly who this suspect is. They know what his name is. They know everything about him. I want y'all to understand that, but they are just on code to protect him. White supremacy is a group sport, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, Sister Tia? My sister Tia's in here. Everybody say hello to my sister Tia. But this shows you white supremacy is a bunch of cowardly ass people who depend on each other's codification for their strength. Okay? All of them depend on each other being on this sick, perverted code where they protect the degenerates of their culture. They were protecting this guy, and they're still protecting him. Now, again, tomorrow they're going to probably release his name nationwide. But just understand, us on the grassroots, we were the ones really putting it out there like that. We've been on this dude's bumper, looking for information, looking for clues. And I talked about this on my broadcast the other day. It's important that we have our own grassroots intelligence where we are handling serious business, because it's serious to know who these people are so that they won't find safe spaces after they murder us. This whole thing where they can go out and murder us and then slither somewhere and be protected, that's that Klan stuff. You know, they go out there with hoods on and they go lynch somebody that nobody knows who they are and ain't nobody telling on them. You see, it's still that same Klan type of narrative, this whole covert anti-black racism and terrorism, and then you get to hide. No, we got to be on their bumper. We got to be the new Ida B. Wells. That's why our sister Ida B. Wells was so thorough. Back when they were lynching black folks, our good sister Ida B. Wells, she would go hire some white folks to go undercover for her. That sister would go hire white people to go infiltrate the Klan. And then when they go out and lynch somebody, she would have her white plant that she papered up come and give her all the names. And then she would print the names in the paper. She would out them bitches. They got so mad at our sister Ida B. Wells, they had to run her out the South. That's the kind of spirit that we got to be on. She knew what the assignment was. You got to out these people. See, they get their strength by hiding and doing that shit under